we realized that the deck just really enjoyed free mana. Um, so I think, yeah, I think the interesting thing about the deck is that um, we very quickly felt like Provisioner was a really great engine. So we went to the playset. We were originally playing a 3 of, and now I'm on the playset. And we added some tireless trackers because I wanted to start playing more creatures that generated free mana. Urza makes it so we don't have to necessarily sacrifice the treasure tokens we're making with Tireless Provisioner, and the clue tokens we're making off of Tireless Tracker and Wave Sifter. Also, you can tap, Agent, and of course the construct that Urza himself makes. But we're doing something with all this mana, which is really neat, and we'll see if it works out. Obviously, the mana that Urza's making is only going to be blue. Um, Urza's plus lots of artifacts lets us hardcast. Urza lets us hardcast the sideboard borrowers and Vendilion clicks and stuff, but it is only blue mana, so we'll have to find ways to use it. Maybe we'll just crack a bunch of clues and try to keep going. But anyways, we're currently 1-0 in the league already. So why don't we pick up where we left off this past Friday? See if we can keep winning with the deck. We've gone to a playset of Leyline of Sanctity. Our deck is rather vulnerable to hand disruption. I'll keep this because it's maybe one more land than we want, I suppose. Although Misty Rainforest could get our Triome or just a white source. This hand does cast Urza. This hand does cast the Shardless. This is a Colony Garden turn 1 hand. So there's a lot of reasons why we can keep this. We might even just go Misty next. Whatever my opponent's playing, they're 1-0 as well in their league. Ah, alright, so this is Hell's Kitchen. I mean, we're pretty degenerate for them, honestly. Looks like they didn't have the Oval Chase. They do have a Saga, though, even though they don't have Oval Chase. I think a lot of folks just call that the Daredevil. Here's an Asmore. So it's a little dangerous, I guess, for me to just immediately go for it. It's very tempting to, right? I think I'll just get the Triome. It's very tempting to just go for just hope that we have, not. Yeah, it is tempting to just go for it because they are just going to start killing our dudes. What am I doing if I don't do that? Playing out an Omnath just to get eaten? Playing Urza also seems weak to me. I think we just go for it, and we're hoping that... I mean, we have 2 more lands. These 2 lands are going to stay in my hand. So it's not like if I have a bad glimpse, it's going to just wreck us. I think actually I will go for it. I think this is only going to get worse for us. So we need to see whether they want to. Yep, so they're going to take out my plant. So we're only going to go here with 3 permanents. We did kind of get lucky though. We hit a fetch and we hit tireless and a provisioner. That's fantastic. Treasure token, please. So that was pretty good. Let's fetch now. 3 mana doesn't do anything, unfortunately. I do have access to 3 mana. I don't think it really does anything because I don't have a land drop. So let's actually just get the Triumph since it doesn't do anything. And we should be able to try to go off again next turn. Yeah, Provisioner's just nuts for this deck. It's kind of like a Lotus Cobra kind of feel. And now we've got enough artifacts that Urza doesn't even look that bad now. And since they didn't have Oval Chase, hopefully they don't find it. Daredevil. I think it was totally right, though, for them to shoot the plant. This is finally a spot where we want to glimpse instead. So they take out my tracker. Their hand is emptied. They're on the oven build. I don't know if I love that build. I was working on a build of Hell's Kitchen myself that doesn't necessarily use it. So let's see. 1, 2, 3. We have 4 mana here. Not quite enough for Dark Dwellers. I probably just slam Urza because I have a huge construct if I do that. Granted, I have to give up some treasures. We should do it through the Wooded Foothills because we've got a Tireless Tracker. And then I will have some extra mana left over thanks to Urza. Actually, we also have Charlotte's Agent that taps. Since we have the Raugrin Triumph, I think I'm supposed to grab... Well, that's not true. It might be correct for me to grab... No, we have a red source already in our hand. Why don't we not take shock damage? So yeah, we'll go first. Yep, another clue. So I wish we had more colored mana. We're not going to. This is the spot where, like, Urza... Oops, undo. Urza just makes a lot of blue mana for us only. I still think he's better than playing the Omnath out, but I could be totally wrong on that. So you get a 6/6 construct. And I can spin the wheel once, or I could crack some clues. It's probably better to spin, right? It's probably better to spin because we end up with another permanent. Alright, so it's a land. That's fine, means we're not drawing it. They're not blocking with their Asmo. They have nothing left, right? I think we'll hang back. The Tireless Tracker is still pretty good for us. I have another land in my hand. We have enough mana to go off next turn if they don't kill Urza. You have a 4/4 construct. I have a 6/6 construct. 4/4 construct meet 6/6 construct. I mean, they didn't find Oval Chase, Daredevil. They grabbed the Shadow Spear. I'm working on a build of Hell's Kitchen that doesn't bother with cat combo and tries to find Oval Chase a little bit more consistently. We should be able to go off next turn because I have Dark Dwellers and we have a lot of permanents. So basically, Urza, float all of our mana. Oh, okay, never mind. They're going to shoot Urza. Yep, that's correct. Ooh, or we draw a Provisioner. Does that do it? Almost. Yeah, if I play Provisioner, they pretty much have to kill it off of their next food. Because they sacked their... It's not bad for us. I mean, it is bad, but it's not the worst. How do I best set up for this? Um, I think I do shock in the Provisioner and force them to have to discard whatever their top deck is and eat Provisioner, I guess. And this is where Tireless Tracker just is not as good as Provisioner. Like, all these clues, they weren't treasures and didn't give us the flexibility to make mana, which we kind of wanted instead. Like, we could Sifter play Steam Vents tapped, but I don't think that's as good here. You know what? I think I'm just supposed to slam the Provisioner, right? Because otherwise they're just eating my construct with the foods. I don't think we want that either. I think because we made a like the Urza plan has like a fair beatdown plan to it that I'm not used to this deck having. Like, I think I'm supposed to swing with Tracker and the construct. So they're gonna take 10 down to 7. Yeah, I do think the deck benefits from a way to find Oval Chase more consistently. I can't imagine they wouldn't eat my Provisioner. I'm not going to try to double block the Asmore because they would just eat one of these two. Alright, so there's our land drop. That's 5 mana thanks to Provisioner, because they didn't kill him. So that's the Goblin Dark Dweller. So we're going to go off here. Alright, so we win. Awesome. We beat Hell's Kitchen first game. They do bring in Thoughtseizes. They play 3 copies of Thoughtseize. Force of Vigor's tempting too, just to fight over, mainly because you just get to hit Urza's Saga. Wow, that's awesome that we won. Bone Crusher doesn't hit Asmore. Fury does. So maybe we have to do a lot of sideboard here. I'm not sure. Or maybe we just don't have room for the full A land. I almost feel like the Urza build of this deck doesn't even necessarily need the Chancellor kill anymore. I feel like we just grind better. That was really cool to see that we were just grinding, but I do think we could cut an Urza. I don't know if I even want to bother with Chancellors. That's not how we won last game. Like, we had a value glimpse, and yeah, we did that thing. I guess if I cut an Urza, maybe I would cut a Tracker. We can cut a plea or 2. Nah, you know what? Let's go down the Urzas. I think our sideboard's more like Omnath is still the better engine. We might keep in like a Miser's Urza, but I don't know. It's not he's also not the right colors for Force or Fury. Maybe I'd go down even one more plea. This is us cutting 2 Urza, 2 Tracker, the Chancellors, and just trying to win off of the value plan. I think the construct was really important, though, that the Urza made, because it ended up being a 7/7 at the end there. Like, we do make lots and lots of artifacts between Sifter and the Tirelesses. So I do wonder. Yeah, I do wonder. I mean, Leyline is also another permanent for the combo, so it does, like, it is another freebie. Let's try this. I'm not convinced it's right. Nice to take a game off of Hell's Kitchen like that. Like, I think it would have been a different game. If they had Oval Chase, Daredevil, I think we did lose that. So this hand is indeed the right number of lands. This is also, if we want to, we could suspend Glimpse, which I probably should do. I think this deck definitely wants to suspend the Glimpse on turn 2 if you have it in the opener and the rest of your hand is keepable. Because we don't really have lots of... Oh, wow, they mulled a 5. This is probably a Thoughtseize hand then from our opponent. Could be also turn 1 Asmore if they're going Street Wraith. Ah, Gilded Goose. So let's go Misty into Triome. And then, yeah, instead of sifting... Well, I might sift instead. It depends on if they take my Outburst or not. We might sift instead of just suspending the Outburst. Yeah, are they really not Thoughtseizing or Inquisitioning us? I mean, maybe they're slow rolling it, right? Maybe they're waiting on it. Man, they're not doing a whole lot over there. That's good news for us. So, Triome. Yeah, I think I'm just going to go for the line that makes this a better Outburst and hope they don't take this Outburst, which would be Foothills for the green source to sift. So we're going to evoke this guy. Opponent's going to crack his Peatland here. Respectable. If they do take our Violent Outburst with a Inquisition, or they don't play Inquisition, they play Thoughtseize. Usually 3 Thoughtseize in their sideboard. If they do, we'll just shock in the Steam Vents and suspend tomorrow. Hope to find 4th land drop for Omnath. They play a Nettle Cyst. Long hair, don't care. So we're going to have 5 permanents if we go for this Outburst. I think we just go for it. I'd rather keep the Steam Vents than the Temple Garden. Why don't we cycle away the Temple Garden with the Outburst? And you'll be like wondering, I'm sure one of you out there might be wondering, okay, Bruce, why go for this sorcery speed when we can maybe get them, right? The answer being we might generate mana here, and I kind of want to try to keep going. We actually don't, right? Although we hit a Fury, so that's hilarious. Kill this. Might just be correct to kill both of the geese, actually. Because what am I gaining from killing the cyst, right? I think I just kill both of the goose and ignore the nettle cyst for now. This might just be good enough, so say okay. So we're going to have a big old construct here. I do like the Urzas. Like, this is the one of Urza right now. We've sided down to just 1 after board. But, like, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. And I have a bunch of mana if I want it. I can't do much with it, though, other than crack a clue. I don't think it's correct to do that. Yeah, I think that's good enough. We could end step, if we really want to, we could crack a clue. And we win the match. Sweet. So we're 2-0. Yeah, I do think that Urza is another engine for this deck. I don't think he's as good as Provisioner or Omnath as far as, like, making mana, but he's close 3rd place. And he is the better value plan, and Omnath is a good value plan. But I like that we're just playing some powerful cards, which is cool. Speaking of playing powerful cards, this is, although we're on the draw, our opponent is 3-1. They're really hoping to 4-1, I'm sure. Hey, good luck and have fun. We do play a lot of land in this deck, but I don't think there's really a good way around that. Is this Jessica Stoneblade? Jeskai Stoneblade? Might be. Yep, so that's Jessica Stoneblade. I actually prefer going off with Ardent Plea first. Oh, well, I probably still just play the Triome. Yeah, I prefer to go off with Plea. They show me Sword. Okay. So there's a good chance that we actually do need to lead off with Violent Outburst because they're going to put in Sword. When they go to put in Sword, that's when we Outburst. We're only going to be doing it with 4 permanents, though. So, but I think we're safe because we have more lands in our hand. So let's do it off of Foothills. Say go. Gotta have them tap down their counterspell, essentially. So, not a great spot for us to be on the draw with our opponent kind of doing their thing. Alright, so let's try to go for it. They're 3-1 with their Ragavan Stoneblade. I mean, that's just me guessing that they have it. So here we go. They might kill my plant here. Like, I think we're safe to do this, even if they... Okay, they just have a force. That's fine. We have plenty of cards worth discarding. I might even not discard Chancellor, because we sometimes get to enough mana to just hardcast Chancellors in our build, because we just have a lot of mana creation generation potential. That's got pro green. Can't block, obviously. Let's dump the Temple Garden. I think it's the worst. Well, maybe not since I have Mountain out. Hollowed Fountain might be worse. No, Breeding Pool's worse because I already have Garden, right? Yeah. So they're untapped. They're ready to counter my next thing if they have it. What did they pitch? I think Snapcaster Mage. Alright, so Garden, Plea. I can't do that. Like, yes, I'm increasing the potential that my opponent has. I'm increasing my opponent's potential to have something, but I feel like pleading here doesn't do enough. Why don't we Garden and hope that they don't have just a bunch of removal they want to spend on the plants. We do need to plea before we can Dwellers, because I need to pull a glimpse out of our deck. We kind of hope that they don't have second force. What we're hoping is... okay, well now they could have Cryptic, so maybe this is a bad idea. We do have 5th land drop in hand. Gonna dump the Garden, keep the Hallowed Fountain. The fancy float from our opponent, but did nothing with it. There's a Shardless. Shardless is better than me pleading. Also means I don't take the damage. Show me counterspell number 2. Okay, thankfully it wasn't a force. I mean, I'll certainly discard Chancellor before I would the Cascade spell or the Dark Dwellers. Dark Dwellers lets us go off again. Although it makes me spend a lot more mana than Plea does. They could have 3rd counterspell. They could have 2nd Snapcaster, right? So I mean, we are going down cards throughout this whole process. So, Chancellor's going to be down this time. They have 2 cards left. We need to be careful not to play out my next card because I want to have 2 more chances to go off. So whatever our card is, let's not play it out because we just want to have Plea and we want to have Dwellers on Glimpse. Let's go ahead and Plea. And Float. I should have attacked with my Shardless Agent, maybe. Is this Cryptic? Archmage's Charm? Okay. We do get the Ardent Plea, though. We're not going to... Well, we didn't want to do this anyway because we need to have a card to discard. We'll attack with the Agent. Gets Exalted. So hopefully they have not drawn 4th counterspell. I mean, we're working off the top of our deck if they're drawing 1 more counterspell. Force, counterspell, Archmage's Charm. I'm down to 7 as well. Alright, discard the Wave Sifter. Oh boy, are we gonna get it there? We gonna get there, folks. Are we gonna get there? Drew a Misty, not great. Might as well play it out. I mean, floating mana is important, but like then I'm also just dead to a burn spell from them. I don't think I'm gonna float mana because we don't know if this is going off yet. Do you counter my Dark Dwellers? They don't. So yeah, do we want to make the mana then? I guess we do. So let me hold control. We could go Outburst here instead of Glimpse. Outbursting is interesting. Actually, Outbursting might be better. There's 1 more Glimpse in our deck, isn't there? No, there isn't. It's exiled. Whew, we almost punted. Force exile to Glimpse, so we have to hit a Glimpse. That was almost a bad mistake on my part. What do we want to float? Green mana? Probably green mana, right? Look at our deck. Well, I don't have anything in my hand, though, so... That's something to think about is, okay, if I'm making mana, it doesn't really matter what color it is because it's just going to be used by Urza potentially, right? Or like a clue or something. So maybe I shouldn't have fetched. Alright, so we want Dark Dwellers on the bottom. That's easy. So we've just got like a lot of Urza stuff going on here because we did hit an Urza. Opponent scoops it up. We would start making lots and lots of mana here, and we got to keep going. Sweet. So we just fought through 3 counterspells and a Snapcaster. Mr. Fleshy says you could just spin Urza forever. Yeah, like this was pretty good. I do think the Urza plan's actually really sweet for this archetype. We've been enjoying it. I don't think he's as strong of a build around as Omnath for this deck. I'm not making that argument. I'm also not making the argument that he's even better than Provisioner as far as making mana. But I think we have enough artifact creation. Like, look how much artifact generation we have in our current build. All 13 of these cards make... Sorry, all 17 of these cards all involve making artifacts, right? Urza himself makes an artifact. Shardless Agent himself is an artifact. These make artifacts. These make 2 artifacts. These make lots of artifacts as well. So many artifacts. I wish I was with you guys the other night till like 5 a.m. Oh yeah, what's up, Mr. Fleshy? So in this matchup, Stoneblade, we might even want the forces. So they're playing Ragavan. Probably we just didn't see it. They're also a control deck. We need to treat them as such. So maybe we want Click and Borrower. Bone Crush might be the better way for us to handle. Also, we're dead to the fairy, to 3 fairy. Maybe we want Click, Borrowers, and Giants. I just cut Chancellors earlier against Hell's Kitchen. I was just like, eh. I'm just going to try to win with the value plan. We also cut, what did we cut? We cut some number of trackers, and then when I cut some trackers, I started to cut some Urza. I also don't mind cutting like one plea. I mean, Urza is sweeter. Urza is sweeter than Tracker. Tracker is here also just as filler, just like the Chancellor is. I'm sure somebody's like, no, Bruce Spy, you can never cut Chancellor. I don't know. I feel like they just scooped to me making tons and tons of value and like a construct and spinning and lots of mana. I know we don't, maybe I'm wrong to ever cut the mana creatures, and like where we can cut is things like Tracker, Chancellor, Please. Like if I want a force, we could play our own Teferis too. Hang on, maybe we should be doing that too. And then here's where I would cut the third Urza finally. Like they're playing Stoneblade. Like we need to be able to kill Ragavan. We need to be able to kill Stoneforge, but we want to do it without going down cards, I think. So we're not going to play Fury here. I'm just playing Bone Crusher. So we'll play our adventure creatures. Yeah, I think this feels good. This is a 2-lander, but we're on the draw. 2-lander, but I'm on the draw. I'm actually going to keep it. So we'll go Foothills into probably Foothills into Triome. Speaking of Triomes, we've drawn a Sifter. Okay. Yeah, last game we hit what? 2 Cascades? And like in fairness, sure, our opponent had triple counterspell, right? Or 4 counterspells technically. Oops. All right, Stoneforge coming down. Don't have a removal for it. Sword of Feast and Famine again. So they're kind of taking the same line they did last time, but we have Outburst, so we can kind of do a similar line. Okay, so we have Glimpse. Do I want to just suspend Glimpse and get it going, or do I want to try to make this Outburst juicier? I probably want to make this Outburst juicier. This would be Stomping Ground for red for Glimpse, but also green-blue for Sifter. Oops. Green, blue. I think I'm fine with this. Like we could suspend Glimpse right there. I think I'm not going to. Just maybe a mistake. Yeah, we were really hoping to draw a third land. I mean, we might not. My next turn might be suspend Glimpse if we miss. I mean, we're playing 24 land, but some of those lands are tap lands. All right. Well, we're in trouble. Jai says I kind of like the idea of going for Glimpse. Yeah, I was maybe wrong, because now we didn't have the third land drop for sure. So I'm gonna go off one more turn slowly. We have a bunch of Omnaths to discard to this sword. It doesn't feel great. I don't know. Last time we still won. Okay, Cauldra. It's a very different clock. It's a very different clock. And maybe my opponent realized that, because last game they just kind of excuse me, just like sword hit, sword hit, sword hit. Like, yes, they were making me discard, but we didn't even care. We had a really good hand that first game, admittedly. Is this opt? No? Okay. I don't know why they got a basic there. Stoneforge, put in sword, play land, equip sword to Cauldra. We did take game 1. We're hoping to take another game. I mean, maybe I should just be bringing in our stuff that helps us fight force next game instead of bothering to try to kill their creatures. I may not have had the luxury of that much sideboard, to be honest. All right, down to 9. Dead to a lot of things here. We do draw our land. Show me force. Show me pretty much anything. I'm gonna go off main phase here because we still have well, we don't have more land drops, but I think it's correct to go off main phase here. Show me a counterspell. Maybe they counter the Outburst like a silly person. Show me any counterspell in your deck. That one will do. All right. There's no way we can win anymore because Glimpse isn't going off fast enough. All right. We did take the first game though, which is good. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to leave in the Urza plan and more Cascaders. I mean, maybe I was wrong to also bring in Bone Crush. Maybe all we want is Click and Time Ravelers. I don't really care so much when we're on the play. I don't think I care so much what their deck's doing. I do care about their counterspells though. So why don't we just board as if that's the only thing we really care about? So Click and Teferis. These are 4-drops, 5s and 3s. All right, Gardens, Triome. Yeah, I think that's actually what we're gonna do, and the Temple. So we have room for 2 more cards. We could bring in the 3rd Urza, and we could play just down only 1 tracker. I think Urza is still better than the first tracker. All right, I think we learned that the fast clock versus suspend first. Yeah. Yeah, so instead of sifting, we should suspend from now on. Maybe that was wrong. Okay, so this has a Cascader and this has a Click. We'll keep this. We are playing the basic Mountain now, so we could keep Tarn over second Misty in this instance. Even though my hand is very blue-green, doesn't mean it won't have some red later. Or we can draw Foothills to do it instead. To get the green source, I mean. Since they're playing Force, I think we do want to do an end step Vendilion Click first, right? You can also like click their Stoneforge equipment. I mean, the Vendilion Click might just eat a counterspell this next turn. Probably not. They're probably playing out their Stoneforge. Misty, huh? Misty in my Jeskai deck? Maybe it doesn't matter. Probably doesn't matter too much. They can get away with just blue fetches. Alright, Sword of Feast and Famine once again. There's an Urza, so that's something we can do if we don't want to play out our Cascade yet. Like, sure, we could try to take the equipment out of their hand. I don't think I'm supposed to bother. I think I just want to end step hand check them, see if I can't. This is where we force, right? I don't have forces. In this deck, Force is really good with Outburst. I'll admit the first Force negation is very good with Outburst. It's not very good with the Sorcery Speed Cascaders because I can't use the alternate casting cost. No, like force them to have it. Well, it's their turn, so yeah, I mean, like, okay, that's a good thing to think about. Think about the opponent's force. Yeah, like Violent Outburst we can do during our opponent's turns to play around it. All right, so Teferi stinks, but we're going to put the Click on the table. Teferi does indeed stink for us. It's one of the cards we were hoping to dodge. I mean, we can just play an Urza out next turn. So it's not, we're actually not doing that bad. So they do have double counter. They do have an extra Teferi. They're also trying to Blood Moon me, apparently. We ignore the Blood Moon as much as we can, because next turn we're slamming Urza, and then I guess I do care. So we know about the Force. We can't take them off Force. I could just take the equipment. Honestly, I think I take the equipment and we beat them on the fair plan. So if they moon, they miss out maybe on their... Yeah, I think we take... Like, there's merit to taking Force, sure, or to taking Cryptic. I think we just take their equipment and try to beat them fairly. Because they have too much hate for my Cascade plan. Like, double Teferi, Force, and a Cryptic. Alright, so they Teferi to return my Click. That's fine. We slam Urza next turn. We know we're about to get mooned anyway. Why don't we just not take damage, a lot of damage, right? Because we already have our 2 basics that get around moon anyway. And we already have blue. So let's slam Urza, see if he can do the things. I do have enough mana here to cast Vendilion Click. I think I'm supposed to. If there was another card out of my opponent's hand, what was I going to take? If they moon, that means they're not bouncing Urza. I could care less, right? Yeah, I mean, we want to get the click. I can't cast click during their turn, so. Yeah, Urza's been looking really good. I mean, I don't think he's as good as Omnath in our deck, but I don't know. I'm wondering. Test his talents. I don't care. I might care about the Snapcaster. We don't really care about the moon. I really don't. Like, our whole hand still works despite moon. I might just take the Cryptic. I mean, I guess we care about the backup to Fairy a little bit, but not really. We'll work through it eventually. Why don't we just take their Cryptic? It's the best card in their hand. So that's what we're leaving them with. You like yoinking the Cryptic? Yeah. They have a snap that doesn't really have anything to do. They could draw well. Don't get me wrong. Like, they just looked at two fresh new cards. Like, they could have just hit a Cryptic, right? It's the thing about Vendilion Click. But we've got air superiority right now. I think I might even ignore Teferi. Next turn, we can just start hardcasting Sifters. I don't know if we need to have, like, much more good draw, right? We have, like, Sifters that make more mana for Urza, then we just keep casting Sifters. Do you want to Blood Moon me here, brother? Do you want to Blood Moon me here, friend? I mean, like, they may take me off casting extra Urzas, right? And they have to still respect me, like, bouncing the Teferi and still winning, and, you know. I mean, like, we could try to kill their Teferi here and go off, right? But their hand has too much hate, right? We know that they have Force and Test of Talents. Maybe I'm just supposed to play Omnath. I feel like I just maybe consider casting Omnath. That's a juicy draw. Well, why don't we go to combat first? He's going to force this? That's fine. Or you're not referring to the Omnath I just drew, are you? Oh, he's Cryptic tapping me? Interesting. So he did draw a second Cryptic. Yeah, I know he can't force Omnath. I know. You're talking about him trying to. Oh wow! So he did draw a Cryptic off of either the Vendilion Click or what have you. I could have floated the mana there, but I didn't have any instant speed stuff to do. So I guess we just start doing this thing. Wow, and we drew a garden. So this will be the second time this is resolved this turn. I mean, they have Force, sure. You're right, though. Maybe I should just jam the Agent here. Well, no, I can't do that because we didn't get the Teferi off the table. That was only if we had gotten the Teferi off the table. So we didn't make the mana yet because my Omnath wasn't on the table yet. So I just gained the life there. Maybe I wasn't supposed to play the garden. I can crack a Clue. During their end step, I might do that. I might tap, crack Clue with a Urza. I'm feeling pretty good about this. Feeling pretty good. I think we're just on the hardcast Wave Sifter plan. Teferi going up. Okay. Look at our 4-color deck really not caring about this Blood Moon. Maybe. Sword. Okay. So we'll actually discard Shardless Agent, I think. I think they have too much hate for our Cascade plan, and we're on the fair plan now. I think. So I might just let go of this Agent, because I think the Wave Sifters are actually better. Just go to the skies. We could draw first, though. Hang on. Let's crack a Clue first before we make this decision. Like, keeping land, though, is good, because we have Omnath out. A Glimpse? Okay, I'd actually rather discard Glimpse. Never mind, we did find something we're less interested in. Yeah, that untaps you. Yeah. But your hand is, like, a bunch of not so great counters. They don't have 6th land, so they don't have Snap Cryptic yet. I know that shrinks the construct, but I think it's fine. Yeah, Urza's looking good. Urza's looking good this league. We're 2 matches in. I do think this deck has the potential to make a lot of... Like, it doesn't seem like an Urza deck on the surface, but then when you analyze it, these make artifacts, these are artifacts, these make artifacts, these make artifacts. So I think Urza's actually fine. We can just do some spins. Dark Dwellers doesn't really do much here with the Teferi, obviously. Try to go to combat again? Alright. So if I get Teferi off the table, they still have permission. I like getting Teferi off the table, maybe because they're going to bounce my Omnath, and we don't really care about that. I guess we do if they bounce Omnath and then play out Blood Moon. You do like trying to clear Teferi and then threatening. Yeah, because then they're like, maybe I have to play my other Teferi in their hand. That's true. So we could go like this. So yeah, Dark Dwellers could be good now. Like, we Dark Dwell, and then they test the talents, get rid of all my glimpses. That doesn't seem great, dude. I'm with you that you're saying, okay, Bruce, by try to drain their resources. I don't think that's the play, because Test of Talents just exiles all of our glimpses. This is a good card to bring in against Cascade decks like ours. It's kind of like a weird, surgical kind of feel on instants and sorceries. I actually don't know if I agree with you, friend, because they have Hardcast Force and Test of Talents here. I don't think I just try to wham jam through this. I think I'm just sifting. But I do see what you're trying to say though, Dry. But I think getting all of my glimpses countered on one spell seems bad. No, I'm just saying, like, we could get them to a spot where they tap out their Test of Talents. Oh wow, do they draw a counterspell? Okay. Wow, we just got a Wave Sifter countered by a counterspell. That's a pretty good spot if we're able to do that. I mean, they're at 8. I think they've got the counters going, but like their fair game isn't up to snuff. They do get to cast Teferi and also untap, so maybe we'll see them bounce Omnath and then Blood Moon. That's what I would consider doing. We'll see if they see to do that. Okay, they didn't. Right? Or maybe that is their plan. This could be a lot closer than I'm making it seem, folks. I think that's absolutely what they need to do, but maybe they won't see it. So we're going to ditch the agent, because Dark Dwellers is a better body. I don't know if they play it Dry. They're playing Stoneblade. Stoneblade plays maybe some number of verdicts. They're not playing Terminus, bro. No offense. I don't agree. They're not playing a Terminus build. They might be playing... yep, so they bounce the Omnath. Now they play the Blood Moon. They decide not to play Blood Moon? Oh, they do have a Snapcaster in their hand. Maybe that's why they like that play. Well, we want to attack before they put the Snap in play. I guess they could Snap here and try to hit my Construct. Could attack the Teferi. You've seen weirder? Yeah. Alright, yeah, let's not attack with the Construct because we know they have the Snap, and the Snap may just want to come in and hit the Construct and hold up Counterspell for them this turn. So get their Walker off the table. I think I just Sift here. Like, they can't handle me just having another flyer. I think we're just on the Dole Drifter plan, as we love to call this card. Granted, I could have sifted before combat, and then the Construct would have been big enough to not care about Snapcaster Mage. Oh, wow. That's getting Archmages charmed? Sure. Alright, well, we can crack a clue during their... what? We could crack a clue. I don't know if I want to. I kind of like just growing the Construct. Alright, your turn, opponent. Yeah, I mean, we do care about Verdict. Maybe that's what they're playing to, is to draw the Verdict. They have 2 unknowns in their hand right now. Counter everything. Jace the Mind Sculptor, better than all. It says Jace bounce my construct, right? It's gotta be, because they gotta get in with the Mystic here. Maybe I should have hung back with the... Actually, I think a better line I could have had... Oh, wow, they're not bouncing the construct. I think a better line I had actually last turn was hang back on Urza, because Urza does block the Stoneforge, and grow my construct by sifting... Well, their plan was to counter the Sifter anyway, but... They bolting my... Okay, they're ending it. So that was still their line to try to get through here. It's very important in a control deck to get through with your sword. Sword of Feast and Famine feels really good in a control deck sometimes. And a lot of the times. I think I'm letting go of Goblin Dark Dwellers, right? Well, it depends. Do you think they're going to Blood Moon me? I might just want to let go of Omnath, because I think that's what they're going to do, is Moon, finally. Maybe not. If I hold Omnath, I kind of force them to consider Blood Mooning. Whereas this is just a 4-4. Yeah. I mean, it's a 4-4 with Menace, but... I'm going to let go of the Dwellers, and maybe this makes them play the Blood Moon finally. Oh, another Prismatic. Okay. So this is Snapcaster block Urza? What? Wait. Huh. Like, cause I can play the Omnath unless they've drawn Counterspell. Which is possible. Omnath? They did not draw a Counterspell. We have drawn a Glimpse. So I do have access to 2 mana. I could Wave Sift. It doesn't seem great. I like just hitting their Jace. Well, Urza blocks Stoneforge. Maybe this is where we actually take a breather turn. Make them kind of think about how they have to tackle what we're doing. I mean, I can crack the clue. I have enough mana to do that. That's true. I was hoping to hit a land drop, wasn't I? Hang on. Second main. Let's... Oh, it's doing that thing again where it just skips my main phase. Like, I had things I could do. I was thinking of cracking the clue and maybe playing out a land with Omnath. Because, like, here they could Jace minus on the Omnath. Play Blood Moon. Double Convergence. Or double Prismatic. Not bad. Yeah, maybe I should have suspended Glimpse, right? Because the Urza is off the table. Okay, so we're gonna bounce Urza. Another Dark Dwellers. Snap Archmages. Okay. Oh yeah, I don't think our fair plan's great. This is definitely starting to slip through our fingers. I don't see us, with my opponent having an active sword, I don't see us resolving a Glimpse. Like, we know they have Test, we know they have Force. I really don't see that plan actually happening. I don't know if I see this game the same way as you, Dry. If we had instant... Now that's true. If we have a violent outburst, the test is less scary, right? Because if we suspend this, but that's 3 turns later. I think we'll be dead by then. They've got Jace that I haven't gotten off the table. Blood Moon? Okay. We really don't care, though, unless their plan is to bounce the Omnath. So all they're sitting on here is Hardcast Force or Test. That's too bad that we drew Garden right there, because Garden doesn't... I mean, it triggers the Omnath, so we will gain the life, but I also can't Urza, so it looks like they wanted to actually take me off of Urza more than they did the Omnath. Um, just saying there's a thing. So yeah, I mean, we sift. We'd probably still play the Garden. I mean, with Blood Moon on the table, Omnath's just going to generate us life. So we'll take it. We'll take the life points. They're relevant, and we'll play out the Sifter. Because Urza can get pitched now. I'm not going to be bouncing I'm not going to be bouncing the Blood Moon. So let's sift. I think I'd rather have a flyer than I would the Dwellers. I mean, Dwellers block Stoneforge, though. Yeah, maybe I should have played Dark Dwellers. Go after their Jace, but they could let Jace go. If I go after Face, they have to block. Right. Snap blocks. This game has been a little interesting, hasn't it? Provisioner would be a great draw. I'd love to see Provisioners. Right, they could still let us theoretically cast the... Alright, so we're J-Storming. Cast the Urza. I'm probably just pitching Urza to the Stoneforge attack here, though. Nice, nice, nice. So they're going to Cryptic our Omnath. That sucks. Do you think they also have a removal spell for my Sifter? Or do you think we finally get the Jace off the table here? Omnath's the easier discard. Well, both Urza and Omnath are tough with Moon. I'd have to hit our dude. Which one's more impactful? I guess Urza technically, because it gives me the construct. I'm actually gonna ditch Omnath and keep Urza, but I think we're casting neither of them. So their hand is... Alright, so let's go to combat, try to hit the Jace. It'd be different if they're... Oh wow, now we draw Provisioner. Alright. Playing out Provisioner might be better than playing Dwellers. So begin combat. Can I attack with this? They do have 5 cards in their hand. Like, yes, just because 2 of them are a test and force. Alright, let's try to get the Jace off the table. I mean, Dwellers does put them in a more awkward spot, though. Maybe I am just supposed to cast this guy. Jace hits the bin. I don't really want to play Provisioner on a turn we're not immediately making the food. Let's just play a Dwellers, and I don't have to cast the Glimpse. This is just a 4/4 menace that they have to respect. Okay, so we're going to snap this. We're going to snap counterspell this. This game's coming to a head. We might be dead. It was an interesting game of Magic, though. I do think that Control's one of the tougher archetypes for us. I mean, like any other Cascade deck, right? Like, we kind of get lots of... I wouldn't call them free wins, but we have matchups where, like, the worst thing I'm playing... The worst things that we're playing through are things like... there's a Helix to the face. No? Yeah, some of the worst things we have to play through are... like a Thoughtseize or Inquisition, right? So, like, I do think that the blue decks are tough. I mean, like, it looks like this guy is gunning for the like, if they're playing Test in their sideboard, which I actually was playing a Test the last time I played Control, like, they are gunning for the Cascade decks to play Test of Talents in their sideboard. So, you know, far be it for this to be... Oh, wow, they didn't put in Cauldra? Okay. Gosh, we're going to be 1 point shy, aren't we? 1, 2, 3. So we could block here and, like, not be dead to burn spells. It's probably correct. Ditch Urza. I mean, I don't have reach. I don't have a way to deal that one last point of damage. Cauldra. Maybe this is just hard cast Cauldra. No? Okay. So, we have a hard cast Dark Dwells, but I'm still dead. Gosh, we put them to 1. This was a close game. Close games. Alright, so good games. And good luck with the... Oh no, this is the end of their league. So actually they 4-1'd. Nice. Nice opponent. This didn't resolve. Alright. Yeah, that's our only loss. I mean, if they're playing that spell, I do feel like they're gunning for decks like ours, and that's totally fine. Because it's really rather useless in a lot of other matchups, right? I mean, you can bring it in against Burn, I guess, because, like, spending 2 mana to stop a Burn spell is... I mean, like, it's serviceable in some other matchups. I do think that card's a sweet card. It's cool to see it in some sideboards. It can hose decks like ours, right? But, I mean, we'll probably lose to most control decks that have that in their sideboard. I'm not worried about it. And that's not really across the board popular. I've seen like a couple people try that spell, but it's not like this is standard in control sideboards. I do think it's a good choice because there's a variety of Cascade decks being played right now, right? Not just ours. Ours is the niche. Ours is the what the heck are you doing deck that nobody's really truly figured out yet. We're doing it with mana creatures, right? Creatures that generate mana is our current build, but let's do it. So we're 1-1. But yes, I mean, like, control is tough for our archetype. Like, there are things we could do. Like, I think playing Forces of Our Own could help if we want to make that matchup better. I don't think it's worth it. I do think that, like, click is nice. Teferis and clicks are nice because these fight other combo, which I'm actually more interested in fighting other combo than fighting control. This opener is actually not as bad as it looks. We get to Gemstone and Omnath. Yeah, actually we can keep this because of the Gemstone line. We have 2 opening hand actions. It's crazy. Alright, hey. Good luck and have fun. Yeah, Caverns is sweet, but I feel like running too many copies of that card can really hurt you. It's really okay. Like, control is tough, and it's even more tough if they're playing, you know, multiple copies of Teferi. Alright, so we're playing against Hardened Scales, it looks like. But this is a really nice curve for us, right? Turn 1. Our turn 1 is Gardens. It's gross. Hit you for 1. Yeah, sometimes this deck has some really gross draws. This is one of them. We slam Breeding Pool, Agent, go off with 4 permanents, and then we'll have a 5th permanent because the Agent hits the table. Inkmoth Nexus. Ravager, sure. That's pretty good for them. No point attacking. Ooh, actually, I might be better off playing Steam Vents out. Well, we're going to lose these lands anyway. Either way, we're shocking. It doesn't really matter. Agent, here we go. Secret Agent, man. We do still have 1 land in our hand, so even if I don't hit that many lands here, Do I want to pay life? No. Actually, wait. Is Glimpse going to hit the... Glimpse will go into the graveyard when the Goblin Dark Dweller triggers on the stack. So actually, we could pay life and try to keep going here, right? In theory? Yeah, we do. We want to put the Goblin Dark Dweller on the bottom. We get to keep going, folks. We get to keep going. We're going to scry to the bottom the Tarn. I think it's greedy, isn't it? But I'm going to bottom it. Make a permanent. Float green. Here we go. Let's keep going. We had it. We hit an Ardent Plea. So like Plea is in this case like a better, juicier hit than. Oh wow, we get to keep going maybe. Oh no, not in this case. Yes, we hit a Dark Dwellers. We have a playset though. So we ended up hitting Scalding Tarn even though I scryed it to the bottom, but that's possible because we were scrying. So let's put the Dark Dwellers on the bottom because it's not doing anything. There is no target for it actually. These triggers, not a big deal, not a big deal. We do get to keep going maybe. Or we're doing things. Right? Gain the life. Make a construct. Treasure or food token. Treasure, please. We do get to keep going here, folks. Actually, I think this might even just like hardcast Omnath. Couldn't you let the agent resolve? Not sure. Oh no, I couldn't. Because Goblin Dark Dwellers is you choose when to cast this. It's you cast it when the trigger goes off. That's a great question, Boss Rush Gaming. I wish. Okay, they've had enough. They've had enough. That was my turn too, guys. Gosh, the Gemstone Caverns is so gross. I kind of wish maybe we should have a second one in our sideboard for when we know for sure we're on the draw. I wonder if that's just better. Seriously, I wonder if this card just does want to be more copies. That was just so gross. That was so gross. I wonder if we could get away with 2 or maybe even 3 copies in the 75. Maybe not more than 2. I'm going to put that on the think tank. I'm going to put a second copy in our sideboard so we can think about it. That was just disgusting. So yeah, I mean, they're playing Hardened Scales, so Force of Vigor and Fury are just insane in this matchup. I don't think we need anything else. I don't feel like we need Chancellors. You know what? I know somebody out there is just like, no, Bruce By, no, stop. Like, I don't know. I'd rather find a different win condition. I'd almost rather just like let this be a value deck. Seriously, there's so many decks that just scoop to us just having a board of Urza Omnath and a bunch of other stuff. I don't know if we need Chancellor of the Forges. Is that like maybe the next evolution of this deck? Open a new copy. I wonder if we don't even need it. Like, of course we're gonna be against other combo decks and we're like crying but like if we were hoping to beat other combo decks, we probably just have to be the Omniscience build of this deck where it's like Emrakul's and Eldrazi. I wonder if we just get away from this. I think I'm just fine with this deck just being this dumb value deck and then like playing all of my cards. I don't know if I want to be a Chancellor build anymore. And then that frees up room for the 4th Urza and the 3rd Tireless Tracker. I really like the 2nd Plea. I don't know if I play more than that. Like, the fact that we did that against, like... Because don't get me wrong, like, my opponent's deck is very much so, like, a super beatdown kind of feel, right? Alright, so what are we cutting? 2 cards to cut. We could cut... We cut Trackers before we cut Urzas in this deck, right? Yeah. I think the Trackers are important filler, but let's just see how the playset of Urza feels even without Tracker. Yeah, I hope I explained that okay, Boss Rush. That is a great question though. But however, yeah, I almost just want the 4th Urza. Like I could see 4th Urza, 3rd Tracker, or like the Trackers haven't been all that great. I do think they're important since we're playing Urza though. So yeah, maybe 3rd Tireless Tracker. Let's just get rid of the Chancellors. Let's just be a value combo deck. Wow, we have Force. That seems good. 2 lands, but we're on the draw, but it has Force. I'll keep this on the back of Force in this matchup. It might be correct since we don't have a lot of 2-drops anyway for me to lead off on Triome. Alright, got you. Never played Dark Dwellers. Wasn't sure if it's instant cast or not. Yeah, I'm with you. Is there any cubes right now? I'm not sure. Alright, scales. Sure. I try to ignore scales when it comes to a force. Like, I'd rather hit their threats. Oh, wow, we drew a Fury, too. No red card for it yet. Actually, are we getting to the point where Fury doesn't work so much anymore? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. We're getting to the point where Furies don't work as easily if I'm going to cut Chancellors, too. What do you think about that? So we have an extra Provisioner to pitch to Force. I do feel like Force of Vigor is quite good right now. The Alzolith. Sure, you don't have a threat yet. I'm all about it. No threat yet? Awesome. The Alzolith. Rawr. Yeah, Rogren feels so good since we have this playset of gardens. Drew a Foothills, perfect. So we'll play the garden. We're good to go next turn. I mean, I could just hit their scales and their Ozolith in response to the threat they play, but I'd rather just kill their threats. Like, these just make their threats better, but I'd like to just, like, kill 2 threats with this Vigor. We may not have the luxury. Stirrings? Yeah, they're still not maybe putting a threat on the table. No. They'll Stirrings into a land if they're either Stirrings. They either have the land already or they're Stirrings into the second land. So they grab Urza Saga. That's terrifying. Oh wait, no, that's great. I get to kill Saga and the threat they're playing. This is perfect. I mean, sure, this might be a Walking Ballista and we lose our plant token. Ooh, Grafdigger's Cage. Yep, that's what we're hitting actually instead. So we're just going to hit Saga Cage. That feels great. This card is bonkers. See ya, opponent. See ya. Bye-bye. Sure, they could have had Welding Jar here. I know their deck plays Welding Jar, so it wouldn't protect Saga. Let me just blow up your land and also your hate card. Alright, Outburst is interesting, but I think we just play Agent. Agent's the better proactive play. We could get a basic because we're shuffling away these things anyway. Oh wow, we drew a red card for Fury. That's another reason to go Agent. Secret Agent Man. Secret Agent Man. Alright, Glimpsing. I don't have another land in my hand. We actually could have just killed us ourselves, actually, now that I think about it. Okay, we're good. Should I shock? Yes. Yes, we have so much mana. Oh, Urza. Oh, Urza. I think the Urza build is actually really excellent. I think we've found something, guys. I think the Urza is good enough that we may just want to play the 4th one. If we make a big construct, who's the artifact deck now? Who's the artifact deck now? I should just auto yield to I should auto yield to the Graft on Llanowar Reboard. I get to keep going, guys, don't I? Ardent Plea is white, blue. Yeah, we get to keep going, guys. Or we get to keep comboing, rather. All right, let's auto yield to this trigger from our opponent. Guys, we get to keep going and float extra mana. Watch this. So Urza, oh, this is awesome. The Urza's working. Guys, the Urza's working. It's working. All right, White Source, Ardent Plea. Here we go. It's working. And we're going to have 2 blue mana even after we do this. Holy cow. Holy cow. Here we go. Let's keep going. All right, let's hit another mana creature, right? We need Provisioners, we need Urzas, we need Omnaths. There's an Omnath. Let's just pay the life. Why not? All right, Goblin Dark Dwellers on the Glimpse. Everybody else. All these other triggers. Holy triggers, Batman. Oh, we didn't hit an Urza this time. It's fine. I'm not covering up my opponent's permanents to be rude. It's just, it helps me do my combo. All right. Oh, you know what? We took out Chancellor, so at some point maybe we should stop You and I have very different definitions of fun. Are you sure? We're both playing artifact decks. And so do you. Like, am I supposed to keep going, or do we... I mean, I'm pretty sure... Well, yeah, we do keep going, right? I float all my mana. Yeah, we keep going. We just keep going. We just keep going. I'm just wondering if at some point do I need to start cracking clues to draw cards. Which was a weakness of the deck before, but actually I don't think it is anymore. I think maybe I do start drawing. Yeah, maybe I do start drawing. Well, let's float all our mana first. I think I do draw a couple cards here. Drew into a shardless. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Chancellors are out, right? So what am I trying to accomplish? Just a crazy Urza board? One more clue. Alright, I drew into a mountain. Maybe I'll stop there. Alright, let's keep going. I want to leave some mana floated. This deck is awesome. I'm really enjoying this archetype. Glimpse. Let's keep going. Alright, we can pay the life, right? I'm hoping to draw into my other force. Isn't that what we're trying to accomplish? Now I know what we're trying to accomplish. I'm trying to grab our other force, maybe. Alright. Maybe this is where I stop. Oh, wow, we hit the Provisioner. That's so much mana. That's so much mana. Holy mana, Batman. My goodness. My goodness, that's a lot. We drew the mountain, so... We could go get basic forest off of a foothills. I mean, we certainly are going to. Alright, let's auto yield to some of our stuff too. Always yield. Always yield. Bunch of treasure tokens. We got 17 minutes to do this. Yep. Yep. They need to be auto-yielded to their Llanowar Reborn. They just haven't realized it yet. You can turn off the auto-yield. Alright. So let's fetch. Make more mana. So let's definitely grab the Force, because that's a freebie. I don't know... Treasure token. Make lots of mana. Actually, no, we should. We don't have to shock it. I'll just go grab the Triome. Get more triggers here. So we have tons of mana. I could just hardcast Fury as well. So what are we hoping to accomplish here now? Let's float our mana. Let's draw a couple more cards before we make our decision. Because that's really all I'm trying to accomplish is find the force, right? Alright, let's agent and try to keep going. We should find... We have 29 cards left. So how many permanents is this? 1, 2, 3. I don't want to deck myself. So hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 plus 8. So that doesn't deck us, but that's probably where we stop, actually, folks. And I think we're satisfied with that. I am satisfied. I'm finally satisfied, folks. Cast. Okay, we hit an Urza. We hit... And we're going to get to cast an Omnath. So this is like best case scenario. Nope. 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 Lots of triggers. So Fury doesn't hit anything, but that's fine. I have a bunch of Dark Dwellers that we don't want to keep going with, right? I only have 21 cards left in my deck. I think we're finally happy, right? Because I get to draw a bunch of cards with all these clues. We have Urza mana. Yeah. So we will target these glimpses, but I'm choosing not to use it. And you would normally split the glimpse targets. Yeah. I don't think our deck actually needs something silly like a silly finisher anymore. I think that Urza and just draw our whole deck and draw obviously we need to draw the sideboard cards post board, right? Nothing to target with my Fury. We do have a basic forest to fetch out of our deck with these Misties. We may still want to play Furies in our deck. Alright, make me a construct. Our board's good enough. I should have fetched before the temple trigger went off. I'm gonna say no here. Actually, I think our board is very happy finally, so no. This is just fair magic, guys. Just fair magic. What about Rhythm of the Wild? Because then you can get the win. That was the thing that gives all of our non-token creatures Riot, right? And then also gives Uncounterable. I think this might be useful out of the sideboard. This is a red card for Fury, and it also makes our Omnath uncounterable. Yeah, it would also haste our whole army. Maybe you're onto something, Boss Rush. With like a one of Rhythm of the Wild somewhere in our 75. Maybe that's better than the third Tireless Tracker. Maybe you're right, because that would let us just haste. I told them my deck is an artifact deck. My deck is an artifact deck. My deck is. My deck is an artifact deck. Blah, blah, blah. My deck is an artifact deck. Yeah, I think the Rhythm of the Wild is actually a really cool suggestion. Crater Hoof Behemoth. I don't think we need potentially Chancellor. Let's add the second gemstone to the sideboard once we know that we're on the draw. Let's cut the third. Let's not play a third Tireless Tracker. Let's still play Furies. I want to get our red count up, and Rhythm would do that. Maybe we don't play that many ley lines. Maybe we do just play two. I mean, Vigor's so good. Yeah, the rhythm plan is really sweet. That way, at least even game one, we have something we're trying to hit as we're looping through our deck. I played a Rhythm. You switched to Scampering Scorcher. Thank you for all the card suggestions, guys. I feel like we're turning this into a real DAC and a half. Hey, real DAC fading and a half. Good luck and have fun. Alright, my opponent was playing Goblins a few days ago. That's not what they're playing anymore. They're playing Elementals. Or something else that could play Kahira, but it's probably Elementals. Aw, we have Gemstone, but no. Sad, sad, sad day. This is a mulligan. We can't really keep this either. That's not good. What does this hand do? Try to find another red source to suspend Glimpse. Alright, we're going to 5. This 5 works, and we'll put the gemstone back. Or maybe we don't. No, we could. We could put gemstone back. It doesn't really help us. We need third land of a different color anyway. This hand does double sift. So this hand actually, this 5 isn't as bad as it looks. Put back the Caverns and put back a Glimpse instead of the Plea. I think we're just hoping to find a different, well, we're hoping to find white source, right? I'm not playing Risen Reef anymore. We moved past it. Yeah, that's awesome. This is really good in the elemental build, Kilgore. I'm not playing Risen Reef anymore. We've I'm not saying that we're better because of it, but I'm more of like a artifact build now. And maybe this is still a sideboard plan, by the way, this idea. I know you're not on it, but when you were, Scampering Scorcher's fine. Yeah, that's awesome because it gives all of your elementals haste. I love that idea, Kilgore. That's awesome. All right, so they're an Aether Vial. I mean, they're elementals. We figured that by the time we saw Kahira, right? We didn't need to see a Cavern. Okay, Temple. Temple is not better than me evoking on time. We did play a tough matchup. We played against a control deck playing that one instant, or that one counter spell that hits instants or sorceries and exiles the rest. It was like it was a Stoneforge. It was a Jeskai Stoneblade build. It's tough. So that's the only thing we've lost to so far this league. Which, I mean, that'll be naturally what preys on not just Cascade decks like ours, but just Cascade decks in general. Alright, this is a Voice Resurgence. You got it. I don't really care. Tireless is awesome. Alright, let's Temple and see if we can scry into the kill next turn. Let's bottom that. Let's Sift again. This is a Moldify from us, and this is still very good. Maybe. Maybe it's good. They probably don't have permission. Game 1. They might slide into Subtlety, but we don't care about Subtlety either. Harbinge, try to go get a main board Fulminator Mage. I do think Elementals is like a really fun deck, though, what our opponent's doing. I do think that is like a really fun little deck. They've probably got like Pitch. Okay, they go grab Solitude. Sure. We don't care too much. I care a little bit. What? I scried to the bottom glimpse and we see another one, huh? Alright. So we'll do this and they'll maybe kill it with Solitude. If they don't... Our 5 actually isn't going to do it. Cut it, guys. Yeah, we did. I did scry to the bottom with Temple. Puts a trigger on the stack. Puts a card on the bottom of their library. We did. Alright, they're kind of going off here. The Risen Reef makes it so that they don't go down cards as they use cards like Solitude and such. Be crazy if they also have the Ephemerate here. Alright, so they're Furying. My Provisioner seems correct. Can't let me get that colored mana I kind of desperately need here. But we see any white source, any fetch. We should be good to go. It's a very dead Provisioner. Yeah, it's so cool that Risen Reef makes it so they don't go down a card. Cut Temple for Gemstone. Ooh, yeah. That's a great suggestion. We could get away with the first few copies of Gemstone, wouldn't we? Couldn't we? Do you think just like the white sources I'm playing should just be Gemstone mines? That's a good point. Maybe these should just be a couple of Gemstone mines and then we play Triome. That's actually a really great suggestion. Kilgore. You run 2 Gemstones. And maybe the Temple of Epiphany is just like too many tap lands too. You want a single Sacred. Ah, okay. So maybe instead of my Temple of Epiphany nonsense. Sacred. Well, we should definitely crack a clue here and try to find the land. Oh, I could have suspended Glimpse. That was actually what I should have done maybe instead. Whoops. I don't know. I feel like that's going to go off too late, though. Maybe. Maybe not. Opponent's beatdown's not that scary yet. We could see them play third land, put Kahira in their hand, and then Vial in Kahira, get an extra bunch of damage. It's another Risen Reef. They've certainly got the value thing going. Yeah, Flamekin's sweet when it comes to Risen Reefs because of the way you stack the triggers. You do the Flamekin first, then you get to draw into what you're tutoring for. Really, really neat synergy. They could go get more free pitch elementals. Yeah, elementals looks real good now with the free pitch elementals, I gotta tell you. I think we're losing this first game, sadly. I mean, granted, it was a Moldify. Unless they've got, like, forces or something they're boarding into, I think we're okay. The best thing they could probably bring in is, what, Fulminator Mages? They play Fulminator Mages. Their deck can handle red-red. Yeah, I like that, Kilgore. Thank you for the suggestion. We'll play some mines and and maybe foundry. So if I'm playing foundry, does that mean I don't want Misty anymore? We thought that Misty was the ideal fetch for this deck, but maybe Scalding Tarn Wooded Foothills is better now. These would get everything in our deck if we're gonna play Foundry, whereas Misty doesn't get Foundry. So like, would the deck switch some of the Misties into Scalding Tarns then? I'm all for redesigning the mana base. Mana base design is very much a weakness of my brewing. I know I mention that relatively often to you guys. I realize it's a weakness in my skill set. So I do appreciate somebody else coming behind us and helping me plow a trail with our mana base. All right, white source, please, or a different cascader. White source or a different cascader, please. Yeah, I really appreciate that, Kilgore Trout. Thank you so much. We had a great league leading up to this, but like now the colors are finally destroying us. And I think the temple is greedy, so we'll cut it. I was ready to cut that temple maybe a while ago. Yeah, so we'll play Tarns if we're going to play a Foundry then. Finds everything in the deck. Right? Except for Stomping Ground? No, it finds Stomping Ground. I think Scalding Tarn finds everything. Yeah, okay. So Misty's the weakest fetch now, maybe. Goblin Dark Dwell. Doesn't quite cut it. So we could suspend Glimpse. What's their damage output here? They can put Kahira in hand, though. I mean, they probably already know what we're up to. I should have suspended this last turn instead of just drawing with a clue. I think it's definitely too slow now, though, so maybe I should just not even bother and just crack a clue or two. Digging for the white source. I don't think I have 3 turns left. I'm at 11. They have 5 damage, 6 damage on the table. Yeah, this is wrong. I should have just cracked a clue or two. Which doesn't feel great because we want more permanence, but it's like I need to dig to the white source. They put into Solitude. Maybe they just put both of their free pitches in. Yeah, this is cool. Like, Solitude, like, literally just lets them cycle to some more cards. Okay, they are an ephemerate build. Alright. A lot of those builds are. We weren't gonna get there even if I cracked both clues. So that's my bad, folks. I don't think we do any boarding, but I am tempted to see if the deck functions without Chancellor, because that's actually the direction I'm headed us in, or I'm heading the deck in, I think, is just not bothering with Chancellor. I do like the Rhythm of the Wild idea. Maybe even more than a third tracker. If we were to play it, we might as well consider it in the main board. I do like this idea from Boss Rush, actually. Not because it helps us against control, but because it hates our whole team. Because I have a lot of different creature types now, right? Like we've got Construct, we've got not that we care about Urza being able to attack with haste, but let's see, we've got Goblin, Construct, Elemental, you know, like Human. These are Scouts. Like we've got so many different creature types. I know it doesn't make the Colony Garden tokens get to attack, and also Shardless Agent. So like, I do think Rhythm could be really sweet, and it's green and it's red for Fury and Force, so it's the ideal colors too. Maybe it's still a sideboard card, and we just do value game 1. We don't worry about having haste, but I don't mind our team having haste, but it still might be win more. I mean, I feel like, yeah, it still might be win more. Maybe just third Tireless Tracker. I do wish we were running more early stuff. Without Chancellor, I'm not running early stuff. This could also just be that other filler card we were playing, which was Beast. Lovestruck. Alright, anyways, let's figure out our sideboard sitch here. So if we're going to be greedy and not bother with Chancellor, do we just play Fury? I feel like Fury sets them back. The Elementals deck. Bone Crusher is interesting. I mean, Fury is also something nice to combo off too in the creature matchups. Like, if we only half combo, it's nice to combo 2 Fury. In other words, like, end the game at a state where we hit multiple Furies is actually... we've liked that in the past. That's been good enough. So yeah, I don't know if the deck just needs the Chancellor kill anymore. The more I'm working with it. Temple. And I do think against elementals, value might be good enough. So let's try it. Like, if we wanted to be combo, like I said earlier, I think we should just be on Omniscience and Eldrazi, right? This hand's fine. They probably don't have interaction for this. I mean, they might in their sideboard. I don't know. They're mulliganing. They're mulliganing. Well, they're mulliganing to whatever they have. Maybe they have, like, Grafdigger's Cage. Maybe I should have thought about Cage. What's up, Philosopher? Good morning. Yeah, maybe I should have thought about Grafdigger's Cage. They're mulliganing pretty hard here. I mean, like, this also... Force of Vigors also hit... they do hit Aether Vial, as well as other hate pieces my opponent might be playing. So yeah, we might just be getting... we'll play Triumph. Yeah, we might just be getting forced. I mean, not forced. Grafdigger's Caged. Nope, they didn't play it, so... But that might have been what they were digging, too. So let's keep that in mind. Garden, go. Do you guys think that Elementals plays Grafdigger Cages? Or Cage? You think it's possible? Maybe we should bring in just like a general out, like Borrowers, because it looks like they're going for hate pieces, if anything. Maybe we should play the Borrowers next game. Well, we'll find out whatever their hate is right here, right? Whatever their hate is, we're gonna find it out right here. It's a little greedy, but I'm gonna go off with just this many permanents, or try to. Yeah, with all living in, graveyard hate's expected though. Yeah, that's very true. Cast, here we go. That wasn't too bad. That was not too bad. We end up with quite a few more permanents because we hit a Wave Sifter. Like, our opponent, I'm sure, is just like, what? This isn't that exciting. And sure, if they have a Fury, they clear out the Wave Sifter in the garden. I mean, they won't kill... They wouldn't also kill my plant, but... Yeah, this wasn't too bad, actually. Let the brew flow through you. Oh, they're killing something. Or they're fetching for their turn. They're just fetching. Yeah, Wave Sifter is also just a good thing to hit off of Glimpse. Seriously. Because you get to keep the body as well. Elemental, do nothing. Okay. Okay, so if I garden, I'm not going off again. So obviously we do the line that lets me go off again. Let's go to combat first, maybe. Since we're not playing something like Rhythm, I think it's fine to just attack here. And we're not going off multiple times unless I hit like Urza, right? Which we might. Does this happen, opponent? Here we go. Second glimpse. Maybe we hit a goblin this time. We get to keep going. I didn't, but I hit Provisioner. We do on our mana, right? Yes. And I'm at 15. Let's just make mana. I'm just trying to play out my Omnath. Who's the elemental deck now, right? We're playing against elemental tribal, and here I am Omnathing. Right? Don't I just fetch, play Omnath? No, I don't. We play Omnath, then fetch. Right? Well, it's... Hang on. I've been making misplays with Omnath earlier in the league, or just in general, I think, because I haven't played this card a lot myself, and I have no problem admitting that. I have not played a lot of Omnath Locus of Creation in my Magic career. So, real quick, guys. If I don't crack these fetches, and I play Omnath off of my treasures, so we go like blue, green, white, red, play Omnath, fetch, I don't get anything but the last trigger, right? Because I already played my first land this turn. Or we've already had a bunch of landfalls happen this turn. Correct? Or is it just since Omnath has been on the table? Does anybody know? I'm sure somebody else in the chat plays with this card more than I do. Does anybody know? So, like, I've already had lands enter the battlefield this turn. Because if it's the second time, and I think it's not tracking with when the Omnath hits, I think it's just if it's the second time I've played a land this turn, right? Which almost makes me worry that sometimes Omnath might be weaker than Urza, right? This was maybe a spot where Urza, High Lord Artificer, was stronger than Omnath, perhaps. I know it's sacrilege for me to say, right? We could also just mainboard a Brazen Borrower. Is the other? I'm sorry. I'm also thinking about how we want the deck to look in the future. Does anybody know, folks, in the chat? Let me let them know we're thinking. Like, obviously what we're doing is playing at Omnath. I don't think I actually get extra triggers. This also doesn't help me cast the Omnath, though. Maybe I should just do it because we don't want to spend the life points, actually. Maybe that's where I'm at. Alright, play out Omnath. Draw a card. Drew a Hallowed Fountain. You know what? Just because I want to peek, I'm piquing my curiosity here. I will fetch now. I don't think it's going to trigger the Om. You do get extra triggers? Oh. So it's okay. So it is since the Omnath has hit the table. Ah. Okay. So make lots of colors. Do we just cast another Omnath? Draw a card? That seems kind of weak to me. No, it's not. We want to draw cards. Yeah. We cycle this, don't we? Nah, maybe we don't because they're playing a Solitude deck. I think I'm satisfied. This is our turn 4. Not bad. I think we're satisfied. They probably try to kill my Omnath here. Alright, they're flashing in an Endurance. You got it. They're trying to... So they did bring an Endurance to fight over my Goblin Dark Dweller looping. They did it to themselves. They did not bother to get the ones in my bin. Okay. And we want to hardcast our Fury. We don't want to pitch it anyway. Like, sure, I have a redundant Omnath. This is Wave. The way that their deck is constructed, they don't really want to start doing their free pitch elementals until they've gotten Risen Reef on the table. So we may see them like Solitude my Omnath right here. They also would rather wait to do it until they have open mana because they're also playing Ephemerate. Yeah, thank you for that, Girthquake. I appreciate you. Alright, so we get to kill at least their Risen Reef here. I think it is worth getting rid of the Risen Reef. It's Garden still, right? We always want to try to generate more permanents. I think we're okay sacrificing a treasure to play the Fury. I need second red source anyway, and neither of these help us do that. So yeah, so we'll get an Omnath Trig. We'll make another treasure. This thing's so awesome for our deck. This thing is really important to this archetype. I'm so glad we started playing a playset of this card, Treasure Token. This was a league where we only had three Urzas. Alright, so yeah, we just hardcast this Fury. Kill this card. It's their build around. It's the true build around of... I mean, people would argue it's also the build around of our deck. I'm not so sure. Like, in some spots, Provisioner makes a lot more mana than Omnath, but Omnath, of course, is just the stronger card. I can't kill both creatures. Maybe I should have attacked. Actually, wait. No, we could. We can make it so that they don't have great blocks. Yeah, that's the correct play. I should have attacked first and then Furied. I think. We may see them do a pitch elemental here because the Fury's on the table. Okay. So we have good attacks everywhere. I have made so much mana already with Provisioner. I think it's okay if they trade for it. I think I just want them to be dead. They did get us game 1. Well, we also didn't really do anything. They take all of it. Sure. They're 2. Yeah, I mean, to defend my opponent's position here, they did take a mulligan to 5. Looking for what? I don't know. I mean, they ended up showing us... is this an Omnath? That's pretty good. Could get them back in. Gain life. Fetch, make mana. Card's pretty broken. Card's pretty broken. I would agree. This is Hardcast Solitude. No, it's a Yasharn. Okay. Alright. Does this mean I can't sacrifice my treasures, though? That's great. That's really neat in this matchup, actually. I can't sacrifice my treasures to make... Can't pay life or sacrifice non-land permanents. Oh, wait. Yeah, I don't think I can crack my treasures now. Yeah, I can't because of Yasharn. That's sweet. We could kill the Yasharn here, though, with this Fury I've just drawn. Oh, no, I can't. I can't cast it. I need red, and I don't have it. Awkward. Well, we mash with our whole team and they still die, right? Can I crack the food either? I can't. Yeah, because Yasharn actually totally turns off treasures and foods. That's hilarious. Hiya! They're at 5. Good block. Good block. Good block. Still dead? Yeah. Okay. They have to block Fury. So hopefully they don't have an Ephemerate here. Yeah, gosh, look at this, guys. Yasharn turning off what we're trying to do here. So they go to 1. Never mind, it's even worse. They have an Ephemerate. They Ephemerate their Omnath. Why not Fury? Oh, you're right. I should have Fury to block her away. Duh. I also could have Furied in response to that Ephemerate. That was dumb. I'm making all sorts of silly mistakes now. You're totally right, folks. Oh, why is it not letting me Fury right now, though? Hang on. Does Yasharn turn that off, too? Oh, yeah, it doesn't have Flash. Yeah, I should have Furied. We win. We would have won if I Furied. I don't know why I didn't consider it. That was dumb. They're Force of Vigoring my agents. Gross. So if we can get Yasharn off the board, which I can, my foods work again. That was really dumb of me, folks. I'm sitting here with, like, the potential win. Like, I didn't want to have to crack the Omnath in my hand, but we already have one in play. What am I doing? What am I doing, opponents? Or folks? Should I even wait till next turn? They're going to draw another card off the Omnath. Wow, this is really bad. This mistake maybe cost us this game. That's funny. I mean, not haha funny, like sad funny. So getting their Yasharn off the table just lets me play out my other. Well, no, I won't be able to play out the Omnath because we'd exile it. Am I supposed to wait now? Fury on the green white creature. I can't hardcast it. I could pitch Omnath to do it. We know that they've got. And let's not forget about the Kahira. I know I've got they have an Ephemerate that they want to play on their Omnath. Maybe I'm supposed to kill their Omnath in response to the Ephemerate rebounding. Yeah, I don't know, Kriv. That was a big mistake on my part. We had the win, maybe. Like, sure, they had Force. I don't know, now I'm just playing into if they have a second Ephemerate in their hand, right? Or no, I'm not. Fury doesn't have... Why do I keep thinking that it's like Solitude? It's not. It's not nearly that card. Yeah, I think I should have just second main Fury the... maybe the Omnath. But killing Yasharn, though, turns on our treasure, which is important. Man, I'm not in love with that mistake I made. Wow, and now they're just going to play out the Kahira, and now their creatures are bigger. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I'm just throwing this, folks. The Kahira is really good in their deck because it gives Vigilance, actually. Why not attack with Omnath there? Oh, it's summoning sick because of the Ephemerate. Okay. So let's see if I can get us back into this mess. I've made a mess of this. All right. Okay, Tarn. Never mind, we're back in. Maybe. Deck was very kind to me. Oh, no, I can't. I can't even crack my turn. There's a lot you can't do when it comes to Yasharn. Yeah, I can't use the Tarn. So am I supposed to go to combat, see how they block, and then second main Fury the remains? Gosh, this is really bad. This is really, really bad. We do have Exalted. So like it's not like our Omnath attack is awful. It is going to be a 5/5. Man, I really threw this game. I think I was supposed to Fury last turn at some point because we knew about the Kahira, so they don't bother blocking. I like it. I think that's wise. If I Fury, it's just the Kahira that I Fury. Man, that feels so bad. I really threw this, guys. Yeah, the Yasharn really turns off a lot of our deck. I didn't realize the whole treasure component. I mean, we still have some really powerful top decks like Urza and such. But play Omnath? I can't. Oh, no, I could. I could play my second Omnath. I do have all the colors needed. Maybe that's what I do instead. I don't know. If I don't Fury this, like, their board is just so good, though. What am I hoping to draw to? All right, let's focus here. Let's focus up, guys, because I'm sitting here a little no tilt whatsoever, but just like perplexed as to what I'm supposed to do. Keep the untapped one, draw a card. It's literally all that does. Okay, cool. We have a plan now. Dark Dwell. And no, I'm not going to pitch the Dark Dwellers. Our plan is to combo off. Hopefully they haven't drawn into another Endurance. I think we're maybe losing to my opponent's mulligan to 5. That's all good, right? We mulled to 5. Our deck didn't do its thing. I made a legitimate misplay. I do think a block might be correct. I don't know. We have a lot of life points to work with. Well, no, we don't. If they do end up having the we don't have a second red mana. Oh, that's truth. So no, I should have just Furied the Kahira. That feels so bad just to Fury a Kahira. I don't want to kill their Voice of Resurgence. It'd be pretty big now. Drew a Garden. Yeah, you're right. I can't Dwellers. Gosh, are we really just pitching? They'll block with their Voice. I think we're losing this game just because of my misplay 2 turns ago. I mean, we're on the... It's not good enough anymore for me to... I mean, Omnath does buy us a lot of life points. It does block the Kahira. I could block one of their dudes next turn. I think I am trying to draw to a red source, other than a fetch. You can pass. Yeah, I think I have to. I mean, we're gonna keep gaining life with every land that I draw that isn't a red source, until they remove my Omnath, which I don't know if they're going to. Well, they could hardcast the Solitude at this point on my Omnath. Just the big boys. I think a plant block is correct. It's not like I can crack the food token we made. So it's block. No Voice of Resurgence attack? It's interesting. We just need a shock. Cascade, yeah. I just hope they don't have another Endurance. They showed us Endurance earlier. They shocked. Did they? No, they played Windswept. Tireless Tracker. Okay. So that's a clue and some life. Clue is a redraw. We take the redraw. Oh, I can't even crack my clues. Wow, this card does a whole lot. That's hilarious. I keep thinking, oh yeah, we can do our thing now, guys. No, I can't. Like, oh yeah, we can. We totally can. I mean, now me considering the double block on Yasharn is just awful, right? They have Furies. They have Solitudes. There's so many things I lose to if I go for the double block, but it might be correct because we were losing anyway. And we're looking to Dwellers our board away anyhow. Oh, here's the Solitude. Man, this is hilarious. I think this is a loss for us, folks. Oh, they take my tracker instead? Okay. They don't want to take my Omnath that's gaining me 4 life. A bunch. Okay. They could have really got me, though, with the Solitude, right? That's not true, because then they might have... Well, they wouldn't have needed to flash it, right? Am I at the point where I have to consider blocking Voice? I don't really want to. Punts happen, the only way to get better. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm not like... Certainly, I hope you guys don't realize... I hope none of you are thinking I'm on tilt or something. Like, I am learning a lot from this mistake, that's true. But, yeah, that's unfortunate. Sift is just a body. I can't crack the clues. Wow, we've run into some like really interesting cards that hate on us tonight. This is one of them. We ran into Although I do think the spell out of our blue-eye control. Sorry, they were Jeskai. Our Jeskai Stoneblade control player. I do think that that card we're gonna see. Yasharn though, this is awesome. I was thinking about playing a deck that had Yasharn in it a few weeks ago. It wasn't this deck, but it was a different deck that could play Yasharn. And I was like, I just don't think that card does enough, but it certainly does enough against us. The fact, yeah. Does this, wait, this turns off Asmore. Hold on. This turns off Asmore. Maybe Yasharn is like legit now with all the Asmore decks floating around. Maybe that's why they're playing that card, and it does happen to turn off my treasure stuff. That's awesome. Okay, I love it. I like this a lot. I think this is a lot less specific than that blue counterspell we saw out of our Jeskai opponent sideboard. This is actually really sweet. Yeah, turning off Asmore is important. All right, well, we have one more chance. Yeah, it seems legit now. Yeah. I mean, like, obviously, it's just an unfortunate side effect that it works against what we're doing. But is this an ephemerate? Exile my creature, but we're gaining a lot of life, so I think I get like one more turn, right? Also, if they Solitude away the Wave Sifter, they don't get to attack with the Solitude, which it might not be correct for them to ephemerate the Solitude. They're going to, though, so they're going to gain me some more life. I either had a block or I have some life points, but they don't get to attack with the Solitude. So we go up to 19, but we take a lot. We take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 13, 16, nearly lethal. Wasn't it lethal if they didn't ephemerate their Solitude? I think it was lethal. Yeah, it was lethal if they didn't ephemerate my Solitude. All right, red source, please. Or a different Cascader. Aww. It's funny. Yeah, I can't crack my fetches. I mean, Yasharn has always worked against fetches. Like, it does work against other things. Good games. And good luck with the rest of your league. That's awesome. Yeah, it turns off my treasures. Like, we have all this mana, but I can't access it. And yeah, I think we made a mistake a lot earlier. Opponent says same to us. That's nice of them. Are we still prized, though, despite my misplay? I think we've prized each time that we've added on the mana creatures to the deck. We have room for one more card. I do think this is a 24 land deck. I do really want to try some other early stuff, though. I mean, like, Tireless Tracker is just here because we're playing Urzas, right? So we have the full 12 mana creation creatures now, with Urza and Omnath just being strong. If we kind of go with our mid-range plan, we're playing 2 Pleas. So we have 10 Cascade spells. Yeah, I mean, I kind of want more early game plays. We're moving away from Chancellor, which a lot of you folks were just like, rage. Bruce Spy, you can't do that. Bruce Spy, you can't do that. I just did. I got rid of it. We could main deck the Rhythm, but I think game 1 I'm fine with just value. And then we have access to this post board. If we're up against something faster than us, we want to haste our whole team. Or, I don't know, maybe this is still good even when we're on the fair plan, right? This adds a power and toughness to our whole army. Or hastes it and lets us punch them. Maybe, I don't know. The thing is how wide am I going to go, right? These are legendary. Like, sure, I can make a big old construct. We just want to hit them with the construct, right? Yeah, this gives haste to the construct. Maybe we should try this in the main board instead of like Lovestruck Beast or whatever. I don't know. Oh, we do need to change our mana base though, so I do need to return the deck so I can get us from Misties into Scalding Tarns, because we're playing the suggested Gemstones and Sacred, which I think is correct. I think 2 Gemstone will feel really good. I cut a Leyline. I think that's fine. Yeah, 2 Borrows, 2 Bone Crush, 2 Fury, 2 Force, 3 Leyline, 2 Teferis. Yeah, this feels good. Second Gemstone, because that was just so gross against the other fast decks in the format, to just side an extra one in when we're on the draw. Flamekin's better, though. Been really happy with it in my builds. Flamekin. Yeah, that's true. Flamekin lets us attack with the Gardens for damage, too. Maybe we try a split. Yeah, Flamekin Zealot. I think it's hyphen, like you typed it. Yeah, maybe the first Flamekin could be sweet. I did talk about this card Friday. Or we did discuss this card on Friday. But, like, that's true. It does let Rhythm doesn't make the token creatures we're generating. Oh, it's non-token creatures, so no, it wouldn't haste my construct. Excuse me. Yeah, Rhythm is non-token, but I do like it out of the board against. It's red green, and we're both a Fury Vigor deck, but also yeah, I think I actually still might want to test it. And we'll cut something else from the sideboard. Have I tried Behemoth yet? Just play straight up Craterhoof Behemoth. That's spicy. That's spicy. Just play straight up Craterhoof Behemoth. Let's try the Flamekin. I think that's a really cool suggestion from Zestern. Thank you for the suggestion, Zestern. Thank you for sharing your technology with us. Yeah, had a lot of support over the last since Friday. We've had a lot of support of people suggesting cards. Thank you guys for that. I do want to try a second Gemstone. I think Bone Crusher's been kind of weak. I feel like I just want more Furies and Forces. Forces of Vigor, not Force of Negation. Although our blue count is better with an Urza build. I mean, maybe we should just be playing all the different free pitch stuff. Well, no, Brazen Borrower's been nice, but yeah, I wonder if here I'll return the deck and then we'll see what we can afford, because I was only able to afford 1 Force, and then we decided we wanted 2 Force of Vigor instead. Because I do have some constraints. I do have a budget constraint. So obviously, if you guys don't have a budget constraint, you can play this pretty much any way that you want. Oh, Teferi's also expensive right now. That was also the other expense. Yeah, but let's try 2 Gemstone, because I think we can handle 1 in the main board, and then having the extra 1 to bring in post board is kind of sweet. I guess we would just like cut the Singleton Misty Rainforest or something, because it's the weakest. I mean, we could just play 2 Gemstones and then we save a sideboard slot, and like it doesn't come up too often that the Gemstone screws us. I almost wonder if that's the better play, and that would also free up my budget a little bit, because I actually don't own my own Misties right now. Maybe we just play the second one in the main board. I know that seems weird. It's like, Bruce Pie, we're trying to get more rainbowy, but the utility in this deck, the utility. I mean, obviously it only works if it's in the opener. It only works if we're on the draw. I don't think the deck could support more than 2 copies of this in the 75. Yeah, let's try Rhythm. So that still lets me run the same sideboard we have right now. I mean, I do think it's like happier as a sideboard card, but I also wonder, because like you really just want it when you know you're for sure on the draw. Yeah, the Urzas looked really good. I really like the Urzas with this this tireless build. I do think that Urza wants at least 2 trackers in addition to the Provisioners, though. Yeah, I think the Lovestruck Beast just didn't do enough. Like, sure, it gave us something else early to be doing, but I think we're happy just making land drops, making plants, making Sifters. Like, because the Lovestruck Beast token is vulnerable, right? So we really want something that like makes a treasure or makes, and there's really nothing else like Wave Sifter that I'm aware of, in the format, right? Yeah, that Flamekin is spicy. You guys have any more thoughts? It's a spicy Flamekin. It's awesome that Yesha is actually a legitimate card right now. Yeah, there's a lot of Asmore. Alright, so we'll be greedy though. 2 Gemstones. And let's see. Yes, we ended up just cutting the Misty. How'd my league go? We went 3-2. We did lose to a Jeskai. We lost to a Jeskai Stoneblade that was playing a very hateful sideboard for Cascade decks, which I think is a smart plan. I do think that's good. We've liked the Vendilion Click enough that I'm going to leave it in. Let's continue to play the adventure cards. Let's continue to just play a 2 of a Fury. I'm going to try a split Zestern of... because Rhythm's better at post board once we know we're up against a counterspell style deck. But I think I'm down to try your Flamekin technology. I'm down. I'm interested. It's a little awkward with our place at a colony garden, right? But I think we could theoretically hardcast this card on occasion. Like, Rhythm's a lot easier on my mana. But we're already trying to be a red-red deck. It's just, can we also be red-red single white? Whereas I think the red-red on Fury... Yeah. It's close. I think we will cast it. We also, let's not forget that we have the tireless treasure tokens to fix us. So Omnath does a good job fixing us. We would just need one other red source, right? Omnath mana. I mean, Omnath does like lots of fetches, right? I mean, like, I don't think the first Misty was crazy. Maybe we still just only run one gemstone. But I think the second one could be a reasonable decision. Like, yeah, it's gonna hurt us sometimes. It will. It will. But there are other times where it's gonna be nuts. Like, we did have where it was nuts last league. We did have a turn 1 caverns and just blow them out. I think we killed them turn 3. So I do think that the caverns is nice. Yeah, so let's get the deck as is, shall we? This is the next version. This is 1.1. Sorry, 1.2. My original shell, I borrowed some tech from this MTGO username, so I want to continue to credit them. I think that's very important to me. And there's a lot of innovators on this deck now, so I think it's moot. Yeah, so we ended up 3-2. Yeah, our only losses were the elementals in the end there, but I think I made some misplays, so it's not necessarily the deck's fault. I'm happy to take credit for that loss for us. And then, yeah, or maybe I should have mulliganed some more. I don't know. Let's refresh, see if I can rent cards again. Sweet. All right, so let's... Ooh, I think I didn't export it, though, as the right format. There we go. Oh, no, I did. Clear. I do have an Asmore deck that I'm working on, but I just don't think it's as interesting to me as this deck is. Load. This has been a really fun deck to innovate on. Thank you guys for being so patient as I grab the cards here. I think 10 Cascaders has felt good. Why didn't it... Oh, you know what? I know why. Clear. Browse. I know why. Export. There we go. Deck file. Do you have any sideboard cards that can go against my opponent's Cascade plan? Not really. Oh, no, we do. That's a great question, Philosopher. So we're playing 2 Teferis, which in the mirror or other Cascade decks it can hose. I'm also playing a Singleton Vendilion Click, so these 3 are really it. That's about it. That's about it. If we want to be better, we've got to play a second Click. I do like Vendilion Click in this archetype. We could consider playing more. Maybe I try to mainboard one of these cards. I mean, Brazen Borrower is main deckable. Maybe we don't bother with Rhythm. Maybe I don't bother with Flamekin. Maybe game 1. I'm sorry to maybe cut your tech. That's a good point. Maybe I should be a little less soft to other combo. We've main decked some of the Borrowers in the past. I really like the card because it's like it's interaction that we can do early in the game that doesn't interrupt our combo. Obviously, if we hit it during the combo, it's just a 3/1 flyer, which I mean, it's not the worst. It's a fifth flyer, three power flyer. It's more main deckable than Bone Crush Giant, I think, barely. But yeah, Philosopher, if we want to be better against other Cascade decks, we got to play more Teferis, more Vendilion Clicks. Vendilion Clicks I've really liked as we're going off too, because you just hit them and you get the triggers as you're going off. We can like fix our own draw, like we can click ourselves as we're going off. So I don't think I've actually really liked the Vendilion Clicks. Blue is a little tough, but not impossible for our mana base. It's a little tough, but not impossible. Which is all the more reason maybe not to be playing Gemstone, because I have Urzas to cast. You know, I have 4 color Omnaths to cast. I think we're just playing Gemstone for the utility, and maybe we consider. I mean, our deck is mulliganing pretty hard already, so we can just like put Gemstones from our opening hands back into the deck, and then hope to not top deck them. Because there's 22 lands in the deck that make legitimate colors, with of course, 7 of them making singular color. I mean, maybe we should just play double Triome. That's something else I've considered in this deck, is just to play the second Triome. Play also Ketria. Maybe just a second Triome would be smart, actually. Would be big brain of us. And we cut the 4th Wooded Foothills or the 2nd Gemstone Caverns. I mean, fetches play really nicely with Omnath, so I don't want to necessarily cut too many, but like maybe having a more colorful mana base is just wise. This gives me 2 Triomes with blue. Is Borrower just a hedge against mainboard hate? No, it's just I bounce something. It's not really a hedge. There's not a lot of mainboard hate, other than Teferi Time Raveler. That's the only mainboard hate I can think of. Hoof to the head is Teferi Time Ravelers, which the card is relatively popular, right? It's a powerful card. A lot of different card decks are playing Teferi Time Raveler in their mainboard. So to answer your question, the answer is yes. I mean, maybe we only play a Singleton Tireless, and we just main deck both of these, so we do beat the decks that are main decking Teferi more often. And it's hard, right? I have to be on 5 mana for that to even work. Or I need the Glimpse of Tomorrow already suspended. No, that's not true. That wouldn't work. Yeah, so I wouldn't say it's a hedge. I would say it's I mean, Tracker's just that we have the like, we're not really interested in the clues that he makes. Like, really, like, could we play Urza and find a different way to generate artifacts other than Tireless Tracker? I think the answer is no, right? We didn't find anything else that generated nearly as many artifacts as the first Tireless Tracker. I know we're a Tireless Provisioner deck before we play any trackers, but yeah, I mean, we could get away with just a Singleton Tracker, but I think with us moving into playset of Urza, I think Double Tracker's good. But yeah, this frees up our sideboard for the 3rd Fury. This frees up our sideboard for the 4th Leyline. This frees up our sideboard for the 3rd Force of Vigor. We do need to answer Grafdigger's Cages. I don't know. Blood Moon's also being main decked. Yeah, we also can bounce Blood Moon, that's true. Yeah, so Borrower in the main board does have a few different things it's hedging us against Teferi, and yeah, Blood Moon's a good one to bring up. I think I'd still rather have 4th Scalding Tarn before. I mean, that could be our first force. I think we were able to afford a Force of Negation. Maybe not. At the same time as the Forces of Vigors and everything else I'm buying. Let me find out for us. I need a breeding pool. I don't have my own gemstones. Yeah, we're good there. Need the Triome. Have a Foundry. Have that Tarn. So 3 Tarns. Have my Wooded Foothills. Have my Stomping Grounds. Have my Steam Vents. Cool. I own 1 plea. Need everything else, basically. So, yeah, we can't actually add the first force yet. Unless I'm willing to cut like a Force of Vigor, maybe? Which I don't think I am. I'll pick up the Flamekin Zealot because we might want to test it after all. Force seems solid if you can fit it. Yeah, it does. I don't know what I could cut to grab it. They're pretty expensive. Force Negation right now is 85 tickets. So let's add to cart and see where I can slim. Let's see where we can cut. We might be able to get the first force in this after all. So I'm at 515 tickets. So what are we willing to give up to... let's go to checkout. What are we willing to give up to... Oh, you know what? Actually, we're good. I already own one of my borrowers. Actually, we're good to go. We should be. me cut a borrower and see if we're under budget. I can do that off screen. That's not as fun to look at as the deck. All right, let's cut a borrower because I do own one. I need to cut 4 tickets worth. And maybe I accidentally grabbed something I already own, so let's double check that. If there's a significant change and like, there's like, maybe there's a different gemstone that's worth less. Hang on, isn't there a different gemstone art that's worth a lot less money? I think there is. Gemstone mine. I think there's an art that's worth a lot less. Yes. There are a couple different choices that are cheaper, right? No, this is the cheapest. The Weatherlight. I mean, Time Shifted is slightly cheaper. They're very close price-wise. We're going to try the Force. We did try Force, I think, last league, didn't we? Or just this previous league? No, we didn't. We didn't have it in the sideboard. We're so close. When I go to check out what's ruining us. We're so very close. I mean, I just have some random stuff I'm borrowing I could send back. But I need to free up 4 tickets somehow. Oh no, I didn't ad break you, did I? Twitch does it occasionally. So I wouldn't have done that to you on purpose. Promo Omnath is about the same as normal Omnath. If I go the other direction, if I load up on Wooded Foothills instead of Scalding Tarn, I save us enough to get Force. I don't think it's correct, but that could just be my constraint, just because I don't have the right. I mean, I don't own Misties. I have 1 Tarn in my collection, so you know, if you're playing this in paper, maybe just go the other direction. I think Tarn is slightly better because of the borrowers and the Urzas and such. Yeah, it's fine. Let's go this direction, and then I'll play. Yes. All right, let's check out. These are slightly cheaper. Oh no, wait, we're not good. Oh no, yeah, I haven't cut the. I didn't cut the Scalding Tarn yet. 2, please. Good to go. And we have a little bit of flex room if we want to rent some more cards. Which, I mean, is there anything else we'd add, or we want to just try it single tracker? So we want 5 tireless effects for Urza. Because let's not forget, like, the deck does have, I like the Brazen Borrower Hedge. So the deck does have a lot of artifacts already, right? Urza himself makes 1 artifact. Shardless are artifact creatures, right? So this I can tap for mana. The Wave Sifters make 2 artifacts. And all of these different tireless effects also generate a ton. I just have to hit 1. I mean, I think Tireless Tracker is weaker than Provisioner. Why don't we try... I want 5 tireless effects, right? The tireless creatures generate artifacts when they hit the board. Yeah, and like, clues aren't irrelevant for us. Like, that's actually how we're kind of mimicking what Reef is doing in the deck, sort of. Is that we're cracking clues to try to like dig to another cascade. Obviously, Reef is better in some cases. The problem with Reef was that you don't get to keep going off that same turn, right? Wasn't that also an issue? All right, let's play Sorter. Let's grab 1 Force. Seems great. So we have a little bit more hate for the mirror. I mean, not this mirror, obviously. I'm talking about other Cascade decks. We have 0 Graveyard hate, but then maybe that's fine. This deck doesn't always run Graveyard hate. And I think when you're a combo deck, you can get away with not running, in some cases, any or nearly as much as, you know, a fair deck would want. Yeah, I've liked this. I've liked this. We'll see if the second Triome just makes our mana a little bit happier. Because red's important, right? Blue's important. And Raugrin on top of Ketria gives us red for Glimpse, Suspend, gives us blue for Brazen and Urza, gives us blue for Vendilion Clicks and Forces, and gives us... We don't have a problem with hard casting Force of Vigor. We do have a we do have a tough time hard casting Leyline, but that's not why it's in our sideboard. We bring this in against Burn. We bring this in against Hand Disruption. So these are 4-drops. These are all 3-drops. We have so many 3-drops. These are pseudo 2-drops. Both of these slots. But yeah, I like the Borrowers enough to just mainboard them because like against aggressive decks, you just bounce a threat and it might buy you an extra turn. Maybe. And yeah, like Urza was good enough. I want to play the 4th copy. Like I want the deck to just max out. Since we're not playing an Omniscience build, I want us to just always have one of these creatures or more, right? And yeah, it stinks that Omnath and Urza are both legendary, but they're also just powerful Magic cards on their own. If we just can't hit a Cascader, but I shouldn't game 1 be keeping hands that don't lead to a Cascade if I can help it, right? We should be mulligan our 7s that don't have a Cascader, and of course, like the 10th Cascade spell. So like being in the 4 colors that lets us also play Plea is nice. We liked Plea enough that we've added a 2nd copy. So yeah, I mean, like I think Tireless Tracker is just filler. Like he's just here to make the playset of Urza function a little bit more nicely, but I think Urza still is just like we hit it and it's big construct time. Yeah, I think we're actually onto something perhaps with the Urzas. So we're gonna try the playset. Thank you guys so much for your patience. It says it's ready. No, it says stalking. It's stalking us. No, it's stalking as in grabbing the cards. Yeah, it hasn't talked to us yet. It's still. I mean, this is a real pile of cards. I'm sure they have to grab this from like a lot of different, card depositories, right? There's promo cards in here. There's, cards people actually want to play and cards that people don't. Brewer's gonna brew. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is getting a lot closer. And granted, this is an archetype that you could make an argument that you'll never really figure out what it's supposed to be doing. And a lot of people are like, no, the 2 directions you go in this archetype brew spy are, Risen Wave or Omniscience. We're going in a completely different, I mean, not completely. There's a lot of similarities, to our deck, to the Wayfinder deck. And I'm aware that like the pitch elementals like Fury are better in the Wayfinder builds, right? But I think we have reasons why we're going in a different direction. And that different direction is Urza, right? So we have reasons for the cards we're selecting. So did we not get another 4-1 with this deck? Not yet. We had one Friday. Could have been the matchups, right? Today we faced off against Jeskai Control, and they had sideboard cards gunning for the Cascade decks like ours. We played against Elementals, and I made some misplays, right? I don't think it was necessarily the deck's fault. I think that was on me. Yeah, we've liked the Borrowers. We've played as many as 2 main board in the past. We do need to bounce Teferis. We do need to bounce Blood Moons, yeah. And I don't know, they bounce an Asmore. That's not all that great. They just recasted the next turn. I don't know. We'll find something that's also worth bouncing, I'm sure. Ooh, you know what, Karnbo? I do need to, thank you for saying that. I need to update version 1.2 to what we're playing today. So let's do that. I'm going to continue to credit Shell by TC. Like, that's where I started. I did. On Friday, we started with a Shell, and then I carved out the Risen Reef, and then we slapped in the Provisioners, and we haven't looked back. I am in real life shuffling a little bit. A little bit. All right. Copy. I'm just updating our deck list. Glimpse of Tomorrow. Version 1.2. We're only a few versions in, folks. Submit. Okay, and set as current. Everyone can see it. View. And let's make a visual deck list for it too. Deck View today's visual deck list as view today's deck list as a visual spoiler, and we'll take a picture. It's awkward to take the picture before we have the cards, right? Oh wait, cards are here. Awesome. I'll take the picture after, or the screenshot. Yes. Yeah, the Teferis have felt good. The Vendilion Clicks have felt good. Force feels good. In the same way the Borrowers feel good, I think we'll like the Bone Crushers. Hopefully I got all the cards we're intending to play. Ooh, I did not pick up the Ketria, did I? Wrecked. Alright, let's still just take the picture now. I also didn't pick up the Vendilion Click. Also wrecked. Unless those are just the wrong arts, and we can update that in a second. So let's export this. Thank you guys for your patience. I appreciate you folks. I know, the most not fun part. But hey, we are a brewing stream, so there's going to be little spouts of a little bit of a downtime between leagues here and there as we debate what cards we want to add or take away or what have you. Let's see. Which is the cheapest Vendilion Click? It looks like it's a tie between Morning Tide and... Okay, let's just get that one. That's fine. It should have that many tickets left. Check out. Please have enough money. Copy. Paste. Chat. Yeah, we're good to go. It says I already have one on loan. Hold on. It says there's one already on loan. Maybe it just didn't update? It says one on loan. Reset filters. Oh no, we wanted to add a second click. That's what's going on, folks. We already had... Yes, we already did have one Vendilion Click. We're going to play two. That's what's happening. Okay. Whew. Figured it out. I was like, wait, what's happening? What's happening? We're adding a second Vendilion Click. That's what's happening. There we go. First click was good. Let's play two. It's the Triumph. Oh no, I'm getting the Triumph too. I'm getting the Triumph too. Yes. I'm ordering... I think that the first Triumph was so good, and we're such a colorful deck. I think, like, we very much so want our early game to be we play out a Triumph. I mean, maybe we should just play a 2 of Raugrin. I'm going to try a split of Ketria, but we very often have green. I mean, maybe just to balance out the Foundry, it's still correct to play the split, but maybe, yeah, maybe we should just be playing two Raugrins. I don't know. Well, but we also have these gemstones, so maybe it's fine. We're basically a rug deck splashing, what, 8 white cards? 2 Please, 2 Teferi. I mean, usually you want a split, right, when it comes to running any Triumph, but maybe this is a deck where this is the exception. I could see a spot where we draw, like, both my Gemstone Caverns and we hit both the Raugrins and we're like, dang it, we don't have green. We're so silly, but that'd be pretty rare. Let's jam. These decks are paying, these leagues are paying for themselves. Like, yes, we didn't, like, get the extra yet on this second league, but the first league we did, so let's just keep jamming. Deck's paying for itself. Let's let the train ride. Are we gonna play Scion of Draco? We actually talked about Scion of Draco. I think for this deck it's maybe not a great idea because we have some utility lands that don't count as any land type, namely the gardens and the gemstones, the gemstone lands. Both of them don't count towards Draco, but yeah, we talked about Draco briefly because Draco gives Urza and Omnath hexproof and shardless and brazen. I mean, like, it gives hexproof to every blue creature in our deck, and yeah, I do think Draco's spicy, but I think we'd have to change our mana base. We might not have to give up Colony Garden to still consider Draco, right? But like, our deck wants to turn 1 the Colony Garden. Like, that's a very ideal turn 1 for us, right? Like, our turn 1s are, at least in this current build, if we're not going to play Lovestruck Beast, that was something we were playing in the past. We were playing some beasts, but I think the deck is happier without them. But that was really the only turn 1 other play that we like. So we're pretty much tap land turn 1 very often. It's a fetch or the garden for a tapped land. Which I think that's a very normal sequencing for 4-color decks to just turn one Triome. Um, it's not unreasonable in Modern. There's a lot of other decks that start that way. All right, our opponent is a Gigantha deck. There's a plethora of... All right, well, let's see how the Foundry feels. Doesn't feel great here with my Borrower. This hand doesn't have a Cascader, so we mulligan it anyway. We are on the draw, so that Gemstone does trigger. We could keep this. And we'd pitch the Goblin Dark Dwellers, actually. Maybe the Urza? Maybe not. Dark Dwellers is really hard for us to get to enough mana to do. But it is another combo piece. Actually, maybe I'm supposed to pitch Urza. Or Tireless. Because, like, Dark Dwellers represents another Cascade. And we do get to enough mana to cast them, ideally. Maybe I'm supposed to let go of Urza, actually. Let's keep. Actually, you know what? If I'm doing the Gemstone Acceleration, we're letting go of 2 cards here. It might be correct for me to let go of Urza and Provisioner and just keep the 2 combo piece. By 2, I mean I'm very much so tempted to Gemstone. Alright, let's do that. Hey, we're learning. My opponent has played Tron in the past, so maybe that's what they're playing right now. It looks like they are. That is a Gigantha deck. They do play Gigantha as a 5/5. Okay, so we drew Urza anyway. Let's play Triome. No, we play Garden. We play Garden because we could hit a different land that lets me plea next turn. And so we'd rather have the extra permanent. Yeah, I mean, double Triome's going to hurt us sometimes. But, like, so did playing the Temples. We were playing Temples before. So, I think... I don't know. They might just have turn 3 Tron here. Ooh, Abundant Harvest in their Tron deck. Spicy. Urza's Power Plant hit off of that Abundant Harvest. Gross. Alright, they might have Natural Tron here and not need the map. We should probably plea and hope to keep going off, right? Has Goblin Engineer been any good? Alright, let's shock here. That card is a good card. I don't think it works in this deck because it interrupts our Cascade. That's our white source, actually. Oh, you know what? I can't go here. I shocked when I shouldn't have. I'm silly. I was thinking that I could go off with the Stomping Ground. I can't. My bad, folks. I just killed us, maybe. I was supposed to play the Ketria and pass and just pray that they didn't get us. Now we just definitely die. It might even be correct for me to just cycle the Triumph because of my misplay. That sucks. I think I just threw this. I think it might be correct for me to cycle the Triumph and hope for an untapped... yeah, they have Tron now. I think I'm supposed to consider cycling the Triumph because of my misplay. And hope to cycle to a blue or a white source. Man, that was bad. Alright, deck. Cycling. Yeah, I killed us. It's fine. We're learning. Man, I misplayed that so bad, folks. We could have also played the Catcher earlier, but it made sense because we had the Cascader to like play out the Garden, but it actually didn't. Because I needed to hit either white or blue source to actually make playing the Garden that early correct. So, we're learning. But it's a little frustrating for me to make that misplay. I do think that Abundant Harvest is kind of neat in Tron, perhaps. This is a Thought Not Seer. This is a Karn. So this turns off the... it doesn't turn off Urza, but it turns off the treasure mana in my deck. Karn, go get something that hoses what I'm doing. Snaring Bridge. I can still do things despite Bridge. It's fine. I don't scoop to that. But man, that was painful. So, yeah, we're just dead. I just threw this. Man, that's frustrating because we really want to... Oops, I got to keep this one. I shouldn't have played that out because that could have triggered an Omnath later. I'm just making all the mistakes this first game. Let's get it out of our system. Whew! Let's get it out of our system. We needed to take game 1 against Tron. Like, it's kind of a... It's not a free win at all, right? But, man, I'm kicking myself. Like, we had the right cards. I just threw it away. Jim says you're awesome. Oh, well, tell Jim I said thanks. We're playing our take on the Glimpse. And I'm not saying I'm not, like, think tanking with my community. Here we've had a lot of support. A lot of folks have given me some ideas. And certainly I'm observing... Okay, also Trinisphere. That's fine. I messed us up. Hey, we weren't ever going to see it. All right, cool. So Tron, we bring in Force. That's about it. We don't change much. Borrower doesn't really do enough. It does bounce like a Trinisphere, but I think that's the only change I make. Yeah, yeah, it does. It does indeed. I messed up. And hopefully... Do we want the force as well? We probably do, right? What's our blue count for force looking like these days? Pretty good, right? 16... 18... 19. If we're going to play force, I might want to bring in some other blue cards. It's normal Tron. I mean, they might even have, like, Grafdigger's Cage after board for us. Tireless Tracker's filler, so we can cut them and still maybe pull off Urza. I think we just want to have enough blue count, right? So do I want to be bouncing their permanents? I don't really think we want Vendilion Click. Let's still play the Borrowers to... Okay, so that's 21 for blue. Force and Click seem better. You see, like, Click better? You think Vendilion Click is better? Better than Borrower? I don't know, I kind of just want to bounce their Grafdigger's Cage they might be bringing in. Because Cage turns off Dwellers. And, I mean, it also just turns off Glimpse because creatures can't enter. Do you think they know you're on a Glimpse deck? Oh, yeah. I would be very surprised if they did not know. But they might not know about the deck. What's up, Toronto, Canada? Man, I threw that away. We had that first game. I'm going to try not to say that for the rest of this league. Keep. I mean, it was tough. It was a mole. It was a mole to 6 and then kind of became a mole to 5 because we did play Gemstone. And, like, the Gemstone made us faster. Let's not misplay. Let's play our Triumph. Come on. Come on, Bruce Spy. Play your Triumph. What? 2 Canadians? Impossible. Impossible. Drew Gemstone. Okay. Play this. Go. Philosopher with the Hydrate. Yep, there's the Cage. Sweet, we have Borrower. Awesome. I'm so glad we brought this in. Guys, we're so big brain. Not really. You guys know I'm saying that tongue in cheek. I make plenty of mistakes. You saw me make a very serious mistake with the lands I chose to play last game. Do they just have Tron? Wow, they have Tron again. Oh, no. They revealed Tower, so maybe they don't. Ooh, we could just play out this other Triumph, and then it's not awkward next turn. Although we're trying to go off anyway, so does it really matter? Well, we'll play it. Attack them for 0. I love it. Did you guys like that attack for 0? So smart. So smart. Such a smart Magic player, right? You guys know I'm kidding. Expedition. So they're going to have Tron. They're going to do it now. That's what I want to be doing with my creatures. Alright. I mean, they're going to bring this back down, right? So that stinks. Maybe this isn't enough for us to, like, do our thing. Maybe it's not enough. Alright, so what color do we want to float? I kind of want this to go back into our deck, don't we? Yeah, let's get rid of that. So what color are we floating? Probably blue, right? Because my hand is an Urza. Let's float blue. Or no, sorry, we're floating... I decided to float green. Okay. Oh, is it because I had garden? Alright, doing our thing, doing our thing. Hopefully we get to keep doing our thing. We may get to keep going. Oh yeah, we have Dark Dwellers and we're making 2 treasure. Yes! I'm telling you, man. Provisioner. Provisioner. We get to keep going, guys. We get to keep going. Let's keep going. So not casting Urza. Doesn't really matter if I get a basic here. I like conserving. Holy, it's not all that like, ooh, we're going off. Like anytime we hit Provisioner, we probably go off. It just makes so much mana. Tap these because they're going away. Crack a couple treasures because this card's busted for this archetype. I'm gonna Goblin Dark Dwell if I tapped right. Hang on. Red, please. Alright, there we go. And cast this. Oh yeah, we're casting that spell. Let's do it. Let's do it. Oh, we hit some Omnath. Let's chalk. Yeah, why not? Alright, so Goblin Dark Dwellers on the bottom of the stack. Oh, we don't have a Glimpse in the graveyard. We don't get to keep going. It's okay. We don't care. We did our thing. They need to, like, have exactly what. Now, Tron could still beat this. And the way that they would is they need to... Well, we're still going off. There's still things I'm doing, so hold on. I could draw a bunch of cards because we're making... Oh, no, we didn't have hit a Tireless Tracker or the Make Clue guy. So actually I can't keep drawing cards. No, I could. We have Urza. I can just
spin Urza a few times. All right, sweet. So we're still doing things. So choose an Omnath to keep. Cool. All right, triggers. But yes, normally you would do your Goblin Dark Dwellers on the bottom. Actually, wait. Should I do... No, because I wonder if this is a spot where I could do the draw from Omnath first and see if we hit a Cascader. Because if I hit the instant speed Cascade, we do want the Goblin Dark Dweller triggers to happen after. Oh, that's not true, because there's no target for them right now. And all these stacks have to happen before I could possibly draw the cards anyway. So this is a spot where the Dark Dweller doesn't actually get to hit something. I mean, they're 4/4 menaces, right? So, all right, so Provisioner, Treasure Token. Let me auto-yield to a lot of this garbage before we hit them. And sure, all right, Treasure Tokens... Treasure tokens, treasure tokens, treasure tokens. Whoa, Bonkers with 100 biddies. Thank you so much for the bits. Welcome to the Brew Crew, Bonkers. Thank you for that, friend. That's very kind. Thank you for that. All right, lots of mana. Okay, Wave Sifter does give me... Okay, so hang on. So let's Urza... Hang on. Let's think here. What are we doing? We do want to Wave Sift because it lets me draw cards, right? We should just cast it, shouldn't we? Or maybe not. I'm less interested in the body, and I'm more interested in the clues, actually. But yes, I do have enough mana that we don't have to evoke it. Let's evoke it, and then I get to Urza, tap those for free. Let's tap our Construct, too, because it's not attacking this turn anyway. So clues, you can tap. Treasures, we don't really want to tap unless we just need blue mana. Yeah, Urza's been sweet in this archetype. I've been really liking this edition. So let's draw a card. Drew Triome, not great. Let's draw another card. Drew an Outburst. We could keep going. Do we want to? I'm not playing in the main board rhythm anymore, right? So if I try to keep going, what am I trying to achieve then? Am I trying to achieve that we end up with another Borrower? Am I... Like, the questions are, am I going to achieve a... Yeah, so... Am I going to achieve a better board state than this? We should Outburst. If not, like if this is what we're trying to do, maybe we just pass it back to them, see if they can do anything, and if they do, we could Outburst in response, I suppose. I'm just trying to figure out right here, if you're wondering what I'm tanking on, I'm trying to figure out if I should cycle this Triome. I think I will. See one more card deep. That's a glimpse. Nah, it's not that great. Do I still have more glimpses in my deck? Dang it, I may have just ruined us. We have one more. This is where Flamekin's ideal. Yeah, I see it, Zestern. We would win easily this turn if we had one. Yeah, we could try to keep looping. It's very true. I could play out this other Urza and generate another construct. That might be correct, and I don't have to crack clues to do so. Or we could Urza spin. Let's just get another construct, and we still have Violent Outburst open. Doesn't matter which Urza I keep. Make a construct. Yeah, let's kick it back to them. Like, I do feel like, so my build is more so on the, and again, like, the fair plan, ooh, is that all that strong? Couldn't they have exactly, and I hope they don't, because they do have 2 towers, so they could have Oblivion. O-Stone is what we're most afraid of, because they could play O-Stone and also have exactly enough mana to crack O-Stone because they have 2 towers. Gonna go get a Karn. Is this just Karn for bridge? It's probably just Karn for bridge here, right? Karn for bridge, and then I have to Wombo off some more. So we have one more Borrower. I could try to hit Force if I Outburst and start comboing off. I could make one Chris Turk. If you guys haven't joined our Brew Crew Discord, highly recommend it. Oops, wrong place. There you go. Here's a link to that. Does Tron still play Ugin? Yeah, they play Ugins. Alright, so that does turn off my treasures for making mana, but they still make mana with the help of Bridge. I mean, with the help of Urza. We knew they were going for Bridge. They have 6 cards in their hand. Cage, we knew they were going to replay it. So yeah, that's true. I actually couldn't keep comboing, right? We maybe should have kept going. Oh no, we still win? Oh yeah, they couldn't get enough cards out of their hand. We still win. Sweet. Turn 4, huge army. All right, so we saw Cage, we saw Bridge. We saw Bridge game 1 too. We should have brought these in. The forces. Yeah, maybe we should always have this in as well, Rhythm. I just don't know where we can cut yet, and that's just, again... We don't know where to cut yet because we haven't played the deck enough, right? Like, we've only been playing this since Friday, so hold on. So there's forces to consider. We did cut the extra tireless effect. I mean, the tireless effects are worse than Urza, but they're not. They're actually very important. We could go down on some of our pleas. Don't think we can ever go down on sifters. We could go down on dwellers a little bit. We can play a 3 of when it comes to dwellers, but you really want them. But we want to try to squeeze in the forces, right? And maybe even the rhythm. Because haste is nice for us to combo too, but maybe we don't need it. Nah, maybe nah. I really want this to also give us the text of, like, yeah, I think we really want that card to have the additional text, and it doesn't in this matchup. Do we do this? New Fires looks good. Yeah, we can cut the tracker because it's just trying to do what Tireless Provisioner does. Just it's a little bit worse actually for us because it doesn't make us mana. Don't get me wrong, like it gives me a bunch of clues, but Sifter already does that for us. Sifters are already giving us clues. Triumph. We're on the draw, so Gemstone obviously is great. Borrowers to bounce the cage. We can force the cage. We can vigor the cage. So what were we weak on? We're not weak on green count, right? Green count's great. Our green count is normally very good. Green count's fine for Force of Vigor. It's our force count. I think we have to play a blue card, like maybe the Vendilion Click or Plea. Maybe we just play a Plea. I'm trying to get my force count. That's 19. Let's get it to 20 with just an Ardent Plea. Deck looks good. Let's play another blue card. And I don't like cutting both pleas. I think that's foolish. Let's cut maybe just one. Alright. Alright, so there's Force with a green card to pitch, but no Cascade. Let's mulligan. This hand has the Cascade, but not the colors to do it. I could draw to it. We could put the Glimpse of Tomorrow back into our deck. Maybe more realistically, I put Urza back in. Because we could suspend Glimpse. No, that's not true. We probably still put Glimpse back in and keep the Urza. I don't want to mulligan much more, right? They kept a 7, which is terrifying. So maybe we just are dead anyway. That stinks that we threw game 1. I actually had the game 1 kill, maybe. And now we're fighting against, you know, Cage and such. Alright, map. That's good. That it wasn't. Okay, so we have outs to Cage now. And Bridge. Blue's more important to do here than the red source. Still need to see a green source for this hand to function. Still need to see a third land. I mean, we're playing 24 lands, so I think we're going to be alright, but I mean, here they are just going for their Tron now. Alrighty. There's a Foothills for me. Do I really want to expose this? Well, it's not exposed. It's a fetch. It's not exposed. It's just, I can't really afford to get the Triumph here because I may need to be bouncing something, right? Let's go get Trinisphere. So if we bounce the Karn, it doesn't really solve the problem. I actually need the Catcher here. Awesome. Well, we finally see when it's nice that we have the choice there because the other wasn't going to help. So I could hope that they don't do anything that scary. I think that is the hope. The hope is to end step bounce the Trinisphere, but I don't have that many permanents. I mean, we're going to have 4 lands and a Shardless. This is them going and getting Bridge and playing Bridge. They go get Sundering Titan, so I shouldn't have played out my Mountain. That sucks. Is Sundering Titan pretty standard for these decks? I should have played out my Gemstone Caverns. I wasn't thinking about Sundering Titan. It's okay. We're learning. We're learning. So we can't win anymore. That's fine. Tron doing Tron things. We actually had the win. Good games, and good luck with the rest of your league. We messed up match 1 or game 1. We actually maybe had this match. We can't know that for sure because obviously the game progressed differently since we didn't take the first game win like we should have. But I think there was a reasonable chance that we win that matchup if I hadn't. I think that's my first time also playing against Tron with this archetype. Normal Tron is not all that common. It's certainly still played, but I think my missequence game 1 possibly is what cost us that match. Excuse me. But we can't know that for sure, right? Because the games 2 and 3 would have transpired differently. Spicy. I've never seen Titan and Tron. Yeah, it's very different. I like it. I could have played around it. Us going down 2 lands probably still results in a loss. I shouldn't sit there and think, oh, the mountain was a misplay necessarily because, like, us getting tightened is just lights out. All right, let's play the rest of this. I mean, this might just be another 4-1, right? I think the last time we 4-1'd, we also started with a loss, and then the rest of the league was just amazing. All right, if you can win on out from here, I'll give some subs. Oh, thanks, Bonkers. That's very generous. I mean, I was going to try to win anyway, but that's very generous. All right. Hey, good luck and have fun. Good luck and have fun. Yeah, agreed, Guitar Jimmy. Same. Ooh, we get to Gemstone here. The 2 of Gemstones actually been looking pretty good. Not mine, I'm talking about Caverns. This has a Cascader. Let's go. Keep. And I might actually prefer keeping Dwellers over Urza and Provisioner. No offense, Urza, you're great. I'd rather hit you off the combo though, and this lets us combo more. This is early game stuff. So let's actually pitch Urza. Don't get me wrong. Urza's great in this deck, I think, but or rather, I shouldn't say that. Urza's not necessarily great in this archetype. I think we've made some adjustments to make him reasonable in our build. There we go. Let's get a little more specific. But yeah, Urza's sweet, but I don't think it's the card we keep here. Of course, we drew a land anyway, so it didn't matter, but you're not going to throw away a land. Is this Bolt My Plant? Is this counter my Shardless? Oh, we're playing a mirror. Sweet. Good thing we had Gemstone. We get to go off faster. We're playing the mirror. But we go off faster. Sweet. Let's reset this Gemstone, right? Let me hold the Steam Vents. No. We should hold Gemstone and get rid of the Steam Vents. Shock damage doesn't matter too much. And, yes. For all the reasons above. We should shock, right? Oh, that's terrible. That's what I hit. But we are going to shock because I'm going to play out this Provisioner in my hand. That was not great hits. We do end up a permanent. We have a white source already in our hand, so we can go basic here. That was not a great hit, gentlemen. Ladies and gents. That was not a great hit. Opponent might go off here. They might also be an Omni build. So let's see what they hit. Let's see if they hit a juicier hit. Looks like they're similar to our build, but they hit a Dark Dwellers. Oh, no, they didn't. That's what they're revealing. They're playing Tracker and they're playing Provisioner. They should win because they hit a Provisioner and we didn't. And hey, maybe playing this matchup we'll see some tech. Is this all happening because we... Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Again, like, I don't think we, as the Brew Crew community, should take credit necessarily, but we did get a 4-1 with a tireless Provisioner build of this deck last Friday, and I've seen what Yellow Hat was doing a tireless Provisioner build. Our opponent we're playing against right now is a Provisioner build. I do think we figured out collectively. This is not Sean Abrams taking cred. Like, we worked together on this deck last week, mostly Friday, and streamed it, right? So, like, I do think that we maybe discovered that, like, Provisioner builds are where it's at. So hopefully the innovation to play Urza is going to help us in this matchup overall, but maybe it doesn't even matter. They have so much mana, folks. There's so much mana. They're going off a second time. Yeah, we lost this. I mean, yes, I could go off next turn because I can play Gemstone, make a treasure, crack the treasure, play Goblin Dark Dwellers, hit this. Oh, thanks for the hydrate, Bonkers. Bonkers with the tier 1 sub to Guitar Jimmy 2010. We're getting the goodness given to us from our opponent. But like, we created this monster. No, what have we done to you, Magic? What have we done to you, Modern? Yeah, we've been jamming Provisioners since last Friday. Oh gosh, what have I done? What have we done? What have we done? And that's not me saying that necessarily, like, you know, this channel, this cluster of brewers like me and you guys, right, working together last Friday, there may have very well been, like, on, like, again, like, it's hard to consider Magic in a vacuum. There may very well have been other players we just didn't know about, or at least they hadn't put up enough results for it to be visual, doing Tireless Provisioner. But oh my goodness. All right, so they're still on Spyro as well. So this seems like almost maybe this might be our 75 from Friday. I should look at our 75 from Friday because this looks like that build because it had Spyros. They're going to keep going. What about Torpor Orb? Not on our sideboard. Oh, Torpor Orbs in sideboards is good in Modern. Yeah, I think so. Maybe. Another Glimpse. Let's see if they have the Chancellor kill, because we were playing Chancellor. Oh, they do play Chancellors. I see it in the chat. So they're on... I think they're on a very similar 75 to what we were playing Friday. What were we playing 2 versions ago? Oh, boy. Am I going to look up my own deck on Goldfish? I think so. I'll auto yield to some of their stuff. What have we done, Modern? What have we done to you? It's all of our faults, right? I shouldn't take sole credit for what we've maybe done. This is amazing, though. Thank you so much for subbing Guitar Jimmy Bonkers 45. That's very kind of you. Yeah, welcome to the Brew Crew team, Jimmy. How do they kill in one shot? They're trying to hit Chancellor and make a bunch of hasty goblins. And, I mean, yeah, since they hit a Provisioner there on their first one, they should be able to keep going off. You hit Omnath or Provisioner or Urza, you should be able to make enough mana to kind of keep going. Or doing things, at least. My pleasure. Oh, thanks, Bonkers. I appreciate it. Been streaming on and off for about 7 years. 7 years? Or has it been 8? Let's just go with 7. I'm going to round down. Oh, my goodness. Alright, they hardcast an Omnath, and now they're maybe done. Alright, sweet. Now they're maybe done. Alright, we're going to try to go off next turn ourselves. And I'm sure somebody's like, wait, Bruce Spy, you think you can get there? I might be able to. We have to play Gemstone because I need the extra mana to Goblin Dark Dwell. I don't know, we could get lucky too. Or, well, I shouldn't just call it luck, right? I mean, like, it's you designed the deck to do this, right? But so have we. Let's try to go off. Let's get there. Come on, deck. Come on, deck. Give me some mana production. Here we go. Do I want to pay the life? Oh, we didn't really hit. Dang it. We lose. Okay. Right, because even if I play out Urza, it doesn't do enough. It's okay. They hit, we didn't. It happens. Alright. The mirror match. Alright, Teferis are good in the mirror. Vendilion clicks and force. I think we can beat the mirror. I think we do have maybe just barely enough cards. What's filler? Brazen Borrower is laughable in this matchup. So is... We can cut a tracker, and we could cut a Pleat. I don't think I'm supposed to. I think when we bring up the Tireless Tracker, maybe I'm supposed to cut the 4th Urza. I don't think we cut any Dwellers in this combo. In the mirror. Actually, you know what? Maybe we cut both Urza when we cut a tracker. That's not true. I don't want to cut too many of our mana creatures, but yes, Provisioner and Omnath are the better mana creatures because they make colors. Urza doesn't make color. Urza just makes us colorless. So maybe Thanks for the bits. Got a dip. Thanks for the stream. Thanks, Bonkers, and thank you so much for that gifted sub to Jimmy. That was awesome of you. All right, I'll see you later. If you haven't hit that button, Bonkers, please do, so we can hang out again sometime soon. I think we can win the mirror, so maybe we're prepped enough for the mirror. Awesome. I did not think the mirror was going to start immediately happening, but this is awesome. All right, these are all. This is supposed to be a 0. It's trying to be a 0. Oh, you know what? What's our blue count? Maybe it is more Urzas. What's my blue count for this force? It should be good because we just brought into fairies too. Blue count is 21. Alright, so let's run it like this. We'll cut a couple Urza. He's good, but he's not as good as making mana as the other pieces. Gosh, I might need to keep this hand. Turn 2, suspend Glimpse. Turn 3, Shardless. We have way better hands than this potential. This is pretty much just as bad as my last hand. No, it's not. It's better because it has a Sifter. We do need to find 4th land. We'll keep this, and I'll tuck a Dwellers. Mostly because we want them back in the deck, not because... let's go Ketria. How have the Urzas been? They've been sweet. Because the deck just wants more creatures that make free mana as you're going off. Like, sure, Urza doesn't, like... And we were thinking about ways to filter this. Filter the colors. But I actually don't know if we need to, because we just spin the Urza as we go off. Because we have lots of clues, lots of treasures. You need to start spinning the Urza. We've been grabbing this Ketria, actually, a reasonable amount of the time. So we could still suspend Glimpse on 2. I think it's correct, because I didn't hit my land. And we have 1 extra turn than our opponent because they didn't have a gemstone draw. Alright, Ketria comboed with Sacred Foundry, right, is what we want to do. Doesn't let me cast Agent, though, if I draw the basic mountain or a colorless source. It's nice to think about getting us into red, but I think that's greedy. We should go Steambent. Yeah. So I'm actually going to suspend a Glimpse. I know it's slow in the matchup, and like it might still be 100,000% correct to Wave Sift. Nah, I was supposed to Wave Sift there. That was dumb. That was dumb of me. What am I doing? This is not a matchup to do this. I might just be throwing this, guys. Again. I threw our game 1 against Tron, and now, like, we brought in a lot of hate pieces, but it looks like it's not even going to matter. And here's them doing the correct thing, which is sifting. Yep. Wow. I may just have thrown this again. Maybe they won't get as good of hits as they did last time. We still need to hit 3rd land regardless. Watch us do it, though. Yeah, we do. Wow. I think I threw this, guys. I mean, I could play out the Provisioner. It might be better to play Provisioner. Well, no, we're not guaranteed a 4th land drop. Yeah, I may have just thrown this. Dang it. That's funny. Alright, let's see if they go off. I mean, they're going to Cascade. Let's just see if they hit a good Cascade. Oh, they're not going off. Don't really want to top deck the other Triome. That would be awkward. I'd rather have a different land drawn this turn if we are to draw a land. Glimpse is almost ready to go off. Okay, so we could take a turn off here. I don't think I'm supposed to. 5 permanents feels good. And we've got another Glimpse coming off tomorrow. So let's just combo. It's tempting to do what they just did, which was sift a second time. I think I'm just going to let it rip. Let it rip. So we hit a click. I can click them. If I pay life, it doesn't really do anything because we didn't hit our mana creatures. This was not a good rip. But we have another Glimpse going off. So we'll say no. Thank goodness we have another Glimpse going off. Our hand's fine. It's more important that we just take a Cascader from them. So yeah, we just take their Shardless, right? Their hand becomes play Omnath, which is still pretty good, but we take the Cascader. Nice. Okay, sweet. I'm glad our sideboard cards are doing something. Watch him just hit another Cascader anyway, but we took the Agent. We'd be very thankful if what they're doing is just Omnathing. Okay, Provisioner. Play Fetch. Okay. So we're going to Glimpse with 5 permanents. I just hope I hit something juicy. Can we hit a Goblin Dark Dweller or something deck? More clicks don't really do all that much. I could just take their Omnath, but I don't know if I really want to do that. I really just don't want them to hit a Cascader, right? All right, so we did hit Provisioner. We did hit Goblin. We're shocking. We did it, folks. All right, Goblin on the bottom. We get to keep going. Awesome. Fantastic. Fantastic. I'm going to fetch. And float. Make treasure. Make treasure. I do have another Cascader technically in my hand. Make treasure. Make tokens. Before this goes off, float. Here we go. Let's keep going, folks. Let's keep going. All right, so we hit the... Oh, we hit the fairy. We win. Probably. Yes. I might stop here. Honestly, we could keep going because I do have the goblin and I have some mana to make, right, because of Omnath. I might be content to stop here. Imagine this in paper. I know, right? Did you see this as a 4-1? Draw a card. Alright, so Teferi could bounce their Provisioner. It slows them down a lot. I'm in my upkeep, so I can't actually use that mana except to crack some clues, so we're going to. Let's fetch first. Here we go. Here we go. Like, I have more Cascaders, but I don't think I'm supposed to. Tweet from 15 hours ago. Gotcha. Hey, what's up, Ravencloth? Alright, so what are we doing here? I think we're content to just protect Teferi. I might even get a little greedy here and bounce that Provisioner. Or their treasure. Is that greedy? I mean, I need to protect this Teferi, though. They could have Furies. Maybe we should just play around Fury. I don't need to bounce the Provisioner necessarily. I think that's maybe greedy. Yeah. Alright, Raven. Sweet. We've already gotten our Omnath triggers this turn. I don't think I'm supposed to play this unless I'm trying to play out Provisioner. Am I trying to play out Provisioner? I guess I am. Played the Emrakul version, trying to see if there's a way to do Asmo Food, Foretold Electro. Whoa, that's spicy. That's a spicy thought. Doesn't As Foretold let you cast Asmo? I think it does. Did you see that Jim Davis had a draw in a league he played this? He had a draw? What? So my opponent's going to play out their Omnath here. But I think our board state will beat that. Like, I don't really want to cascade away our Teferi. Lethal on OP, ran out of time at the same time. That's fascinating. I didn't know you could draw on Moto, not easily. There's their Omnath. We could lose the fair game. Like, I don't think we will, but we could. Let's see, I've got a flyer. Yep, they're going to Omnath, and they're going to play out their hand. Like, they can't cascade, but... This is where they kind of might wish that they were on an Urza build. Look how many clues and treasures they have. You could draw games, just not matches. Fascinating. Yep, Hardcast Sifter. Gosh, think about how big the construct would be if they were on an Urza build like us, right? That's 10 artifacts. Plus or minus any shardless agents. I think we could still win the fair matchup. Ooh, does he have a Fury? Is that where we're attacking? Is that a Fury? If it is, maybe this block's where it's at. I think that block might be where it's at. I'm suspecting his hand is Fury. Nope, it's not. We drew Force. We're good. We're good to go, folks. We're good to go. We just need to win the fair match now. Do we just want to put the Omnath back in his hand? It lets him draw another card, though. I don't have a land drop, so I can't make them Omnath mana. I shouldn't have played out my land. That was foolish. I knew better. Don't I? Didn't I? Maybe I didn't. I could make clues. Like, I feel like we're in control because we have the Teferi, but now I'm not so sure. Like, this just bounces them a card. Or, this just draws them a card, but then again, I can get him with my Omnath, which is important. We're just trying to kill them. I hate drawing them more cards necessarily, but... yeah, if they had Fury, they would have done it last turn, maybe. I mean, we have some insurance to their combo, sort of, with Force. So, like, maybe it's okay. It feels so weird to bounce an Omnath, doesn't it? Ooh, we drew a Vendilion Click. I can't cast it, though. I don't have blue-blue. Yeah, so what am I doing? Am I just sifting and then drawing with a clue or casting Force? Or both, I mean? Is that what I'm doing? Am I just doing this and drawing? Oh, we want to try to draw to a land. I guess I am just doing this. This feels really weird. But maybe we just want to hit land. My only good attack are the Sifter and the Omnath, right? Because I don't really want my Provisioner to die to their Sifter. Oh, you know what? I can't attack because I want to keep the Teferi on the table. So actually, if they want to trade the Sifter with the Provisioner, maybe we let it go. I don't have another land unless I draw one next turn, right? So like the Provisioner's actually not doing all that much. Maybe I should just get a clock going. I mean, there's this line too. Like, we're not vulnerable to... We're vulnerable to double Cascade, which they could do because they have a lot of treasures. I think protecting Teferi is correct. And I think we're okay if they kill my Provisioner because I'm just not drawing lands. I think we're okay with it. Their bottleneck isn't mana. Their bottleneck is... and I know I can't force a Negation Fury, but I can force their Cascade. So, I don't know. Maybe this is dumb of me. Maybe I'm just opening us up. Okay, Omnath. Yeah, I mean, if they just have more lands than us, like, their Omnath is just showing himself as better here. They're treasuring. Tracker. Yep, I'm with you. Now they play a land. And it was a fetch. Yeah, they're fair gaming better. They're fair gaming better than we are here, it looks like. They go to 16. Man. Second main. We really need to see a fetch land too, don't we? To the point where it's like, yep, here we go. They're casting more things. Oh no, they're just cracking some clues. I mean, even that might just be good enough, folks. Right? Their tracker's going to get away with the game. I need to do something. Gosh, we're falling behind. Like, we've got the hate, but we're falling behind on the board. To another Dwellers. It's like, I don't really want to Cascade again, but like, I am falling behind. We're getting to the point where I should just consider cascading again just to get a bunch of triggers and do things. I think we're already at that point, folks. Let's plus our Teferi. Like, I know I can't hit a Teferi. I'm gonna have Force. Like, maybe we should have no fear, right? I think I need a Wombo. We have a lot of permanents. We have a reasonable number of permanents. I think I should just Shardless. Like, our board isn't winning anymore, right? Isn't that when you Shardless? And we'll float red because we have a bunch of Dwellers in our hand. Ah, they don't really want to block my Omnath, right? Maybe we should do combat first. Yeah, let's do combat first because I don't have a way to have haste anyway. Would they trade their tracker with my Omnath? Actually, they're not trading because They're not trading because they can crack their 2 treasures. I don't think they want to, but they could draw a clue, and then the tracker beats my Omnath. Let's swing our 3 free damage in the air. Let's start there. Gosh, we're losing the fair game, guys. All right, let's stay focused. Let's stay focused. Let's shardless, leaving up. Here we go, glimpsing. Last glimpse, I think. Okay, so we did hit an but we didn't hit a lot of other good stuff. But I'm going to be able to replay my Teferi, right? I think this is the right call. Do we want to pay the life? It doesn't really change too much. Doesn't change too much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana for Dwellers. Or I could play... Actually, the 6th mana is relevant, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I could do click Time Raveler. Like, Time Raveler, bounce their Omnath, or bounce their Tireless Tracker, Vendilion Click, take it away. I think we just have to go off again. I don't think this is good enough. I think we have to Goblin Dark Dwellers. So yes, we'll pay the life. I mean, we hit 3 gardens, so like it's not like I didn't hit anything. I did hit stuff. I think we just got to keep going. And they don't have enough mana to cascade anyway, so let's always yield. Always yield. We hit an outburst. They're at 8. I hit a few more Omnaths, they're just dead directly. And in the end, at the end of the combo, we'll just play out the Teferi. Yeah, I think maybe I should just have the objective to. We're just gonna keep going. Outburst doesn't hit, right? Glimpse, glimpse, and then there's another glimpse that's exiled. So we're just gonna have to do it through the Dark Dwellers. Tap, tap, tap. Let's keep going. Should I pay the life? I saw 3 Omnaths here. Yeah, I just wish we had a way to like haste it, right? Lots of triggers. Alright, choose one to keep. Nine minutes left. Did I just mess up here? Am I supposed to do this again? I have 27 cards left. Like, we're hoping to hit, like, Urza or something at this point, right? A little bit of a mistake there. I didn't think I had a Dwellers, and I didn't think I was going to keep going. I didn't see all my triggers, actually, was part of it. So let's make sure that we float before the Dwellers, right? Always yield, make a bunch of treasure. Maybe correct to float mana instead of extra permanents in this instance. Because what am I trying to cast? I want to cast another Dweller, maybe, or have the option to, and I want to cast Click and Teferi, right? So no, I actually don't think I need the mana, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So I did mess up. I was supposed to stack this on the bottom, obviously. Here we go again. There's an Urza. And we're going to make some artifacts, too, because we hit a Provisioner, right? So I'm at 55. I think they're dead now because we had another Omnath. Hang on, all the way to the bottom. There we go. Dark Dwellers, they don't have targets this time. So it's irrelevant. Finally irrelevant. If there was a Violent Outburst, it would be correct. If there was a Violent Outburst in my yard, but there are no more glimpses. I think even when we used the auto stack ability key, it wasn't really doing anything. I do have that hotkeyed, but it didn't seem to be doing anything. It's got about 8 minutes. Holy guacamole. They're all yielded to, though. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we can just loop with the Omnaths for lethal. Okay, did we like that? I do think that the Teferis changed that game dramatically, right? Like this interaction does change this matchup dramatically, right? That we have clicks to grab their Cascader, but the Teferis are the real prize, right? Yeah, we won despite like our board wasn't as good. The tireless tracker from our opponent like looked okay, and then it looked less interesting to me as we realized that, oh, I can just combo and win here. I think we just run it back. I like our sideboard. What did we cut? We cut a tracker and a couple Urzas. Ah, boy, that was a thinker. That was interesting. This hand is not so great. This hand isn't great, but it functions. Mirror match, right? What world are we living in that we get to do the mirror? There's a glimpse. I might want to suspend that instead of playing my garden out. That's not true. Thought about it for a second. I mean, like last game, we did get the free, not a free glimpse, sorry, a suspended glimpse did come off, but in time, but I don't know. That's pretty scary that they have double garden, maybe double garden Cascader is what they kept. My guess is that they are going off next turn, right? Okay, we drew a Sifter. We're going to do that instead. I'm going to do it off the Gemstone Mine. Maybe that's greedy. I mean, Gemstone Mine feels really good in this deck because we reset them. So hopefully this isn't like game one where they went off and it was nutto and we didn't get there. This looks like Agent. Nope, it's Outburst. They hit a Spyro. They don't get to keep going. That's great news for us. These are not bad hits, right? But they actually went down a land. I mean, like it's a roulette deck, right? Like this deck is like playing roulette. Like it's not like our opponent like necessarily built their deck wrong, right? It's different. Like this is what we were doing last Friday. We had a couple of Spyros. I just don't think that's what the deck wants anymore. We're in a different universe now. All right, don't kill my plant. Don't kill my plant. All right, our turn. It's our turn to shine. We're better off going off with Agent than Violent Outburst. Let's get a basic. Blue. Secret Agent, man. Wow, I saw like my whole deck there almost. Oh, wow, we just hit our 2 legends. Do I get to keep going? I could play out this Provisioner, or I could Outburst, so yes. That sucks for them when we hit the nuts. I don't know if they've seen Urza from me yet, actually. Maybe I'm giving them ideas. So we'll float. I'm going to tap my Construct. I'm going to tap my Agent. We're going to just keep going. We've just killed them, right? We should win at some point. Actually, red mana is more important than white. Tap you. Violent Outburst. Colorless. Like, our board's pretty good, though. So maybe this was wrong. Like, maybe I'm not going to hit better, but we have more mana floating. So, like, at the end of it all, we should be able to Omnath. Here we go. This is the last one in our deck. We need to hit, like, an Goblin Dark Dweller if we want to keep going. Oh, man. It clicked my Wave Sifter. Moto, like, it kind of, like, auto-clicked there. So we're losing a couple permanents. We got to keep going, right, because this didn't turn out. I should float the white. Well, let's float the colorless, and I should float white. Or not white, green. I should make 1 green mana here. This would be really bad if at the end of this all we loop really poorly and I don't get to hard cast my Omnath. I'd feel really dumb. Cast. Couple of gardens. Yeah, our board state was better earlier. I wonder... Oh, we hit the Teferi. Now I'm happy. I'm happy with it. I might actually want to make, like, 1 food, right? Is it crazy? Nah, we don't make food. You don't make food, Bruce Spy. You don't make food. There we go, there we go, there we go. All right, 4 minutes left, especially, so I kind of need to... We do end up with an Omnath at the end. Drew another Omnath. Do I play out this Provision or two? Probably. Cancel. Fetch. It's just Stomping Ground into this. Provisioner. I think that's pretty decent, right? You guys feel like that was pretty decent? Is this like this is good enough, right? Like, you guys feel like that was a pretty decent turn for us? How do you guys feel about my previous turn? Sure. Teferi. Teferi. You guys feel like that was... opponent says good games. Good games indeed. Good luck with the rest of your league. Good games indeed. Good luck with the rest of your league. Yeah, that was sweet. So we kind of... yeah, we kind of got there, didn't we? I was worried we weren't going to. Watch us win out the rest of this league, and our only loss was my stupidity. Or my missequence against our Tron opponent. Here's what the list looks like curved. Turn 1 is Garden or Triome. Turn 2 is Evoke, or you could bounce something, or you suspend the gift, Glimpse. And then this is the rest of what the deck's trying to do. We're trying to make mana, either through Urza, Tireless Provisioner, or Omnath also makes mana. We've got a bunch of Cascade spells, and then we've got Goblin Dark Dwellers to loop it. And I'm not really playing any... Like, a lot of these decks, like, try to have, like, a win con or win finish. I don't know if you need anything other than just damage with Omnath. Game 1. And then post-board, like, I am playing, like, a Rhythm, but that's very matchup specific. I think the deck really does just want to kill with Omnath. I think we're all looking for, like, this other way for the deck to win. Like, not even Leyline stops this damage because it's each opponent. So, yeah. I think we just want it to be Omnath Daddy. Just fireball our opponent with Omnath Locus of Creation. Yeah. Like, yeah, Omnath Locus of Creation, fireball my opponent. That's the goal. Because we want to loop Glimpse several times. So this is sweet. But I do think the first Tireless Tracker is very good if we're going to play Urzas. Yes. Alright, good luck and have fun. This is a one-lander, so I'm going to ship it back. This is a not great hand either. This hand does suspend Glimpse, and sometimes it's not a complete crazy person thing for me to keep hands that, like, we could go to 5 though. I might actually keep this. And I'm actually going to put back Dwellers. And I'm sure somebody's like, no, Bruce Spy, you're a crazy person. It's too slow. It is probably too slow, but I didn't quite want to go to a 5. Does it look like the hand might have been serviceable? I don't know. Maybe that's crazy. Watch them be like a Remand deck. No. I mean, the permissive decks of the format are tough on us anyhow. This might be one. There's a lot of different bauble decks. There's no companion for our opponent, though. Bauble deck without a companion. So no Luris. So this is an Asmo deck. I'd imagine this is Asmo or Grixis Death Shadow? That beats us too, right? They just take my Glimpse here. No, it's a Ragavan deck. Nope, it's a Rag Asmo deck. Ooh, I kind of like what's happening over here, though, for our opponent. I wonder... I wonder if they're playing blue for Metallic Rebuke. This seems sweet to me, actually. You're playing Rags. You're playing some of the most broken cards they printed. All right, let's grab our Ketria. I find us grabbing this actually a lot. I'm glad we added the second Triome. They may have Metallic Rebuke. I'm a little intimidated here, actually. A little worried. A little bit. Drew another Provisioner. Let's go Mountain. Suspend. We'll probably draw a Cascade spell, though, before this Glimpse of Tomorrow goes off, right? We're going to take 5 here. This Mox Amber build looks awesome to me. I really want to borrow my opponent's deck list. I don't know if I could afford it. Money-wise, it's expensive to rent 4 Ragavan right now. But this would obviously be a 4. Oh, they're going to cast my Omnath? Oh, boy. Almost. They can almost do it because of the treasure. Look. Blue-red. Nah. Blue-red-black, right? Man, this deck looks awesome, what my opponent's doing. All right, Cookbook. No, they're playing Omnath. They're playing Urza. Yeah. Oh, man. Ragavan, Asmore, Urza? This looks sweet. Yeah, so this is like a blue-red Urza. Yeah, and they're going to be playing the artifact that draws them cards. Okay, they didn't play it here, though, yet. Oh, maybe they will. Urza, tap the Cookbook. Play the affinity creature that draws them to. Cookbook. Are we going to keep going? Urza, yeah. Urza, tap the Cookbook. Oh, man. My opponent's deck looks awesome. You guys see what's happening here? Do you guys see the synergy? They've got to be playing that Affinity Flyer, the 2-drop. That card's great. Okay. Can I live for 2 more turns for this Glimpse to go off? Ooh, or I just draw Shardless. I mean, I don't really want to try to go off with just Shardless, though. Right? I mean, yeah, we could hit something nutty, but we didn't really... I think that's wrong. I think I should just play the Provisioner and hope that I have more time. That I don't, right? Because they're just going to eat the Provisioner, right? But if I Shardless and I don't hit lands, that feels really bad. There's a non-zero chance that that's what could happen. Let's just play the Provisioner. Like, yes, playing Shardless might end us up with 1 more permanent. They decided not to discard a card with Asmo. They're looking for Daredevil. I would totally play my opponent's deck. That looks awesome. Rags, Asmo, Urza. Seems good to me. Spellbomb my Provisioner. Seems good. So they were going to set us back no matter what we did. They're probably also playing Emery. Hence the Amber. So there's most likely Emery in their deck too. So I think I'm already seeing like my opponent's 75 in my mind. If this is just like a blue-red take on the Urza decks, the Wurza decks. So, but we've also got Asmore, because why not? They're going to be playing Urza Sagas, so we may want to bring in forces for, not so much because they could have like Cage or something, but more so for I want to hit their Urza Sagas. I don't think I could afford this deck now that I'm thinking about what it looks like in my brain, because if it is also likely a playset of Urza Saga, I can't really afford a playset of Ragavan and also a playset of Urza Saga. There's the Thought Monitor I was referring to earlier. It's this Thoughtcast with wings, basically. Thoughtcast was already a good card. Don't think we're going to live long enough for this Glimpse to matter. Taking 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, lethal. So maybe I should have just Shardlessed. We can't know what the cards are going to be, because it's not like, this isn't a deck where I can just draw a few more cards and think that that was maybe it. It doesn't quite work like that, because Glimpse of Tomorrow says shuffle. But it is tempting to like look at what the next card was, at least for my natural draw. So there's forces to think about. There's also fighting over their counter magic to worry about. I don't think I can do both. I think because they're an Urza deck, I'm more interested in Force. Also to fight Grafdigger's Cage if they're playing it. It's tempting to think about Fury because they have Ragavan, but I don't know if I can run all the things. Well, we can make room by cutting a Plea and a Tracker. We can cut the 4th Goblin, and we can slim on Urzas a little bit. I'll bring in some of these Urzas again. Borrower also hits what I'm worried about, but I think Force does a better job. Fury hitting Rags or some of their other engine creatures is important, I think. So we're trying to fight over what? I'm trying to fight over their permission, right? Because they run Metallic Rebuke. Maybe Teferi is the better piece. So maybe we want this 6 in. Plus or minus Force. Force only helps us, though, when it comes to Outburst, right? So we need to be aware of that. Hey, what's up, Tybalt? Yeah, it is a midday stream. And that gives you room for 2 Urza. Is that what we're supposed to look like? Green count's fine. What's our red count like? Maybe I do need to bring in something like Rhythm. I did cut a red card. I mean, like, Bone Crusher also crushes Ragavan when we're on the play. Maybe I'm overboarding into the Furies, and maybe Bone Crusher. I mean, this does also kill Emery. Now, maybe I can't really even focus on their creatures. I think I just need to make it so we don't die to... Yeah, we want to play through the Metallic Rebukes, and we want to fight... I don't really care so much about Plea or Rhythm. I don't really care so much if they rebuke, like, my creatures. I really care about if they rebuke us trying to go for the combo, right? So Borrower bounces Grafdigger's Cage, but Click helps us with the forces and these over the... I mean, they're a Metallic Rebuke deck, right? So maybe this is what we should look like. And even still, maybe it's correct for me to play Borrowers over Urza and just make sure that we not only have blue for Force, but make sure that we can bounce the Grafdigger's Cage that I'm predicting is happening. Maybe that's wrong. So this hand doesn't really do anything other than Force. Which, again, like, that might be good enough in some cases, but we got to keep this hand, right? And I'm actually going to put back a Garden, aren't I? Because this hand doesn't Teferi? If I keep all these Yeah, if I keep triple Garden... I mean, don't get me wrong, Garden's good in this deck. It might even be correct for me to go Garden, Land, Outburst. I think I'm supposed to keep the Triumph, though. Let's put back 1 Garden. Yeah, I think that sequence of Garden, Outburst is what I'm supposed to do. But I still like the idea of, like, being able to cast the Teferi. And granted, this is maybe getting rebuked, right? Rebuke is great in their deck. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm supposed to go Triome next, and then try to play out Teferi. This Ragavan. Mox. Do nothing. So this is them sitting on Rebuke. Almost. I'm going to go with my initial line, which is maybe stupid of me. Or foolish of me. I'm going to do it. This is me outbursting with 5 permanents. Next turn. We're 1-1 in the league so far, Tybalts. We've had a 4-1 and we've had a 3-2 with the deck. Sorry, 4-1 was Friday. This 3-2 was today. Wow, they're just sitting on the Rebuke. Okay. Do we want to just get our Teferi rebuked? That's another way for him to fight the Rebuke. Or I could just play out Provisioner off the Scalding Tarn. Drew a second Teferi. Okay. So Triome is our red source, right? It's probably not correct for me to not consider the Steam Vents here. Because if they kill the Provisioner, I won't Outburst on time. I'm thinking I just play the Provisioner. I feel like they're sitting on Rebuke. Their deck is playing 3 or so copies. They let that go. It seems like they're just sitting on a piece of permission, so I don't really want to just play my outburst into that. It may be correct for me to do an end step outburst. No, we really need this to resolve. It's the only Cascader I have. We'll start playing out some Teferis. It's one way to bleed out their permission. You notice that they've really shifted gears. They're playing a very defensive game this second game. They don't have a single threat on the table yet. Certainly they're respecting our combo. Yeah, look at this. No threat. Just sitting on that rebuke. They're going to draw step click me. Vendilion Click seems like it makes sense in a Mox Amber deck, maybe. They stopped me on my draw step. I'm assuming this is like a Vendilion Click, maybe. Obviously not off the Ember, but... Alright, Triome. Does it go off in one turn? Yes. Well, sort of. We'll talk about that. So do I want to... I think I just want to end step click instead of Teferi now. But they're not doing anything. You can sit on your counterspell all day, my friend. All day. This combo's very weird. It can play the long game or just kill you in one turn. Oh, Raven, you would probably hate the direction I've taken our deck in. I'm not even bothering with Chancellor anymore. I'm just trying to kill them with Omnath and do the value plan. And so I'm more like mid-rangey now. All right, let's Vendilion Click in the end step. They counter it. Who cares? Could they have double rebuke? Not quite. What's your hand? Show me. It's an Aether Gust, actually. Yoink. Current build, still do both. Alright, go to combat, because I'm not running the haste plan anyway. Swing you for 6. So they're just sitting on a gust that whole time. I see. Alright, do you think they drew into another piece of permission? Is this going to result in a Grafdigger's Cage sooner or later? I'm supposed to float white. Now we float blue. No. The blue mana is easier for us to make. We should float the white mana for the Teferi in my hand. It's easier for me to... And like green mana is easier to make as well, isn't it? Oh, I floated wrong anyway. No. We wanted to float the white. Here we go. They might Street Wraith to try to hit. Yep, Street Wraith to try to hit a counter spell. So we didn't draw them into it with the click, but they may have just hit a piece of permission. All right, sweet. So we hit double Dweller. Yes, we'll shock for sure, and we'll fetch as well. All right, with Omnath and Dark Dwellers, lets you kill out of nowhere, which is sweet. Yes. Don't have a piece of Graveyard Hate, please. There's still Island in my deck, so let's do that. Continuing to float white on the Foundry, right? Maybe not anymore. Maybe extra red is more correct now. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Cast. We hit an Omnath this time. There is no other Cascade right now. But we have some clues to do first. Well, we couldn't have cracked the clues before the Dark Dweller trigger needed to select a target, so that's fine. I think this is good enough. Like, their hand is what? Just... Their hand didn't really come together. And we're just going to play out a Teferi. Which, like, that's not the most exciting thing in the world. We could suspend a Glimpse with this extra floating mana, too. Could crack some clues. Like, let's Teferi and maybe bounce their Urza Saga. Or no, it's non-land, so I don't think I can actually return. It doesn't count Saga, right? I mean, Saga is an enchantment, but it doesn't say non-land. It doesn't say non-land enchantment. I think this works, right? Pretty sure you can Teferi a Saga. Well, let me figure out what the rest of what we're doing is. We could play out the Provisioner. I have 7 mana floating. Okay, they're done. You could just bounce your Dwellers. Try to go off again. Ooh, that's spicy. Oh no, I didn't have another Glimpse in my graveyard. Never mind. Or did we at that point? Did we? I thought I cast it already. So they showed us Aether Gust. So yeah, I think we do want to have all... It looks like that's the way they're trying to fight us. So I think we've sideboarded okay. I miss the Urzas a lot, but I think if that's the direction they're trying to fight us, also they could be fighting over my graveyard. But we basically have most everything in that could fight over Cage and also their permission, right? Clicks, Teferis. This deck's gross if it does a good job protecting itself from some of the very stuff that's supposed to stop it. That worries me a little bit. Oh, and we have forces because they're an Urza deck. No. You had... Oh, I had Outburst. Ah, we had Outburst. Okay. Wait, did I have a target for that Dwellers that was already in play? Did I mess up? Now you're making me think I messed up. I mean, it's okay. I'm learning, but... No, you didn't. Okay, but we could have, right? Zestern says you had Outburst. I did have Outburst? No Endurance in the 75 to Infinity Glimpse? Nah, not right now, Meg. Not right now. We're more on a value plan with Urza. I'm not really trying to kill. Like, I get that. I think it's cool that some builds of this deck have the ability to, like, loop and kill. I think I just want Omnath kills. Like, Omnath deal them damage directly and also just value. But yeah, we're considering, like, trying out... Like, there's Flamekin Zealot builds out there. We're trying Rhythm in the sideboard, but I really just want Rhythm when they're, like, true control. No, because Outburst resolved after. Okay. Okay, I'm with you, Zestern. So we could have returned using Teferi. That's cool that Teferi lets us do a reuse. This hand's fine, right? We keep the Gemstone? I'd actually rather just have a Triome and 2 Gardens, but that wouldn't cast Teferi. Maybe it's greedy to keep both Gardens, or maybe it's greedy to keep the... I'm going to keep this hand, but... We want to be able to do both of these cards on as many Gardens as I can keep. I don't think I can keep both Gardens if we also want to keep the Provisioner. Maybe it's Provisioner that has to go, so I can keep both Gardens and also keep our colors. I'm actually going to let go of the Provisioner. Yeah, I don't think the deck necessarily needs things like Chancellor, but I could totally be wrong about that. I think I like the deck better just as a value deck that has an incidental kill. Because, like, if we're doing... Hang on. If you're trying to make this a true combo deck, I think there are better true Cascade combos out there, right? There's an Asmo. Asmo can't kill Teferi very easily. I mean, it can. It can attack the Teferi. Cookbook. Bobble. Do you have a Mox in? Mox would be great here for them. Bobble. Bobble Mox. Bobble Mox. Play out my food. Sorry, play out my cookbook. Whoa, Rags? Yeah, their deck looks awesome. Look at this. Look at this turn 1 from our opponent. The modest Mountain Street Wraith Asmo Mox play Ragavan turn. A modest turn. Modern, what have they done to you? What have they done to you? I think I'm still supposed to lead off a garden, right? Even though we might lose that. We might lose that, though, to the cookbook. Maybe I should just lead our Triome. Especially since I just drew a Glimpse. I'm actually going to lead off with a Suspended Glimpse instead of getting our gardens going. I'm going to go Triome, Gemstone, suspend this. Oh, I'm very concerned, opponent. We should fetch before the Ragavan goes off. There's the cookbook. Look, it's a book and a cook. Look, a book and a cook. Cook and a book. Cook in a book. Yeah. I mean, sometimes I don't even know what my own deck is doing. Let's go Ralgren since we have double colony. That might be wrong, but... And it feels weird to Gemstone, start ticking down on the Gemstone as early. Down to 14. They make Treasure. They get to my Wave Sifter. That's a great card when we're setting up. Sucks to lose it. Can't cast this. You know what would be funny is if our opponent cast Glimpse off of Ragavan sometimes. Oh, it doesn't say cast without paying mana cost, though. No, you can't do that, I don't think, then. I think it's specifically Ragavan would have to read without paying mana cost. Well, that card would be, like, just absolutely broken in half, which it already is. But even more so. You don't want to hold up your counterspell? You don't want to hold up your counterspell? Come on, opponent. You want to hold up your counterspell. Oh, they're not. They're gonna play Emery. Okay. I mean, I'm not doing anything this coming turn. That stinks that I'm not really doing anything this coming turn. I think it's better to suspend the Glimpse than play out the Ketria. Might be better still to play Garden than to suspend Glimpse. Look at this damage. So another 6 coming my way. I'm at 14. Is it really like I'm wondering if there's just not going to be a moment to get the Teferi on the table to try to protect this Cascade spell. I might just need to draw more Cascade spells, which makes me think it's not Suspend Glimpse. Maybe it's play Triumph or play Garden first. Maybe it's play Garden, then play Gemstone, try to Outburst during their end step, hope to draw another Cascader if they do manage to answer it. This is a tough choice here. So if I did Suspend Glimpse, it's not going off until I'm already dead from this, right? I mean, I guess I could block with a Garden token the Asmore. Hope they don't already have Daredevil in their hand. Maybe something like you can cast that card by playing X. Oh, what's up, Bolsha? That would still be kind of messed up. But yeah, card's already good enough, isn't it? Gosh, we have 2 very definitive lines to take here. Is it I suspend this and pray, or do I start getting the Gardens on the table? Maybe we just have to hope they don't have a counterspell. They only have 2 cards left. Oh, they mulliganed though to find the Aethergast last game, didn't they? Let me type to our opponent that we're thinking. So, the Glimpse line is okay. Suspend Glimpse is okay if I can live long enough. The Fairy line, I may not have time to put this on the table. He also just dies to their board currently, and they can get the Asmore back on the table because they have cooks in a books. Bouncing her never really seems to work out. Yeah, okay. I don't think we're gonna be able to do a defensive Teferi as much as that's why we brought it in. But they've got something. They got stuff going on. I think suspending the Glimpse is also not going to resolve fast enough. It's not going to resolve till turn 5, right? So I don't think I'm living till turn 5 with what's happening here. I think all of the above point me to play Garden and just try and just hope to maybe hit more Cascaders, right? Like, I'm letting them draw one more card to maybe counter the Outburst, though. I'm going to tell them the list looks sweet, by the way. I said I wish I could afford both at the same time from the rental service. Okay, so let's actually go with the Suspend Glimpse line. I changed my mind. Please let us live long enough, because this lets us double, like have a turn of like they have to counter 2 glimpses, but I just don't think it's going to be fast enough. But I don't think the Garden try to Outburst immediately line is all that much better. It's also not that many permanents. And like we're the kind of deck that we really do want to, and like I think that's another discipline I need to learn with this deck is almost similar to, we're not Storm, but I'm saying similar to combo decks such as Storm, unless I'm on the mid-range plan, right? Like we want to try to go off as late as possible, like within reason without dying, right? Within... Oh no, they have the Daredevil. It's probably just over then. They have their full wombo. I mean, I could draw another untapped land, but I think outbursting with only 3 permanents is very stupid of me. Maybe if it was a Shardless agent. I'm just concerned that, I mean, both of these tokens are dead to the Asmore. So like these, I don't even know if I'm supposed to play a Garden now that they're both just, the tokens are going to be dying. Thought Monitor. If they didn't have the counterspell before, they probably have it now. We've got Emery, draw an extra card because of Bauble. Yeah, our opponent's deck is awesome. Maybe I just need to try to afford more forces. Because, like, Force, we could try to jam through our combo during their end step with an Outburst. Whereas, like, I think the Teferi line is just not good enough. We go down to 9. Next turn, they swing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 next turn. So we're nearly dead. And, like, there's no reason they wouldn't eat the tokens with their Asmore. I think the Daredevil seals the deal. And that's okay. Just because our deck Sweeten can win some matchups doesn't mean we win everything, and I'm glad it doesn't, right? I might still play out the Garden, actually. Even though it's very likely that they eat. Our colors are already good enough. Yeah, and Vendilion Clicker may have been maybe a better card for us even than Teferi. Yeah, this looks like we're toast to me. Looks like brew toast. Like, there's no reason you wouldn't eat the food, because that's what I'm trying to go off with. It doesn't buy me an extra turn, even if I was able to get a block off on the Asmore. I mean, again, like, maybe I'm just supposed to spin hope they don't have the counterspell, try to Violent Outburst, spin the wheel, hope to hit exactly Omnath. I don't know. Omnath just to gain life and maybe some other blockers, but they have... Did they? No, they did. I was just, for a second there, I was wondering if they missed making a food token. I don't think they have. Yep, so they can eat my plant, which is correct. Or make my plant eat their food. How does it eat food? I don't understand. How does that even die to the Asmore? It's not like it ate toxic food. It doesn't have to make sense. It's magic. It doesn't have to make sense. So I'm going to 1 life. There's an Omnath. They can cast it. Awkward. Well, if they were going to cast Omnath, they shouldn't have played their land yet. Why wouldn't you just cast Omnath here? They have 2 treasures. Maybe they're just being extra cautious. I mean, I'm at 1, right? So maybe just Galvanic Blast me. Yeah, they're being extra cautious. So they were going to cast Omnath. It's a little awkward that they played their land already, but it doesn't matter. Guys, my opponent's playing 4-color decks too. And now they have any color they want with their Amber. Just sweet. Cookbook. At this point, I'm just curious if they had the counterspell anyway. Right? Aren't we just curious at this point? They can eat the plant if I went to play Garden and then outbursted. So it might just be better for me to play Island so I have more mana to float. And judging from my hand, maybe just more blue is correct. More blue mana. Assuming this gets countered though. So it's pretty irrelevant. Show me your counterspell. Maybe they have a brain fart moment and they counter the outburst, right? I've done that at least once in my life. I'm pretty sure I've had a brain fart moment where I was just like, haha, counter your... Wait. Oh, no. Oh, no. Like, I've done that before. The opponent has to brain fart. Counter my outburst. Do it. Do it. Or they just have the Galvanic Blast and it's irrelevant. Do it. All right, 4 permanents. Maybe. Why not the land that's tapped? I wanted to float the mana. Oh, wow, we hit something. We hit a Teferi as well. And maybe... No, we had to play out the land. Does this kill my Provisioner? I mean, they can just eat both my creatures. We're not winning this, right? I mean, there's just too much has to break our way for us to like possibly stabilize here with their Asmore online. Maybe we should play. Yeah, maybe we should be playing something weird like Yasharn. And it's one-sided, isn't it? So we played against an opponent playing Yasharn earlier today, and Yasharn actually would be something for us to cascade into that turns off Asmore. I'm sure there's something better though, but this is actually kind of a weird thought. I'm gonna put that in the think pile. Yasharn does turn off Asmore. Yeah, I think we're supposed to make the mana Electro because we're kind of hoping for the nuts. But I see what you're saying, like maybe just play the tap land. They were able to kill the plant if we went with Garden, but I thought that I wanted the mana float instead. We are making a treasure with this Provisioner. I'm surprised. They didn't have the counterspell. Maybe I could have played a little differently. So they kill my Omnath. Yep. We go up to 5. We make mana. They can't kill the Provisioner too in this spot. It's just not quite enough. Draw a card with Omnath. I think we also needed to somehow get the other trigger on the Omnath. We needed to see one more land. If we'd seen one more land off that outburst, I mean, this is still pretty decent leftovers, right? But 1 mana shy of doing anything else. We can Teferi bounce something that, you know, take them off of like the Emery or the flying damage, but they just eat both my creatures. I don't really see this as dash. I don't really see like the best creature to bounce. I suppose would be Emery because like Thought Monitor sure takes them off of some damage in the air, but the Emery is just representing drawing them even more cards. I don't know. Maybe I'm supposed to bounce the flyer, draw 2 more cards, but I can't really handle also the flying damage. That feels weird, but doing it. I don't know what I'm hoping to draw to though at this point, right? There's an Omnath. Yeah, I'm wondering like this league could have been a lot better if I hadn't made this matchup looks like it was a loss no matter how we did it. We could always draw different cards, right? Opponent couldn't have had as good a draw. Our round 1 Tron opponent, though, I do think that I made us lose that match because I made some misplays in the first game. So this league might not end up well, for sure, since we're losing this, it's not ending up as good as our Friday 4-1. But we did have a 3-2 that we finished earlier today, which felt good. That was us just dipping into Urza's. But like the fact that we're siding them out, it makes me wonder, right? Because that is a blue card to pitch to. No, I think Yasharn's actually a really cool call. There is a lot of people doing the. These are basics though, right? It's basic. Never mind. Let's find a different way. There's got to be other ways to shut off Asmo for 3 mana or more. Besides Yasharn. Let's see if you guys can think of one. Deputy of Detention didn't do it. Phyrexian Revoker we can't use because it's too little mana. Yeah, are there other ways to shut off Asmo besides something weird like Yasharn? Is there another way to do it? I mean, we don't need the full value out of this card. I don't really care if it only gets me like 1 land. We're not playing it for that reason. We're playing it because it stops a very popular card. There's got to be a different card that does it though, right? Linvala. Oh, thank you. That's even better. That's way better. Linvala is just a good card to have in your sideboard just in general. I think white is difficult though for us. We may need to change our mana base. Thank you for this suggestion. Brilliant. Brilliant. All right. I mean, sure, it's like, oh, well, Bruce By, you just Fury the Asmo. I mean, they play a playset of Asmo. I like the Linvala idea. You could cut the Rhythm. If we're not going to put Rhythm in the main board, maybe it just shouldn't be in the deck at all. I don't think we need the haste plan. I think I'm content with the deck just killing through what we're already using to kill. There are also decks running Damping Matrix. We could do a split of Matrix Linvala. Do we like a split? Turns off our provisioner though. Which one? Damping? Alright, let's go with the Linvalis. There are other matchups we can play against. Like, you can use it against Heliod. You can use it against a few other decks. It's not exclusive to the Asmo decks. But it looks like our decks, especially since we're on like a mid-rangey plan, unless I make a ginormous construct, even a 12-12 construct could fall to Asmo. Eat my plant, hit me for 5. Seems correct. I also think, like, even if... Yeah, we're just dead here. We, yeah, we didn't live long enough for the glimpse to happen, and I kind of predicted that. I wonder if I'd done one turn different, because in the end, they actually didn't have the counterspell. They don't run a lot of counterspells. They run some. Good luck with the rest of your league. Good games and good luck with the rest of your league. Yeah. Our next draw was a Dark Dwell. All right. I think that was going to be a loss no matter what with our current iteration. I do think that Linvala could be sweet. Like, imagine if we'd hit Linvala instead of Teferi. That was just like, boom, we win. They need, like, exactly Galblast, right? They didn't end up having the counterspell. Yeah, I think Linvala is a clever idea. We've liked the ley lines. We've liked the Forces of Vigor. We've liked the Furies. Bone Crusher could go. We could slim on Bone Crush a little bit. Bone Crush is just kind of to supplement the Furies because it's red card and also is trying to go after their creatures. I haven't been that blown away by the Bone Crushers. Why don't we do that? Just have the hate piece for not just Asmo. It also works against Heliod. There's a lot of decks it does function against. Let me see how expensive they are. The Keeper of Silence. I'm sure they've gone up a little bit. They're actually very cheap though. The Rise of Eldrazi printing is 0.25 of a ticket, which is great because that's barely all I have left. All right, barely what I have left. Wait, no, it doesn't. It stops mana abilities. Oh, the Damping Sphere. I don't know if I have enough mana to get it. Not Damping Sphere. All right, Damping Matrix. It doesn't turn off anything in our deck. Activated abilities of artifacts and creatures can't... Doesn't it turn off my Urzas, though? We could keep this. My opponent's playing Obosh Red, so they're going to moon us, but we're... Oh, and we're on the draw. Shoot. Well, actually, I have 2 fetches, though. I have 2 fetches. We could still beat a Blood Moon. It's not easy to beat a Blood Moon. It's too bad we drew the basic mountain instead of our other 2 basics. Yep, Soulscar Mage. Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast, says our opponent. Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast, says our opponent. So, basic island, basic forest. Don't get Blood Moon. Their deck plays 3 to 4 Blood Moons in the main board. I do think Obosh Red is sweet with Fury. You play Obosh and then you evoke your Fury, kill their whole board. Seems good to me. Firebolt, Firebolt. Ouch. Yowza. I'll upkeep. Go for the basic. And, like, they may not go Blood Moon here, so I may not have to go get the other basic. Well, the cool thing, though, about getting the other basic is I still get to Wave Sift. That was a great draw. Wait, I wish there was something else like Sifter. Seriously. Really wish there was something else like Sifter for this deck. Although then maybe this deck would be a lot more played, which is maybe a little terrifying of a thought. And Blood Moon me. This is where we bring in Crusher and Furies, right? Although you can't really always crush the Soulscar Mage. No, that's not true. We're going to be on the play. Well, no, we may still not get to. Light up the stage. Do we play Ley Lines? Their deck just plays a lot of burn spells. Their early game is mono burn spells. They play Fire Bolt, they play Dart, they play Lightning Bolt. Sometimes you might see some other burn spells from them too. They're just trying to ride this Soulscar Mage to victory, which I can appreciate. Hopefully, though, we get to block it somehow with all the stuff I'm going to wombo out. This should be a juicy Shardless, I hope. Dart. Actually, no, I am just dead, aren't I? Dart, Dart. Nearly dead. I'm nearly dead. Actually, I think I'm dead. I go to 1. So we need to hit an Omnath with some life gain potential. That's not true. They don't have another. They don't have another one. So we need to play this mountain. So it's actually very nice that we drew the basic. See, I'm sitting here complaining, right? All right, let's hit the goods. Please give us the goods. Deck 5 permanents coming. That was not it. I hit 2 spells. I hit. What did I hit? I must have hit several violent outbursts. I mean, the violent outbursts sometimes do get us killed. I have thought for a little, and I'm sure somebody's gonna like try to chop my head off. I have wondered, for instances like this, I have wondered if we should just leverage the sideboard to fight control and do this. For what just happened. I missed out on 2 permanents because I hit 2 violent outbursts. If you're wondering what I hit right there, our whole deck is permanents and lands. I just hit 2 outbursts just now. If you're wondering why I went down on permanents. We shouldn't scoop though. I could block the Soul Scar and we get another chance, but it's a little depressing, isn't it? I actually don't get another chance. I have to draw an untapped land and be able to cast Urza or Omnath next turn. Man, that stinks. It happens very rarely though. But I do wonder if the deck would be happier with Please and Agents instead of Outbursts, because Outbursts are a whiff for our combo. Firebolt. I'm dead. We have some good sideboard, though, for this, besides Leyline. Like, yes, you do want to shut off their ability to go directly to our face. Sometimes they play Cage in the board. I think we also just want the ability to remove some of their creatures. So we'll test the second Bone Crusher, even though I'm maybe moving away from it. Yeah, I mean, Outbursts, they sometimes get you. I wonder if that's the direction I should do the deck, honestly. Is that... Well, they're red cards, though, for Fury, but... Yeah, maybe... I don't know, it's like Bruce Spy, that doesn't happen often enough, right? Just chillax. Don't worry about it. But, like, I wonder if that's also a deck building fundamental flaw? What's our red count if I did actually cut some outbursts instead of cutting Please? 19? That's not great. Maybe I gotta cut even more Urza. Is Outburst an instant? Yes. So, I mean, it does brick you on Glimpse. I don't know. I'm sure somebody's like, you're crazy, Bruce Spy, to consider that. Do I bring in Force 2? Probably not. Probably just need to kill their creature and have Leylines. So maybe no Urzas? Especially since I'm taking out the Tireless Tracker too. Maybe no Urza. Furies are zeros. Yeah, but it lets you combo at instant speed. I know it does, but we have a lot of ways to fight. Like, we've got Force, we've got Teferi, we've got Vendilion Clicks. I've got quite a few different ways for us to fight control post-board. We have about 5 cards that come in for control. Well, Urza's also here for blue count for Force, right? So, Glimpses, Furies, Bone Crushers. We never want to go below a certain number of Cascaders. Is cutting a Glimpse even a terrible idea? No, you don't want fewer than 3. Sorry, you can't ever get around the fact that Glimpse also bricks you in this deck. And it's just the first time, right? It's the very first Cascade that you feel it the most when you accidentally hit. I think I might actually try Ardent Please. Or maybe just a split. Like, maybe it's supposed to be 3 and 3. I'm just wondering, like, that really stunk. That was really, really painful to go from maybe the comeback to the loss. I mean, they ended up having the burn spell for our face anyway, right? So maybe it's moot. Maybe it's like, don't worry about it, Bruce Spy. Don't worry about it. Let it happen. Let's actually just rent 1 because I'm thinking of 1. Just 1. That stinks that we're on the play and we have the gemstone. Can't keep this. It's a mulligan. This hand has Bone Crush and Fury, but no Cascader. So that seems not great either. 1 more mulligan. So this has the gemstone, but we can put it back. It's got a Triumph. It's got a basic. This hand has a plan. So put this back and put back the... I can't really afford the Fury because I don't have another red card to pitch to it. The old mull twice happens. We're not that vulnerable to Moon because I can get basic. I'm planning to maybe get my basic... ooh, they have a rag. So they've spared no expense in their Obosh Red. Good. I'm glad. We want to fight them at their full strength anyways, right? Don't we, guys? Don't we want to fight our opponent at their full strength? I think we do. Man, this deck wants something else like Sifter. It really does. It really, really does. We need to do some research and try to find something else that's similar to Sifter. I'm going to do a 3-3 split, guys, I think. I'm sure somebody out there in the internet is like, no, Bruce Bride, don't do it. I'm doing it. 3-3 split. I'm tired of not hitting a permanent. At least Plea is a permanent. It's happened at least more than once. So, fool me once. Fool me twice. Absolutely, we need to know where we fit. Yeah, I don't think we can afford to cut even one glimpse, but I do think that being more permanent-y, like we're not even playing something like Valakut. Somebody suggested we play Valakut Exploration, or what is it, Valakut, not Exploration, Awakening. Although this would get a bunch of triggers because it's a landfall thing. This card is sweet. Like, this card even kills people, by the way. I do think, like, I wonder if that would be a better engine than Urza. Like, this card kills people, too. But anyway, we're not playing Valakut Awakening because it counts as an instant, not a land, as we're going off. Spyro, so this is kind of a slower hand for them. Kind of. Oh, they exiled a Glimpse. That's hilarious on their Ragavan. Maybe not. Now that means I have fewer in my deck. That sucks. Oh, yes. Full strength, yes. Oh, wow, we drew another Outburst. Sweet. Please go off, deck. Please, for the love of magic, go off. Let's get a basic here. Well, those are probably getting shuffled back in anyway. Here we go. 5 permanents coming. Make me mana, please. Yes, we hit a Provisioner. I can keep going. Oh, we can keep going. Oh, we can so keep going. Treasure token, treasure token, treasure token. More permanents. Hey, make more mana. Yes. Actually, I want the mountain, don't I? Treasure token, mana, treasure. Okay, is it more important that I have... Because I have a Goblin Dark Dweller in my hand. Is it more important that I have more permanents or that I make more mana? I think I'm going to go with more permanents. This is a lot of hits. Let's not make the mana. We could, though. We could crack those 2 treasures. Let's keep going. Last glimpse of my deck. Here we go. Let's hit a Goblin Dark Dweller this time, shall we? We didn't, but I get to Fury away their board almost fully. Okay. They scoop. Oh, we also hit Leyline. Sweet. Full strength for us, too. Yeah, Leylines and Furies and Bone Crushers feel good. Although in the future, I'm not going to have the second Bone Crusher, but I'm going to benefit from it this league, at least. Let's run it back. That felt like the right sideboard. These 7 feel like the right. And you really can't sideboard more than 6 or 7 cards. This is the limit, isn't it? Let's just hit Leyline in our opener like this. I'm kidding. We can't keep this hand. It's a 1-lander. I can't keep this either. Oh, my goodness. I mean, we're on the draw. I can't keep this either. We're on the draw with Gemstone, but I can't keep the Gemstone either. It puts us down too few cards. Right? Like, this makes it so we can't do our thing. Also, I don't have blue for Shardless. Well, no, we put Omnath back in before a Cascader, right? I mean, like, okay. Let's go full greed. Let's say I kept Gemstone and Colony Garden, right? Maybe I just need to be faster. Am I actually doing this? Okay. Am I hoping... We're on the draw. Am I hoping to draw land? Or am I going ultimate greed, which is... Ditch the stomping. Do I keep 2 Cascaders? Or do I make it sure I can cast my Outburst? Or actually, I could keep Agent instead, unless they blow this up. I don't think they're going to. We're going to get our combo off before the Blood Moon happens, right? I have a land, they have a land. I have a land, they have a land, I have a land. Yeah, so... Just hope for land? Well, no, let's do this math here, right? Like, let's say they do have the Blood Moon. We're screwed, right? We're just screwed if they have Moon, right? I have 24 lands in my build. Ditch the Shardless. Yeah. Well, no. Shardless is better than the Outburst, actually. Well, Outburst is more feasible if I get Moon, though. Yeah, you like ditching Shardless? But Shardless is a permanent, but we're thinking about... No, but I'm with you. We could pitch Outburst. It's ultimate greed, and we're trying to go... So their turn 1 is land, our turn 1 is garden. Yeah, we are going off before the Blood Moon happens. Hang on, let's keep Agent. Let's do it. Right? If you hit a bunch of mana, then you want the second Cascader in hand, though, says... Yeah, that's true. I'm not confident that the deck's going to give me a land, though. And maybe I should have been, right? Wasn't confident that we were going to get it. We played 24 land, though, and I was on the draw. Wave Sifter on the top, please. Right. Kill my plant? Oh, they don't kill my plant, maybe. Oh, they didn't kill my plant, maybe. They're thinking about it, though. They do. Drew an Outburst. Please don't screw us on mana, deck. Please don't screw us. We have a land in our hand, though. But please don't screw us. We got a little screwed. That's not true. Not quite screwed. Just mostly. And I can get the basic mountain if they did have a Blood Moon draw, which is very, very likely. Their deck plays a playset. At least most of the lists I've seen play a playset of Moon. Light up the stage. Light up the stage. That's not so scary. This means they're not killing my things, and we get to go off again. Here we go. Taking it. Just taking it. Let's go get a Triumph. That'd be an awkward draw, wouldn't it? So, do we want to float the mana, or we could play the land post... Yeah, we'd rather do it after we combo off. I technically could almost Omnath here. Not quite. We're not playing our land yet. We want to save the land drop in our hand. We're gonna... Oh, we get to swing for... I'm not playing a haste build anymore. So we should get our 2 damage in for freebies. Yeah, no, this was actually pretty good. Alright, let's Outburst still during our own turn. So we have some sorcery speed stuff to our deck as well. Which is like... That's again, like... I don't know if we need the playset of Outburst. Alright, hold on. I'm furying away their board. This is looking really good so far. Just checking their graveyard for a Lava Dart. So this is good. Do we need a shock? I'm at 11, but I could play this Omnath that's in my hand now. They scoop. Well, we just beat a Blood Moon deck. They have to draw a Blood Moon though. All right, maybe I'm down. Let's try a 3-3 split. I do think that the deck has enjoyed 10 Cascaders. I do. I think that because Violent Outbursts, like the extra glimpses, right? Like if we glimpse it tomorrow over something that's not a permanent, it hurts so bad. And that's why even Force is painful, right? Like we might have a real reason for why we're only playing like 3 Force effects in our sideboard. Like we need permanence, right? And I'm not saying that like playing Force is wrong. Force is a vigor, Force is a negation. I don't think it's wrong for the archetype. But our deck wants permanence, right? Even Fury is a permanent. So I think we have real reasons for why we're going to split in the direction of Plea and Outburst. I do think the instant speed is very important. I do think the fact that it's an Anthem was very important when we were a token generator build of the deck, like just trying to kill them with Chancellor of the Forge. I don't think the Anthem effect on Outburst or even the instant speed nature of Outburst is as important to our deck, the direction we're headed in. If it wasn't for Moons and the mana base, I'd say play 4, please. Yeah, let's not play 4. Let's try 3-3 split. Yeah, let's try a 3-3 split. The instant speed nature of it is nice against control and other permissive, decks that have counter magic or Aethergusts. Aethergust is very popular, and Aethergust hits Glimpse, right? It sucks that our Cascade piece is hit by a relatively popular counterspell in people's sideboards. But will blue-white mana be consistent? Alright, this hand seems awesome. Ish. Depends on my opponent's archetype. If we can get away with this hand, I'll keep. No companion, so very potentially a blue controlled style. 2 gemstones have been good, though. Oh, yeah, the gemstone mines have been great for this deck. Very important. And the caverns, like, was great for last game. Let us go fast enough. Yeah, I think the Linvalas will be sweet. They skip their land drop? They wait till their second main to play their land. So they're playing prowess. Okay. They don't have permission game 1, so let's just try to not take damage. So what am I going? Stomping? I don't even want to fetch, right? Every point of life matters in this matchup. Maybe we can get away without fetching. I play Foundation over Force of Vigor, but I've also been playing Risen Reef for additional value from playing more elementals. That's true. Yeah, I mean, like, maybe I could make our deck cheaper by not playing all these Forces of Vigor. Like, we could play Breakers, right? Breaker is sweet. Breaker is a permanent. So, yeah, I mean, there's not a creature that's going to give us the feel of Force Negation, but I wonder if I could afford second Force Negation if I cut 2 Forces of Vigor. Maybe I could. How much is a Force of Vigor? Actually, hang on. That might be the right direction to head. And maybe not bother with any Bone Crushers. Maybe it's 2 Force, 2 Fury, and then... because we really want negation. I think the deck really does want Forces of Negation. Why don't I do this before our next league? Yeah, I think the Foundation Breaker tech is actually... like, sure, we don't get to 2 for 1 that Force of Negation or Force of Vigor allows, which is nice. But maybe Breaker, just Breaker for hitting Grafdigger's Cages. Drew and Urza. We really want to do this. Let's minimize the amount of damage we're taking as much as possible. So let's go with the Gemstone Mine, which is another reason why Mine is awesome in this deck. Maybe we should just be playing more Mines, because, like, our combo refreshes them. Maybe I should just play more Mines. I wonder if we should just play more of this card, because our combo does refresh the charge counters. Or not care, right? We just get a different land. 4 Mine honestly sounds like a good idea. Yeah, I wonder if a playset of Mine is even better than the first Ketria Triome. Maybe we should just be playing all of these. I do think the first Triome is good, but... and I don't know if I've been in love with the random Sacred Foundry. We did have... well, maybe because we have Linvalas. Yeah, maybe 3rd Gemstone and maybe consider the 4th. The Mountain is here just because of life points. But, oh wait, did we already... yeah. We could cut another Scalding Tarn, too, or a... that would also make my deck cheaper for me, and let us for sure get into 2 Force of Negation. 4 Mines sounds good to try. Why don't we try a 3rd one first? And again, like, if I cut a Scalding Tarn, then I for sure could make this change of 2 Forces in the side. Which I think our blue count, thanks to the Urza build I'm on, is... and we have some borrowers. Like, I think I've headed us in the direction of having enough blue to actually... because those are the decks that actually really do prey on us. Decks that have enough counter spells to actually fight through our combo. I do think that those decks are what we need to be able to fight post-board. I think fetches are important, though. Yeah, they are. They are. Oh yeah, fetches are important because of Omnath. Yeah, let's not go further than that. But let's cut the second Triome. Let's play 3rd Gemstone. Let's make that change too. Okay, yeah, let's not go overboard. Let's try one more copy. Ardent Plea. Don't I do this instead? I'm pretty sure I Plea instead of Outburst because we end up with 1 more permanent. Yeah, I think Plea is better. I mean, it's not better. It's situationally better, right? I do need to get Island here. So, like, okay, revel with me for a second, chat. I think Plea is better situationally. Let's try a 3-3 split on Outburst Plea. Like, I'm ending up with another permanent than I wouldn't otherwise be getting. Please don't brick. I have 5 permanents. We're hoping to get 5 back. I do get 5 back. One of them is an Omnath, and I have some fetches. Awesome. Get all of the abilities on Omnath. Beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful. So we're making extra mana, and then we just play another Cascade, right? Right? Especially Island fetches. Okay. I mean, if it got everything in our deck, I could consider playing just like a Flooded Strand. It doesn't, though. It doesn't get... Flooded Strand doesn't get Stomping Ground. So, let's see. Make colors. What am I doing? Dwellers? No, that's too much mana. Well, let's fetch. For 2 basics. I'm interested in red mana, aren't I? And maybe more green. Yeah, maybe it was blue. Well, let's just get another basic. So what am I doing here? We're outbursting, right? It's nice that there's another permanent. Yeah, we're outbursting, and then we're trying to Goblin Dark Dwellers behind that, right? So let's pay our white mana. Which is maybe wrong. Well, I don't have an Omnath in my hand, so we don't need it. Let's leave Rug up. Sifter first. Maybe I was supposed to sift. Yeah, maybe I was supposed to sift. Maybe I'm overvaluing the mana. Okay, Dark Dweller on that one, Dark Dweller on that one. We have 2 Dark Dwell triggers. You don't still need to be in control of the Dark Dweller for it to do the cast the glimpse. So I'm going to glimpse 2 more times, but I'm not in control of when. Let's float. Here we go. Cast it. Can Sifter, the Cascade. What? Evoke. It's not instant speed though. You can Sifter and Cascade with it. All right, fetch. Because we put our basics back into the deck. What do we need? Red mana? We're more interested in red mana now. Maybe just even more red mana. Lots of red mana. Cast it. Here we go. Let's keep going. Do we want to pay the life? I think we could make use of all our mana here, right? I think I can. Tireless Tracker. Hey, we've hit the tracker for once. I'm only playing a fun of. Maybe I should just get the Triome here. The Ketria. Like, how much mana do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11. I don't have another Cascader. I could play Urza. I could play out the Sifter. But every Omnath you hit has been +4 life. They are, which is sweet. Let's actually take the... We have 20 minutes left on our clock. Let's think here for a moment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, potentially 12 mana. I've got 4 mana I definitely want to do. Oh, you know what? We get to keep going. Outburst is going to hit the bin, and there's Dwellers. We could keep going. I'm crazy to not consider continuing to go off. More red mana, please. Why don't we just keep going? There's one more glimpse in our deck. Is there anything else I want to do though before? Oh, Urza makes mana because I have clues and Shardless taps. Yeah. So let's Urza first. Urza makes a bunch of mana for us. And we're doing this, and we're doot. So much mana. Oh yes, Urza. Yes. All right, this is sweet. I should Wave Sift too. Evoke. I don't need to cast it because of the Urza in play. This is even more mana. Oh man, the Urza's actually really coming together. Tap the clues. What? All right, Goblin Dark Dwellers. Sifter as well. Yeah, we definitely sift. I don't need to play out the Provisioner though. It doesn't do all that much. Outburst. Cast Outburst. Outburst. So, okay, some number of outbursts is important. Maybe I'm wrong. I might be wrong. It might just be because here it's sweeter than Plea because of the goblins. All right. Do I get to keep going? Yes, if I want to. Let's give ourselves the possibility. I might not want to though. All of the triggers. We just keep looping, right? We just hit all our Omnaths and just kill them with Omnath, right? Do you believe in loop? This is sweet. This combo is sweet. I'm digging it. Mana. We could make life though. This is the last glimpse. Do we want to do it? My board's pretty good. There's another Urza to find. There's an Urza in my hand. This combo is pretty hilarious. Do we just keep going? I think we keep going. Float. It's good, but it could still be better. Yeah, it is pretty good, but it could be better. I might just want to make the mana on these treasures instead. No, I don't need it. I have so much mana. I don't care. Let's do it again. This is the last glimpse, though, folks. This is it. This is the last one, I promise. Just play out your cards. All right. Okay, 2 dwellers, but this board's better slightly, and more Omnath triggers, so why not? All right, so those don't have a target. Oh yeah, choose an Omnath to keep. I'll keep that one. Okay. Yeah, so these dwellers don't have anything to hit anymore, but that's to be expected. Yeah. Just do all the triggers. Do all the triggers. We found that the auto stack key doesn't work, right? I'm pressing it. It's not really doing anything. It's fine. That feeling you get when you get the loop off. Yeah, turn 3 loop, actually. We get a construct out of this. I might play the other Urza in my hand just to make a construct. Click all my triggers. We're going to lose to the clock more likely than my opponent's deck. Kind of wanted to hit another tireless there. It's really okay that we didn't. Different than the provisioner is what I mean. Cancel. So Urza, make this make mana. Make this make mana. I mean, we could Urza spin a few times. That is why we put Urza in the deck, because we just like potentially make tons and tons and tons of mana. I'll play out the other Urza, I guess. Hey, what's up, Jade? Floating. Fetching. I have 76 life right now. Do you like what we've done to the deck, Jade? I think this is so degenerate now. I love it. I'm just gonna Urza my whole deck onto the battlefield, right? Like, why not? 15 minutes left, guys. Don't worry. Tap that treasure. Make some mana. Tap that treasure. Make some mana. Make some mana. Make some mana. How many times can we Urza with all this? Sure. You haven't seen any of this deck yet? It's pretty degenerate. It's any color, right? Thank goodness. Let me just show my opponent our whole deck. I could just like bounce one of their things too, can't I? Petty Theft your Dragon Rage. Brazen Borrower. As an advocate of degeneracy. Yeah. Alright, one more Urza. 2 more Urzas actually, right? Activations? Another Urza? Can't cast it though, right? Oh yeah, it's free. Why not? Why not? Urza. Urza activations can hit Glimpse and still cast it. Tap the construct. Yes, I'll cast my other Urza. Keep one. Play the Shardless that's in my hand. Tap these 2, crack a clue? I just want to keep going, and I shouldn't be. It's 14 minutes left. Cool. All right. I did everything I possibly could have done with that Urza. Your turn, opponent. I have 16 cards left in my deck. Do you believe? This is turn 3. Sure. You can Serum Visions. As an advocate of degeneracy, I love the direction this has gone in since you left on Saturday night. Exactly, yeah. We did it for the memes. I have him dead in the air, actually. Which is relevant. Begin combat. They bolt their own Swift Spear. They bolt my Sifter, sure. Those are 11/11 constructs. They're not small. I deal how much damage to our opponent? Whoa. Wait, 70/70? Is it a sign? Is this a sign? I'll put that in the Discord. Sign, well, it's -70 to 70. No, those aren't constructs. They're Eldrazi. Yeah, that's fun. I also was in the wrong interface for that game. Sorry, folks. Forgive me. Forces, right? I mean, not forces. This force. Clicks to fairies. We want to fight over their permission, right? Their, I mean, like, Leyline buys us time. Bone Crush and Fury buy us time. I don't want to overboard, though. Those are all possibilities. There's also Rhythm. No, not Rhythm. They're going to be going after our Cascade. It's not like this is true control. I think we're moving away from this card. Didn't we cut it already? Yeah, we already cut it in our next build. So I don't think we bring it in because we're already moving away from that card. Borrowers seem bad. We cut those. We can trim the Tireless. We were more interested in Provisioner than Tracker, but I like the 5th because of the Urzas. Urza looked great there, didn't he? But he's also the weaker engine technically versus Provisioner and Omnath. These two get us going. So we could cut some number of Urzas. I don't know. Do we want to fight them as if they're... I mean, they're prowess, right? So it's better just to remove their threat. Fury is a more definite removal. These don't seem all that great. Like, that's the problem with Bone Crusher is it just doesn't kill even when it comes to prowess, right? So let's play the Force. Let's play the Clicks. We maybe even play the Teferis, although that might be overkill. The problem with Teferi against prowess is they do a good job attacking a Teferi. They would do a good job attacking my Teferi. Let's not play the Teferis. Let's just play enough blue to make the forces work. So, it's our blue count and the Furies. Let's check our red count. Omnath's in the middle. Yeah, with us being a Fury Force build, I think we should try to play more Izzet colored cards in the 75, right? If possible. I don't think there are many Izzet colored cards other than Omnath though. This is red count. This is blue count. Blue count looks good. Blue count 17. Well, blue count is 21. Red count is 17. So red count is what's suffering. Maybe I should cut Urzas then. Let's play 2 Urza, but so blue count is now 19 for 1 Force Negation. Red count is 17 for 2 Fury. Seems right. Yeah, they play mutagenic, so at least Fury might remove their threat, but the Bone Crushers... I think I'm moving away from Bone Crush. Didn't we cut them? Yeah, we did. And we're adding another Force. And we're going to try your idea of Foundation Breaker. We're going to try Linvalis, too, for the Asmo decks. Seems good. Seems very good. All right, so this is Acceleration. Okay, do we go Greed here? And we're on the draw. Should I stop being a coward? We have 24 lands, right? Switch. Let's stop being a coward, right? This hand has double cards that make me exile. This is a 5-card hand, basically. Sort of. And it does have a Cascader. It has Gemstone, so we're faster. It has Fury. We keep this hand, right? And hope for the 3rd land. This isn't a coward stream. Keep. Alright, we're pitching Omnath, right? No, we pitch Urza. We pitch Urza. This hand's actually gas? Yeah, it actually is. I was a little scared at first, and then I realized this hand's awesome. Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing, Larry. I think you're absolutely right. I think it totally is Urza, for sure. I don't know why I was thinking about the other cards, Larry. I almost, like, really hurt us there by not pitching Urza to Caverns. This 2 of Caverns has been pretty sweet. I mean, yeah, it screwed us a couple times, but that's the nature of the card. It's either, like, the best card in your deck, or it screws you over, right? Don't kill my plant. Don't kill my plant. Don't do it. Was I supposed to already have killed their Swift Spear? I don't feel pressured. I don't feel that pressured to Fury their 1 Swift Spear. Is that like famous last words? Not killing their Swift Spear with my Fury? I would have needed to do it last turn, not this turn. I'd rather they be tapped out, though, and then we're only playing around mutagenic. Nah, kill it when you evoke and Cascade. Well, I don't get the benefit, though, Raven, of... yeah, that's true. I might just be pitching the Omnath in my hand to the Fury and keeping the Goblin. You're right. When we go off, let's be patient. Okay, it's probably dead, unless their hand is double mutagenic. Outburst isn't as good to go off with as Shardless is, right? So let's start this with Shardless. And yeah, we have plenty of red cards in our hand. We may just kill this. All right, here we go. Outburst is better? Is it? Are you sure? But like, I end up with another permanent though. No, because you outburst in response to Fury. Oh! Their hand's not that great. They need a land. They have a Spell Pierce. Didn't matter. They tapped out. I don't think I take anything. And we know that this is dead if we want it to be. So I say no. I'm a little concerned that I don't have the colors necessary to outburst, so all the more reason to kill. Yeah, that sucks. I didn't realize the combo. I'm learning. We're learning. Let's pitch the Omnath, right? Kill this. Yeah. In response to the trigger, you still could have had even the extra permanent with the Shardless Agent. Yes. No, it had to be Outburst, but you're right. I'd rather have the extra permanent pre-combat than post-combat. Thank you. You're absolutely right. I mean, I'm still learning some of the weird lines this deck has. Forgive me. Oh, dang it. They drew a land. No, they could get the Stormwing on the... No! No! No, all of our dreams. We need a red source. Yeah. Okay, so... Right, it was better because it was... We would... The Shardless wasn't better than the Outburst there. So that is a scenario when Outburst is better. Yeah, these evoke creatures actually make the Outbursts pretty juicy. Okay. Well, no, Fury does. Foundation Breaker, I'd have to have 5 mana to do that. But, oh, they don't do anything? They just pass. Don't be a coward, opponent. Okay. They're just going to kill my click here. Let's go to combat. Hiya! So there's no reason they wouldn't dart the click here. They still get to hold up Spell Pierce. Endurance also works with Shardless. Yeah, not going to play perfect there. Alright, so maybe they won't go for their Manamorphose line. They bolt my agent now. Okay. If they have third land, then they can go for the Morphos entity. So here they're going to go for it. I can't punish them because I don't have a red source here. So yes, Gemstone, last game, amazing, right? This game looks terrible. So the ceiling on this card, very high. It also has an infinitely bottom floor, which is that it's sometimes a colorless source. They played both those. They have the mana for their Spell Pierce. We are very sad. We are maybe dead. But we already won a game earlier. I can't actually do this card. That stinks. We would love to be able to evoke that. I do wonder. As good as this is, maybe we should do what I was proposing earlier, which was the split. And then play 4th Gemstone. Like, yes, giving up a sideboard slot sucks, but we could cut a ley line. You can hit these as you're comboing off. We had that happen earlier. You just hit them as you're comboing off. Endurance doesn't work. Evoke to finish the trigger. Okay. Maybe we do the split on Gemstone Caverns because that stunk. It stinks to draw the second one. I mean, no, I'm sorry. It stinks to draw it when we're on the play. And we were, right? Oh no, we already did do the awesome thing with the Gemstone. Maybe I'm being hasty to try 1/1 split. But like more Gemstone Mines, I think in the 75 makes this deck better. We probably cut a different land before we cut for Caverns to come in, don't we? Maybe we cut like a random basic or fetch if we don't need a basic or something. That infinitely bottom floor is depicted in the art. Right, it's almost like instead of like it's the floor, it's like we're looking down in a tunnel. Like, just change your perspective on this card. I see it. I see what you're talking about, Larry Legend. That's funny. Yeah, and they still get to hold open the Spell Pierce. Dang it. It's okay. We'll get him next game, gents. I hope. Tireless Provisioner. Casting it. Go. Don't kill my Provisioner. Makes my land draws so much better. Remember when we were trying to make this deck a Valakut deck originally, like way back? And let's go in the way back machine. We were trying to make this like a Valakut kill. Deck is way better now, I think. Oh no, they have a threat. Oh no. They have 2 threats. No blocks. We take it. We take it like men. Like a champion. A magic champion would just take that damage directly. Their hand is Entity, Spell Pierce, 1 unknown. Never mind, we know what their hand is now. Okay. Well, that's another blocker, but more importantly, this turns on the Outburst. Imagine if this Outburst was Ardent Plea, though. That's true. We should think about that. So, I could Sift. I'm sure somebody's like, no, Bruce Spy, you have to Outburst. I can't. They have Spell Pierce. I can't do it, guys. I can't. Can't do it. We're not spending the treasure to Sift. Although I guess I could hit a land off of the clue. I mean, we're blocking, right? We hope they don't have lethal in the air. We're blocking. I need to do something this turn productive that doesn't get hit by their Spell Pierce. Or I could try to Violent Outburst if they crack this like a fool. They could crack this like a fool. Like, I don't think they're going to. Like, I'm trying to respect my opponent as far as, like, their discipline. If they go for the end step crack, we get them with the Outburst. I think Sifting... Well, let's see. We already played our land drop this turn, right? Yeah, we did. So it's not like... I would be on blocking, and maybe we just hope that they're bad. Or make a mistake. It's not that they're bad. It's just they could make a mistake. They could crack their Mesa. They're not going to. I doubt it, but... Highly doubt that they're going to, but they might. Outburst could also potentially block. Maybe hit larger creatures. Yeah, I think we're supposed to leave it as an instant play. Like, I do think it's better to hope that this happens than to... And we could even hit like a flyer. Right? It's better... I just hope that they go all in on the entity, right? And don't play around me having an Outburst. Entity is already a 5/5. But maybe they're like, oh, let's just go for it. Yeah, and then not leave open the Spell Pierce. I don't think they're going to do that, though, as you can see. So they played around it. Not much I could have done. We did draw it. Wasn't helpful. Wow, we saw a lot of cards before the glimpse happened. Spell Pierce. Also shouldn't do that because I'm just showing them more cards. Showing them how we sideboarded. Did they see some sideboard cards? Yeah, they do. Oh, wow, they didn't Spell Pierce me? I also didn't float my other mana. Wait. They didn't Spell Pierce? Also, I already just messed up. Glimpse. Hold on. We Fury the Dragon Rage because the entity won't die. I'll still split the damage. He can't grow this unless he has something exactly like... Hold on. There's a game now. It's awkward for us to go off instant speed, though. I probably shouldn't actually make extra mana with Foothills. I'm going to make the mana with the Gemstone, but, like, I'm at 6. Why? They didn't Spell Pierce us. I don't understand. Everything that I knew about Magic has just changed. Opponent has Spell Pierce, decides not to cast it. They activate an Arid Mesa. Okay. Foothills is an Omnath trigger, though? It is. Maybe they're just trying to bolt me right here. Like, bolt me. Red. What is this? You had something you wanted to do instead. They're Manamorphosing. Is this why we didn't Spell Pierce? So they did have a way to grow the Dragon Rage. They drew into a Manamorphose. So actually I may have just killed us because I didn't mark this for 1 more damage. Oh, no. It doesn't have prowess. I keep thinking this card has prowess. It's not that good. It's a Surveil. This game is busted now. I think we may still get there. It's close. It's going to be close, right? So they Surveil a Bauble away. They have blue-red open. I gain a bunch of life. I draw a card. I should have fetched before that draw, right? This dies. This gets marked for 1 damage. Okay, so we crack this before the Dark Dwellers goes off. They're gonna spell pierce though. This second glimpse, right? So maybe I wasn't supposed to fetch. That was maybe a mistake on my part. Well, no, I have another Dark Dwellers in my hand, right? 1, 2. That's them floating. I'm not the one floating. I may have just killed us just now. Because 9. Oh, shoot. I wasn't supposed to fetch, guys. Was it Exaxes for us living? Dang it. I can cast the Wave Sifter if I do. And this is during their turn. Why am I thinking like that at all? Oh, boy. Oh, no. I mean, like, yeah, it's another Omnath trig. But, like, I don't actually do much with the mana. Oh, no, I do. Definitely I do. Spell Pierce doesn't work then. You need to float the mana to pay for Pierce. Obviously. I'm sitting here. Okay, let's make more red mana because of the Dark Dwellers in my hand. But no, it doesn't matter. This is their turn. I keep thinking it's our turn. We're going off in the middle of their turn because we were trying to play on the Spell Pierce. Got it. All right. Cast because we could hit more stuff. And there's another Omnath trigger happening. Okay, they Spell Pierce. I pay for it. And we pay properly, right? I guess I should pay that and the white mana. Yep, pay for Pierce. Here we go. That's not a great hit. That was not juicy. So the answer is no. No, that is juicy. That's a flying blocker. And they only have one Lava Dart that they're going to spend, by the way. And I can crack these clues with the mana that we've made. Is that another legitimate Omnath trigger, or that was the deal damage to them? Yep, creatures grow. Yeah, clue draw, clue draw. Right? Maybe not. Yeah, I need to hit another Cascader maybe. So it is clue draw, I think. Okay, I didn't, but I hit a land I can actually use. Block? This is gonna live though. Block, block. We still have our draw. Well, we turned what was definitely a loss into almost a win. We have one more game against this person, so let's try to save clock. They do have a Lava Dart to spend. That was fascinating. Or is this game 3? Hang on, maybe this is the end. No, I think this is only game 2. Am I wrong about that? We won the first game. Didn't we already play game 2? Is this the same game? Oh, mutagenic, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, they had a mutagenic. Wow, they decided not to kill us. They can still kill me. They forgot about their dart, maybe? Dart for the win, dude. Don't forget about your dart. It says game 2 on the record. Okay. We are dead. I'm just curious. Just curious what my next card was. Well, I could have looked after the fact. Okay, so we're on the play this time. There's Giants to think about. There's Teferis to think about. They showed us Pierce. With us on the play... By the way, do we cut... Wait, I can't cut gemstones because we're not playing a 25th land. I can't, like, side one out and still be 25 lands. So I do think there are benefits of doing this. Granted, we're giving up some sideboard to do it. There's even more benefit to this, right? Which is where you just have them in the sideboard and only bring them in when you know for sure. But I think the 1/1 split you can get away with, though. But yeah, maybe we'll do this to the deck and play a split on the card. Because, like, here it'd be kind of nice to not have the second one when I'm on the play. But I think, like, it's a colorless source. It doesn't really help me when I'm on the play. It hurts way too much to just... Yeah, you know what? Let's go with 23 lands. That's the change I'm going to make to the deck right there. I think we figured out what I'm changing. Not a 4th gemstone. Let's do a 1/1 split. Let's run 23 main board. I've been wondering for some time if this deck could get away with 23 land. And maybe we cut something else to, like, play a temple or something. Maybe 23 land, but 24 land overall. And then that lets me main deck one of the cards you're thinking about sideboarding in this archetype. I don't know what it would be. Just like, I mean, Teferi's flexible. Vendilion Click's flexible. I think Teferi's the most flexible card in our sideboard. Maybe we do this. And then we buy ourselves another sideboard slot. Okay, so I have room for a card. Teferi, right? It's just so hard for him to live, though, against the prowess archetype. Maybe I just want more removal. Take them off their clock. I don't know. They showed us that they still had their mutagenics in. Maybe this isn't worth it. Maybe like 1 Teferi. And cut another Urza. 2 Teferis. I think Teferi and Force is the better way for us to fight over permission in this matchup. Maybe. This hand has 1 Cascader. This hand just gets got by a single Spell Pierce, but they don't play the playset. Leyline could also be main since it's free. Main the Leyline, maybe. That could be main board. One of Teferi is probably the better option. Yeah, let's try that. We're smoothing it out. I do like the main deck borrowers. I like these. I mean, main deck Teferi also bounces some of the things we're afraid of. Brazen because it bounces a big attacker. Did I take them out? I did. Yeah, Brazen's maybe better than Bone Crusher Giant for bouncing their stuff. That's true. Don't have Spell Pierce. You're a fan of the main board borrower? Yeah, the borrower's been very good. Borrower's been quite good. Gonna have to shock to Agent. Well, maybe I'm not going to. Maybe they're gonna keep their mana open and pretend to have a Spell Pierce. I don't think we really have the benefit of our hand. Like, as bad as our hand is looking, I don't think we have the benefit to play around Pierce. And at least I get to try again in a few turns with Dwellers. I don't think we get to play around Spell Pierce. They're also not playing it, maybe. I think we just try to go off now. We have 5 permanents, and we hope it turns into 6. We hope we don't like hit the Force, or this is gonna hurt a little bit. Sometimes it hurts. No evoke creatures. All right, cast. Please give us back 5 permanents. So we did go down 1 permanent, but we hit Urza and Omnath, so I think we're okay with how that turned out. Like, yes, I did hit a spell. We get to keep going, though. All right, I'm in the red zone on my mana. Wow, I'm glad it was a mountain that I hit, because I can... Oh, I could also just make more mana here. Make mana. Dwellers. Yeah, 5 with the construct. I mean, like, our board's insane, though. Do I keep spinning or not? I guess I do keep spinning. But I don't have another Cascader in my hand. Also, I should have left open the white mana, right? Because we could just play the Omnath that's in my hand. Oh, we just hit another one anyway. Sweet. And I hit Teferi. Always yield. I mean, we're on the fair plan, maybe, with only 4 minutes anyhow. Treasure token. Make things. Draw a card. Another Dwellers. I'm 1 mana shy of... Well, I don't have it in the graveyard. Do I just get the Provisioner on the table? Probably. Do I just want to return the Soulscar Mage? It's kind of the slowest of the slow. I think I might do that. Ooh, we hit a Shardless Agent. Awesome. Let's keep going, maybe. What am I trying to achieve, though? More permanents? I mean, yes, I'm trying to achieve more permanents. I wonder if the mana off of this is more important than having an extra permanent. No, we want the extra hit. I keep thinking that. I don't think it's ever correct. Or rarely it's correct. Here we go. Glimpse again. Oh, shoot. Hold on. We get to keep going. Dwellers. Do I shock? Yes. Beat the clock. Yep. Trying. Ow. Not paying attention to perfectly how I need to do this. I'm just dark dwelling, right? Like, there's a universe where I think for a moment and worry about the... Cast, please. 3 minutes left. Now I'm at the point of no, right? I'm 1 mana shy of playing the Omnath that's in my hand. I also have some... We're finally at no on those. Fury away. Sorry, choose an Omnath to keep. Fury, let's go Greed here, which is they're not going to get to Delirium. Make sure that dies. Well, they could have a... Let's click them, although I could click myself. Get all these triggers on the stack. I mean, I can't really go off again. I could put the Channeler back in their hand with my Teferi. Oh no, we're killing it. And if the Swiss Spear lives, we put it back in their hand. Oh, they can't mutagenic. I hit a Teferi. So their dudes are definitely dead. Drew an Outburst, but there's no point. Expressive is the best card in their hand. I suppose I'll take it. Doesn't really matter. Playing out another Omnath doesn't really matter. Could just play out Dwellers just because it's a big dude. Plus my Teferi. 2 minutes left. We're good. Their deck can't beat this. Board. Sure. No fetch land, which is sad. Sure. Found Outburst for the pumps. Yeah. Take away a blocker. Drew into a Fury. Get rid of your blocker. Sweet. Go to combat. Violent Outburst. We didn't need it though, right? Is this just the win more? The answer is no. Oh yeah, Plant's getting in for sure. Plant's getting in. That's first strike damage. That's dead strike damage. Hey, we prized again. Sweet. We did it. Deck's coming along. Deck's coming along. All right. So I think if I reprice this, I think we can get the deck as it is. It stinks that we made too many changes that I can't just like run it back. But we have room for one more sideboard card. Let's price this and see if I can get... This is version 1.3? That was version 2. Now we're on 3. I also need to be opening a new copy of this deck, but I think it's fine because I don't think we'll be going back to the previous, but just that was bad. Force of habit, I'm supposed to do that. Or I'm not supposed to do that. Excuse me. Wow, we're getting closer and closer on this deck. I think. I think. All right, glimpse of tomorrow. Deck file open. Load. Thank you guys for being so patient today as we brew through this deck. Death to Izzet Blitz. We got there. All right, return this order. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna play the Ketria. I think we want third gemstone, and I think let's play extra caverns in the side. I mean, if we are okay with giving up some sideboard slots, we could just have both the gemstones in the sideboard and just play a playset of mine. But then again, I don't know. If we had room for something, call me crazy, I think it would be some number of Lovestruck. Or the first, the first Chancellor. But I kind of just want more early game stuff for us to be doing again. To just set us up better on occasion. It's just like an extra Colony Garden, basically. Which I'm sure somebody out there is like, boo. Put the Teferi's main all cavern side? Maybe. Do this, maybe? That's 22 lands, though. That seems bad. Hang on. Yeah, what about this? What about this? A Lovestruck? One Cavern's main, one Cavern side. We'll leave the Teferi's in the board. Down to 2 Leyline of Sanctity. 2 Linvala, 2 Breakers. Yeah, 2 Fury, 2 Force, 2 Click. 2 Leyline, 2 Linvala. It's so close. I wish we could trim here as well. Don't get me wrong, Urza is sweet as well. Urza is sweet. But I wonder if the deck would be happier doing this. And still playing a 24th land, which would be Gemstone. And then when we know that we're on the draw, we bring in a 25th land, actually, which is a second gemstone, because we're going down cards when we do this. And then that leaves room for the second Lovestruck. Don't get me wrong. I think the Urza engine has been sweet. I think that the weakest card in our deck is Tireless Tracker, and we were just playing it because we wanted more artifact producers for Urza. But actually, I think Urza is the weakest of these 3 mana producers. He is. I think he's strong enough that he stays in our deck some amount, and maybe it should only be 2 Urza, by the way, and then we just main deck it to Fairy, and then now we do have room for a different sideboard card. But since we don't know maybe what that sideboard card is yet, did I try the Risen Reefs yet? We started there on Friday, Guitar Jimmy. I haven't looked back. I have not looked back. Now, Risen Reefs, of course, are nice if we had more Evoke Elementals. I do have a few now. Risen Reef is nice if we're just trying to draw cards, but I think that now we have fewer clue potential, right, without Tracker. I do think that Urza is a nice engine for this deck. It's just weaker. He's a weaker mana engine than Tireless or Omnath, because those both make different colors. Urza only makes blue mana. So maybe Urza is just a 2 of. As good as he is, I like him. The problem is he also wants us to run a bunch of trackers too after we start running multiples. Maybe we just play 2. Come to think of it. Maybe it is just a 2 of. And then we can play a 3rd Lovestruck and just have more explosive openers. And I know this token is just as vulnerable as the Gardens are. I get it. I'm not looking to play this guy as a 5/5. I just want the ability to go green, make a token, right? So we've played this card in the past in this archetype. I actually think it'd be nice to bust it back out again. So don't get me wrong. I liked the fact that our blue count was going up for Force Negation with all the Urzas. Let's do that math, actually. Maybe I've ruined us for... Well, we went up on Plea. Yeah, I'm a little concerned about, even if I had all of my blue cards in, I'm only at 20... I don't have enough Evoke creatures for the instant speed on the Outburst to be played for that reason. The instant speed on the Outburst would be to help us break through control decks, right? Decks with some permission, so not necessarily control decks. We have a few decks in the format that I think I want to actually head in the direction of Plea because of Force Negation. Let's put these back in the board. Outburst is easier to cast, though. It is. But I'm adding the 4th Gemstone Mine. And maybe I cut something else and play the 2nd Triome again. Yeah, 4 Gardens. I know it's easier to cast. Outburst Knife was I'm not playing Goblin anymore. Guitar Jimmy. I think the playset of mine is going to be better than the second Triome, the Ketria Triome. Well, Ketria doesn't help me cast Plea, that's true. Maybe I just want like a Hallowed Fountain. It wouldn't be Temple Garden because we're already fixed here. Actually, I think we should be playing a Hallowed Fountain. Why would it help us versus Force? No, it doesn't help us versus Force. It helps me with my forces, which helps us versus Force. But yes. If I cut another Tarn, I make the deck a little bit more affordable for me. Anyway. Which I think we need to do if I'm going to try to get us into Second Fury. No, it helps us. Outburst is nice with Dark Dweller. It is. Yes. That's true. You know what? Maybe it's finally time to play 3 of Dwellers. This makes us worse against the decks that are going to have removal spells to spend on the tokens. Let's just go ahead and commit to it and try it out. I've been wondering if the deck would look different with more early things to do besides just Sifter and play lands. This would be a build of the deck that had different stuff to be doing early game. Let's stick with 1 Triome. If we're trying to go off on our own turn, maybe Dispute's better. Oh, that's true. Shoot, you're right. Well, no, we also wanted these to fight other combo, but no, you're right. We might be at the spot where Dispute is better. And maybe I don't bother with the Singleton Gemstone. Like, it's cool. Like, I like being able to have 2 copies when we know we're on the draw for sure, but maybe it's still even just too heavy. Let's play the Singleton, and let's, yeah. Maybe the first Dispute. Because those seem to be the decks that beat us, right? The decks that can actually interact with us. So let's... And maybe that's a lot... Maybe that's too much on that front. But I'm excited to maybe have more early stuff for the deck to be doing. Let's try it. We talked about this card a lot, off and on. Let's commit to it. Let's give it a try. Turn this order. So we're not getting the Ketria Triome. Yeah, I think the first Mystical Dispute is actually really cool. Helps with blue count for the forces. How's our red count for Fury? How's our blue count for force? Okay, blue count for force is good to go. It's my red count that I'm concerned about for Furies, right? I think we're like scraping the surface there. So it might still need to be a 3-3 split on Violent Ardent Plea because we're thinking about Fury, we're not thinking about force. Because blue count overall, let's look at the overall blue count, right? And Omnath's in the middle. Omnath's kind of the glue that lets us play all these different greedy pitch cards, right? Yeah, our red count's too tiny to play Fury anymore, which is fine. I mean, maybe we just move away from Furies. I've liked the Furies, but I think even if I turn an Outburst into a Fury that's only 15 red, it's not enough. So we're moving away from Fury. It might still be correct to do a split on Outburst Plea. I just wanted to lessen us hitting permanents, that's all. Either Lovestruck or Search for Tomorrow or the Suspend Mana Dork, they're all about the same, aside from Lovestruck. Well, Lovestruck's nice after we combo. He's a good blocker, and he has a reasonable chance to actually be able to... Well, not anymore. We're not playing Young Pyromancer, that's true. Young Pyromancer was generating the tokens that we could still use this guy as an attacker. He's not just a blocker with the help of Lovestruck. I mean, with the help of... I need just a 1/1 creature, but you're right. I'm not playing any without, like, Risen was a 1/1. That's a really good point where you just made. Yeah, these are 0/1s. I think we don't have enough red to play Fury, but that doesn't mean I shouldn't turn... We're good on blue. We have 26. I think 26 blue is totally fine for 2 Force Negation. Let's change only 1 plea. Let's still run 2 Violent Outbursts because we're still playing Dark Dwellers. And I actually don't know if it's correct to cut any Dark Dwellers, even still. But I don't think even going back to a playset of Dwellers actually keeps us in Furies. We need to find a different card. We could play Fire Ice. We could still play Stomps. What about Subtlety? Why don't you use Dwarven Mine if you want to destroy your mana base? Yeah, true. We could. These are sideboard. No, I'm feeling the 60 if we put the 4th Goblin Dark Dwellers back in. So that'd be worth cutting a Lovestruck. I don't need a playset of Lovestruck. I just want some stuff for us to be doing in the main board in the early game. And again, maybe we still should be playing a 2-up Chancellor. Like, Chancellor does sometimes have the chance to give us an early dude. So we cut a Lovestruck. It's just more awkward than... I mean, I think Lovestruck's also awkward, and we'll cut them a lot of the time post-board. Which, again, it's like, okay, why even have it in your 75 Brew Spy? 8 turn 1 play seems good, though. Yeah, maybe that's fine. Yeah, so search up the Triome, or play Garden, or make Dude. Maybe 8 is the sweet spot. These are 2 drops. So is this. So we have 9 things to do turn 2, which is... But we probably won't suspend Glimpse. We're going to do either... Sifter is the best turn 2 for the deck. So we've already figured that out. We're going to still play the 2 of Urza, because I think they've proven their worth. It's just... Okay. So what about that? Leave the main board alone. Let's cut the 4th Lovestruck and play 2 more sideboard cards. Could be even another Dispute. I think I want my last 2 cards though to be removal. We could play the first Dismember. We could play Dead and Gone. We could play Dismember. Fire Ice seems bad because it's a spell. Yeah. Well, we're not trying to hit red count anymore. We could play the first Dismember. Because like even against Prowess, like yes, it sucks to lose all that life, but even against Prowess, like it doesn't function. You'd rather just see more Borrowers. Okay. Well, which begs the question, If we're gonna be playing more borrowers anyway, wouldn't I just main deck it and give up? Because it's very common that our first turn, like if I have a fetch, it's very common for our first turn. It's very common for the first turn to be like you need to think of the deck more like this, or I need to think of the deck more like this, which is, okay, if I see one of our fetches, we're probably just going and getting Triome, right? If I have a Colony Garden, it's probably what we're doing. So like we maybe have a lot more turn 1 things, so maybe we don't really want a lot of Love Struck. But yeah, I think a 3 of Borrower could be fine. We do want to be doing something against Prowess, and the Stomps weren't cutting it. Like we'd rather just bounce. They try to pump their dude, and we just bounce it, right? The Borrowers have been great. We can bounce a lot of different game 1 problematic things like Blood Moon. There's also my opponent's Teferis. Yeah, let's play a Dismember and then a different removal spell. Dead and Gone or Stomp? Do you want a split of Dismember, Dead and Gone, or do we want a split of Dead and Gone? Dead doesn't hit Asmore though, but we're hoping the Linvalas also help us there. I'd rather it be another removal spell that hits Asmore. Besides, like I want more than just Linvala to fight Asmore. We also want, like, it needs to be something like a Dismember. I want it to kill Asmore. Deck building's hard. It is. Let's just play 2 Dismember. It stinks for these to be spells. Let's just play 2 Dismember. I'm only going to play 1 Dispute because it's very matchup specific. I feel like this deck needs another Wave Strider effect. It does need another Wave Sifter effect. We haven't found anything else besides like Love Struck, but Love Struck only makes 1 permanent. I don't think there's another thing like Sifter. We looked into it, Hobo. If you find it, please let me know. I've asked everyone, and there's been other brewers on this archetype than just my channel. So, yeah. I wish there was something else. Like, pretty much all that we found that we like so far for turn 2 plays seem to be Suspend Glimpse, Bounce something, or Sift. We looked for like an hour. Yeah, we looked for a while. I think Love Struck is really the only other card. And Love Struck happens turn 2 a lot, because I still think that turn 1 we should just be doing a tapped land, either Ryogrin, either Raugrin or Garden. Yeah, everything that we thought could be a turn 2 drop was... Yeah, let's go back to playing the Beasts. I did like that it... I mean, if we want to make early permanents, then we should just play Chancellors, but I'm trying to move away from a Chancellor build. Okay, so let's get it like this. Let's play a couple Dismember. Can't go wrong with Dismember in your combo deck sometimes. Sometimes it's just nice to kill. And like sometimes people are playing Thalia, which, I mean, then we lose 5 life, and I kill the Thalia, and I have to pay 4 life, right? But like, yeah, I mean, like Ethersworn Canonist, they're problematic things. There are other permanents I have to kill. There's the Red Eidolon, there's Red Eidolon, there's White Eidolon, there's Thalia, there's Ethersworn Canonist. Like, there are other creatures besides Asmore that I have to consider dismembering, right? Like, I'm not thinking about this card for Prowess. We just beat Prowess without too much of help from Fury. I mean, like, yeah, Fury was good, and Fury was almost win more. I feel like when we were just killing off their dudes, like, it was overkill, actually. Isn't Chancellor just better then? No, it needs to be in the opener. Whereas I could top deck Love Struck. I am concerned, though, that the Love Strucks won't... Because Charlotte's is a 2-2. Yeah, I'm concerned that the Love Strucks won't actually get to attack, though. They'll just be blockers. Often. Yeah, that's the problem. Fury's pretty good, though. I know, I don't have enough red count. Maybe it's not Love Struck. If we're going to play this card, I want to make a build of the deck that would actually... I mean, like... Okay. Hang on. I'm not playing, like, any pitch elementals anymore. Do we play this because we want Love Struck to be able to attack? Do we play some number of Reeves because we want this to be able to attack? Is Ardent Plea necessary? Thought 8 No, 8 Cascades not enough. The deck wants about 10. We found that out the hard way. We were able to keep a lot more hands when we have 10 Cascaders. Maybe we play some number of Reef. Maybe my Urza dream is just a dream. We got to live the dream the last 2 leagues. We did. We got to live the Urza dream the last 2 leagues. Maybe it's just a dream. Risen Pyro is such a good shell, though. I did like the Spyro. Actually, you know what? Before I play Reef, Maybe I'd rather play Spyro. Hang on. I like the 2 of main deck borrower. Let's keep that. Let's try the Dismember plan. Like, I'm not playing enough elementals to make the Reefs happy, but I did like Spyros more than Reef. The red was tough, though. It kind of hurt our mana a little bit, but we're already trying to be red for these cards. Spyro could be the way that we turn on the beasts. Hang on. I typed Spyro. Seasoned Pyromancer. They're not the cheapest card right now, but we might be able to get into them. I mean, Spyro, going in the direction of Spyro increases our red count, and then we start to consider Fury again. Hang on. Maybe that's the ticket. Maybe that is the ticket. We've liked Spyro in the past. It lets us attack with the beast. Red count's now 15. Red count is now 16. Is 18 red enough for... Hang on. Give me another Violent Outburst. Fury's so good, though. It is. Hang on a second. Maybe we're not ready to jettison from Fury. Let's play this. Still play 2 please, though. I'm okay. I'm over it, right? Like, the fact that, like, we sometimes whiff on the 7, I think that's just the RNG of the deck, and we just have to live with it. Let's play some number of Spyros without Reef even necessarily, because Spyro does produce 1/1s for Beast. Urza seems so sweet, though. I'm not playing Tracker, I'm just playing Provisioner. Okay, is the red count enough? Fury. I mean, maybe now I have too much for the control matchups. And, like, instead of... Maybe we do this. Dismember Fury. Well, if we're hoping for blue count for Fury, you just play 3rd Fury. Maybe that's still better than the first Dispute. Because Teferi and Click and Negation work in more matchups than just against Permission, whereas Dispute's a very specific sideboard card. And that would give me how many red overall? That would give me 20 red. Yeah, maybe just 3rd Fury. Let's maybe keep the Urza plan alive. I don't know. I feel like we're moving away from having enough artifacts, though. I'd almost rather... Like, I think the first Urza has a lot of... There's a lot of nice things about even the first Urza. Namely that we do produce a bunch of artifacts as we combo off. What about a 2-2 split Beast Spyro? Still keep the Urza Dream alive, but just play the Singleton, because he is way weaker. He is weaker than Provisioner and Omnath, but I think this deck is hungry for this effect of ways to produce mana. But maybe we just play the Singleton. It's nice. It's not as good as Omnath or Tireless, though, for making us mana. And what's our artifact count? Sifters make artifacts. Shardless Agent is an artifact. Provisioners make artifacts, and the Urza himself will make an artifact. So we still have 13 artifact. Maybe the fun of is actually reasonable in this very specific deck. This very specific case. And it's blue count. Okay, let me see if I can afford this. I don't know if I will be able to. Let's export it again. Save. I also need to save this as a notepad and pop it into... Did you give back our cards? Refresh. This is going to be tight. I may not be able to afford this deck in its current iteration. Clear. Thank you guys for your patience. This has been a lot of fun to work on this deck with you guys. With your help and my love for nonsense, I think we're going to make this thing work. Alright, maybe. I don't need to buy 2 borrowers. I already own one. Cool. I own most of this mana base. Excellent. We're over budgeted, but maybe not. Fury's also going up and how much they cost, which makes total sense. Okay, what do I actually own? Let's do that math first. We have the Glimpses. We have these. I need that. I own my Foothills. I own one of my 2 Tarn. Does it have to be second Tarn? Yeah, because we're playing the Singleton Mountain. It does. So this is what I'm owning, and that. I need to borrow most of this deck. Dang it. I have my gardens. That's irrelevant. And my basics. Also irrelevant. I don't know if we're going to be able to afford it the way that it looks now, folks. But let's try. Have my fountain. Basics. Yep. Need the Triome. Have my foundry. Need a Tarn. Have this. Have that. Have that. Oh, we're so close. 524 tickets. It's hard for me to get to own both forces and also all this other stuff, and also the Teferis. I have my glimpses though already. Urza's expensive. If we cut Urza, we're almost there. I need to cut it down to a little bit less than 500 tickets. It's so expensive. Omnaths are expensive, but Spyro is expensive. If I cut a Spyro, it's affordable all of a sudden. So maybe we just play the fun of. Like, we want to hit this as we're comboing off to turn on the beasts, right? Couldn't we play something else that turns on the beasts? Dispute over force. Now, let's keep double force. But Spyro is quite good for this deck. Dang it. We want to play with 2 borrowers, yes. We want to play with 2 Spyros, right? Maybe we don't play 3 Fury. Fury also would get us to the right amount of money, wouldn't it? Like, go up to a cut of Fury. Fury almost gets us there too if we slim a Fury. Then I could cut something a lot cheaper. If I cut the Urza as well, Clique can go up. I'm playing 2 Cliques. I'm playing 2 Cliques, 2 Force, 2 Teferi. I mean, like, Mystical is nice in the fact that it's not expensive mana-wise. That's why it's pretty awesome for this archetype. I will admit that. If we cut a Teferi or a Force, I could also still play second Spyro, right? Let me go down at Teferi and see what happens. If I go down at Teferi and then go up... Okay, Spyro's up and also run Urza. What did I change? I mean, just me cutting second Teferi makes the deck entirely more affordable. And I still get to play this, still play third Fury. And then we have room for, I guess we would... just play instead of second Teferi, we play a Dispute. I've seen a lot of spicy cards in these decks. Omnath, Kenrith. Oh yeah, Kenrith is sweet. Thank you for reminding me of that card. Kenrith is also a spicy spice. Yeah, there's Kenrith to consider because of his first ability. Everybody gains trample and haste. Yeah, that's spicy. That's fun. We also were considering Rhythm of the Wild. Like, there are other ways we could go with the deck for sure. Like, if we wanted to give the deck a haste kill without needing to necessarily play Chancellor, Rhythm and Kenrith would be ways to do that. I forgot about Kenrith. I've also seen people playing Flamekin Zealot, although Kenrith is just a stronger card on his own. Rhythm could be in the sideboard over the Dispute. Well, they do similar things, but not quite. We thought about trying out Rhythm. Rhythm's also red count for Fury. Yeah, Kenrith is a spicy, spicy idea. I might be willing to give up the Urza to try some of these other cards. Especially since I'm not playing the Tireless Tracker anymore. I do think that the Urza plan is a lot weaker. I'm okay to give it up. I'll miss it. I thought it was really sweet. But I think if we're not willing to commit to playing... If we're not willing to commit to playing... Yeah, Kenrith is a spicy idea. Kenrith feels more main deckable to me than Fury. Rhythm is like if we want people to stop countering our Omnaths and our Spyros post-board. And also giving us a haste kill. That's spicy. Thank you for the Kenrith suggestion. Why don't we do this? I can afford this. So maybe we should just do this. Let me make sure. Oh, yeah, third Fury. Barely can afford it with third Fury. I don't know if you've looked into expertise. It'll keep your combo more stable. Playing some of the expertise cards. Doesn't that mean I have to have a glimpse in my hand? The expertise cards? Wouldn't you play Karizev's expertise first? SRAM specifically, because it makes permanents. Do you make the tokens before you cast the glimpse? Do these enter the battlefield before? Oh, they do. Oh. But how many glimpses would we play if we're going to play expertise, though? That card almost wants us to have like almost like an As Foretold feel. Also, you get the trigger off of a Cascade spell. Same with Karizev. It steals their creature. Well, hold on. So, do we steal the creature before we glimpse? I'd rather play Karizev's, almost. Ooh. Well, but they have to have a creature, and not all decks have creatures. Wow, you get to steal their creature before it goes off. All right, hold on. Hang on. The gears are turning. That would be a play fourth glimpse build, because we don't mind drawing them as much. But we'd have to have the glimpse. You don't need glimpse in hand, though, because you just Strom and then Shardless. Well, yeah, I have to have the other Cascade. That's true. This is spicy. Glimpse of Tomorrows. Will we want the fourth glimpse if we're going to play? Fourth glimpse also makes our playset of Dark Dwellers happier. Well, hold on. Hold on. Sideboard the Borrowers, maybe. Whoever's tech that is, it's brilliant. Double white won't be free, though. Double white will be tough. We may have to change the mana base. I may not get to play the Singleton Caverns anymore if we play this. Red's easier. Okay, if you're going to play Expertise, you should go to 4th Ardent Plea or Trim Outburst, adding a bunch of non-permanents. If I plan on using Expertise, I have to go to 4 Ardent Plea. I do? And trim these. Oh, because these are sorceries. Yes, now I understand. But then my red count for Fury starts to diminish. And then all of a sudden we're having the Fury problem again. Also, okay, hang on. This is a 2-card combo, though, guys. These are just 1 card. Like, the Cascaders are 1-card combo. In order to do Expertise, don't I also have to... Oh, that's not true. This could also cheat this out. But still, don't I need to... trim Agent? No, I think Agent's still better. Oh, maybe not. Why does it have to be Ardent Plea? I'm trying to understand. We trim a couple Agents and play Violence. Yeah, I'm playing the 4th Gemstone Mine. That happened already. Hold on. Oh, I'm already playing 4 Outbursts. So wait, 4 Outbursts, 4 Pleas, 2 Agent? 4th Glimpse. We're overthinking your mana issues when you can glimpse, not go down to permanents, revealing instances sorceries. It should just be a one of. What, Sroms? I was considering the second one. I think these are actually really sweet. You think we're only playing a Singleton? Oh, I need to play a 24th land already, yeah. I could try 2. So this is kind of like our weird As Foretold effect that we can cast a glimpse from our hand plan. Still think Karizev would be underwhelming. Okay. Yeah, I think playing another Triumph would also help the Stroms. And would it be a Triumph that has white attached? Would we just play 2nd Raugrin? That seems bad. Okay, we already added a Hallowed Fountain. We're playing 4 Gemstones. Uh, hmm. I'm trying to go with you guys down this rabbit hole. I'm trying. I'm fine if the deck doesn't have the haste kill. Like, we've kind of moved away from that as of last league, and we still prized. Karizev's expertise is you take their creature, you gain control of a creature. Isn't it also of a certain... Maybe it's not. I think it's any size creature, any converted mana cost size creature. Larry Legends, Karizev's. Isn't it 3 mana or less? It is 3 mana or less, yes. You still cast something. But I think the 2 of Srams would make more sense, wouldn't it? Unless we're trying to get our red count up. Feels weird for us to be going away from Shardless, but maybe... Sram's expertise also makes the Love Strucks work. Hang on. Brain Blast. See ya, Spyro. See ya. I just wanted something that was making 1/1s. Are you sure we're supposed to be playing... I'm still trying to wrap my mind around why we wanted Plea instead of Agent. When you cast Glimpse, you need to... I know that we were trying Season, though, because we wanted to make the red count enough for Fury, and Fury has been very good for us. Don't cut Agents. Yeah. I thought that was weird, too. But these are non-permanents, so are the Agents. Strom's expertise says cast a spell. Strom's agent could cast Shardless, Larry. Are we slimming on our spell count? Is that the argument? Okay, my Moto's freezing. We may need a reboot. I'm down for maybe an expertise 4th Glimpse build, but like you're right, we would need to go down on our spells. So, I mean, would we even consider, just for a league, just to try out expertise? Would we consider... Oh gosh, my Moto is crashed. Is our stream still going? Stream's still going. Okay. Oh, okay, it's back. All right, it was just thinking. Like, I'm with you. I get it. Like, do we want more permanence just because we just went up on our spell count to play this card? Maybe. I was saying that Srams and Kari are both non-land permanents. They are. And like, again, this is a 2-card combo. And again, maybe Spyro was helping us get to it. And then play 24th land. All this to just maybe play more early drops. But maybe it's not crazy. 24th land, what is it? It's probably another fetch. I mean, I don't own... what's the red count for this? Isn't our red count suffering, though, even still? I mean, I get it while we're trying to... But, okay, 19. To get to that coveted 20, it would be still play 3rd Outburst. And, like, yeah, it stinks, right? Because, like, we're even higher than before. We're much higher to Brick, right? That's an issue. I don't think we should do it. Hold on. See you, Fury. I think high permanent count's too important to add another Glimpse plus the expertises. Probably. I think so. I think that was a really cool idea, though. And I just wanted to see what it looked like, right? I think the 3 of Fury... I think Fury is just a little bit too important. Maybe? Why are we working so hard to make Fury work? Because we didn't really like the idea of Dismember or other early removal spells that this archetype can play. I also miss the main board Borrowers, or the first one. I mean, I'm not. I don't really want to work so hard to... I do feel like there's few other cards, though, that do what Fury is doing for us. Against the aggressive decks. What about just play Scute Swarm? Scute Swarm's sweet. I love it, Guitar Jimmy. Yeah, we were talking about like other landfall, like crazy things to have happen, right? Scute Swarm was one of them we talked about briefly. What do I need to remove? We could play like a fun of Scute. Scute also gives us the 1/1s I was craving. I don't know. I think we're at the point of like I can't budget this though. Like I'm having trouble affording the deck is where we're at. I don't think I could grab that many Furies. 4th Fury puts us over. I think this is cute. I almost like the Scute Swarm more than the first Tireless Tracker if we're not playing Omnath. I think the first, or not Omnath, excuse me, Urza. I think the first Scute Swarm is adorable and hilarious and sometimes going to be good enough. Almost makes me wish we were playing like Hornet Queen, right? Swap Furies in Dispute. Yeah, almost makes me wish I was playing something like Hornet Queen. But at that point, should we just be playing like Voice of like shouldn't we just be playing the Zendikar card? Voice. You were thinking just play Bone Crushers. Bone Crusher doesn't kill the things I need to kill though. I want to be able to kill an Asmore. Yeah, Avenger of Zendikar. Yeah, it's fun. I think we like that Scute Swarm's a lot less mana though. Yeah, it's fun to run the big silly stuff. I think we want our curve to stop at Goblin Dark Dwellers, right? Maybe not. These are the other cards I'm thinking about, but they're behind. They're hidden behind the chat. There you go. Singing Hornet Queen earlier, but it's just such a bad draw. I know. What if we could just play Nest, right, and have a way to deal damage to our own creatures? That's what I'm trying to do in my Asmo brews. I'm trying to play Nest. What does Asmore do to you? You're a combo deck. They kill my... but I'm not playing like a haste. I'm not playing haste, and I'm not playing... Like, I'm trying to kill them with Omnath triggers. Asmore actually was relevant against us a couple times. So I feel like because we're deciding to do the mid-range plan, I do care about Asmore a little bit. I mean, Scute Swarm wouldn't. Just make a ton of... What about Ayula's influence? What? Isn't that triple green? Isn't that the Make Bears? Make Bears. Oh man, we're jumping through a lot of hoops here to try to make Force and Fury work. I mean, that's where we're at, right? That's why we moved away from Green Force. Although I think Green Force still would function, but that was for budget reasons. Red count with the playset of Outbursts and a couple of Pyros is 20. Blue count was healthy last time I checked. Blue count is... I think the first Scute Swarm could be actually kind of cool. I might be willing to test it. We talked about that card briefly. Blue count is 22. So actually I almost want it to be another red card. Maybe it could be Dead and Gone or Anger the Gods. My issue is it doesn't make Kondrazis with Urza. I know. We miss Urza already, don't we? We want it to be another red card, right? I mean, it could be Fire Ice. Both Fire Ice and... well, Fire Ice is blue for Force. It's red for... yeah, blue for Force, and then it's red for Fury. We like the 2 of here. We like the... Alright, Sifters... Scute Swarm sounds like an alternative one of for this build though. Yeah, that's true. I like it. I think I mostly like it just because it gives us another thing that turns on the beast being able to attack. I mean, like we're much more on the fair plan, right? But we're a fair unfair deck, right? Like we're not trying to do the omniscience thing. We're also not trying to do the like give our whole team haste necessarily because a lot of them just aren't very good, with the exception of Kenrith. I think Kenrith is where I draw the line. I do think that Kenrith might, and I don't know what I'm not saying we cut a Dark Dwellers just because of Kenrith, but I'm saying like Kenrith might be that card to me because his first 3 modes are relevant in a game of Modern. The gain 5 life, not the put counters on creatures so much, but the all of our creatures gain trample and haste, and also the target player gains 5 life. I do think that both of those abilities make him, will make him feel like a planeswalker, right? But no, they make him... I don't mind this. I like this better than the Rhythm. I did want to test rhythm, though. I mean, I'm down to play a style of this deck that does have the whoops we win. There's 10 ways. There's 10 ways to make glimpse. Sorry, there's 10 ways to make tokens before turn 3. Once you cast glimpse, it compounds from there. What are the other ways, Larry? Oh, you're counting. You're counting my deck. Sorry, you're counting. I thought you were telling me that there are more cards out there we hadn't thought about. Yeah. So Sifts, Strucks, and Gardens. Is this the 10 of you're talking about? I feel like this deck too often will have land, Cascade, and Prey. Yeah, I know, and that would be why we want to increase this number. I mean, maybe we don't bother with Spyro. If we don't bother with Spyro, we don't bother with Fury. We try to find a different way to fight the early game. That would afford me the third Love Struck. I mean, again, they're just as vulnerable as the Colony Gardens. The Love Struck Beast token, it's just a squish. I think I'd be comfortable playing Beasts even if we don't hit something like a Scute Swarm, you know? Maybe I don't play both Borrowers in the main, and then we play also the Rhythm, and just, I mean, that, like, having more like, oops, we win might be worth it. I mean, these both give us haste to the whole team, and then that frees up our sideboard for 3 more pieces of kill something. I do think the first Dismember actually was a heads-up thought. I think the second one is a lot worse. Kenrith is a nice inclusion. Yeah, I think Kenrith is sweet. Okay, let's play the first Dismember, and let's find some other removal spells. They don't have to work with Fury. Are there other bounce effects besides Borrower that we could play? Probably not. Okay. Are there other just early game removal? I mean, there's Dead and Gone. We felt like Stomp was too slow, didn't we? Maybe we should play like 2 Dead and Gone, a Dismember, and an extra Borrower. I just want like another kill Ragavan spell too. It sucks that Dead and Gone doesn't kill Asmore, but we have other card slots dedicated to Asmore, specifically things like Linvala, right? So maybe just play Fire Ice. Steal from the Crashing Footfalls deck and just play Fire Ice. I do like Fire Ice a lot. It's nice that it helps with blue count for forces. Yeah. Dead and Gone isn't much better than Fire Ice. Also, Fire Ice you can use to tap down a land against decks that are permissive. We could do this technology. Is that what we want to do? Did I consider Furry Oak combo? Oh, yeah. Is it Fury or Fuzzy Oak? I thought it was... I think Oak is better than Scurry? Or Scute Swarm? Well, no. Scute Swarm makes upwards of an army of 5 or more creatures, right? Scurry Oak combo... That'd be a hilarious combo to include in this deck. I don't know. I don't think so. Isn't the fun of Scute Swarm because we're thinking about the Love Strucks, but like Love Struck's happy even without it. Let's try out the haste kill. I've been meaning to do it. A build that does have a hasty kill. That way we are like trying to wombo to certain cards, I suppose. With Kenrith, I would just need 1 red mana. Rhythm gives everybody but the tokens from Scute Swarm haste, right? No room for a Caverns? I don't think so. Oh, you know what though? Shoot. We're only playing 23 lands, so there you go. Let's sideboard the Rhythm. I think Kenrith's more main deckable. And let's play not that many Fire Ice. Still feels like not enough removal. I like the idea of this a lot. I also think we may not have room for it. Maybe just Kenrith's our go-to guy and we don't bother with Rhythm. Oh, Rhythm I was interested in because it was red for Fury. I think Kenrith is actually the tool I'm more interested in. If we did want to have some way to give the deck haste, but it's also just a good card on its own. Yeah, let's do that and still play 2 Fire Ice. This is blue count for force, and it's early game removal. Our blue count for force is fine, though. Thinking you have more creatures than lands should hit more often than Scute. I have more creatures than lands now. I'm at 26 creatures. That's true. You drive a hard bargain. I might finally be at that point. I mean, Scurry Oak does make a 1/1 for Beast. Do we just try to wham bam 2 combos up into this nonsense? I don't think so. It'd be so hard for us to have Oak and the other enabler, the Denizen. No, I mean, like, we still have a lot of lands, dude. Like, just because we're slightly more creatures than lands, I still have 24 lands. I think Scute Swarm, in the same way that Provisioner and Omnath, these other landfall effects are working, I think the first Scute Swarm could be fun testing. Well, it'll certainly be fun, because it's a fun of, but... we wanted to have another impactful card to hit. But we wanted it to be castable? Maybe we should just play that as the Chancellor. I keep refusing on the Chancellor, but the Chancellor's so good in this deck. Alright. You talked me out of it. You don't need to go for the combo, just play 1 Oak. Why would I just play 1 Oak without the combo? Let me understand. Let me try to follow you down. I get what you're trying to say. You're saying Brew Spy, I'm probably not going to hit what? You're saying Brew Spy, you're probably not going to hit 6 lands, right? To make, instead of making the tokens, you start making swarms themselves. I get it. I think I get it. But how many squirrel, like, how many times am I actually evolving the Oak? How many times are we evolving this guy? Evolve, or not evoke, sorry, evolve. Evoke will trigger a ton, and it's going to make squirrels. What evolves Oak? Beast does. Sifter does. You could play Recruiters for more copies of Agent, something to keep in mind. Shardless Agent also would hit a fun of, Imperial Recruiter would also hit a fun of Urza. Evolve checks on resolution, says helpful. Is that you saying it works, or no? Agent does even? Well, yes, Agent is what you would search for with Recruiter, but... do we want more cascade effects? I get it. I see what you're saying, right? Like, some number of recruiters actually might be smart because it helps me loop the... it doesn't find any of my creatures, though. Does it? Doesn't even find Breaker. No, it does find Breaker. Recruiter does find Foundation Breaker. Hold on. What else does Imperial Recruiter find? It's also red count for... Fury. You kind of like Recruiter even over Plea? Well, no, I want 10 Cascades. Not really, that's why I like a build with Spyro. Could be good with Recruiter. Wish that Recruiter found Brazen Borrower. So what does it find? It doesn't find Click either, it just found... I mean, like, I feel like we'd have to rebuild the deck around Recruiter. We would want Recruiter to find more than just Agent, a Singleton, Urza, or whatever we're going to do there. Hold on, I'm not convinced about Kenrith. This is interesting to me. This is an extra Cascade look if we need it. Or it's like the Urza as we're comboing off. Right? Maybe Urza comes back if we play Recruiters. I don't know how many Recruiters we'd play. Maybe we only play 2 Lovestrucks? Because Recruiter's a 1/1 for the Lovestruck Beast. Hang on, hold on. Hey... hi there. Hey there. Any of the big MDFCs worthwhile? Fury is also too big to find with Recruiter, but that's okay. Endurance is also too big. I think Recruiter could be spicy. Play a Spyro, play a Recruiter. And then, red count, how are you looking? Do we maybe get to play Fury again? Could we live the Fury dream? What if these became Furies? What's my red count? 20. I don't know if I can also afford a recruiter. And recruiter is like a third foundation breaker. Recruiter is like a second Urza without needing to run two Urzas. Recruiter is like a fifth Shardless agent. That's actually really sweet. It's also a 1/1 for the Lovestruck beasts, all wrapped up into one card. Why did we not think of that before? And I'm sure there's other spicy things. So hang on, what does Recruiter find? Recruiter finds Urza or Spyro or Agent or Breaker. Is that enough choices? Finds a Finisher, finds Filter, finds a Cascade, finds Remove Stuff. So like, let's say somebody does have the Grafdigger's Cage. This kind of gives me access to the Breaker to destroy Cage more often. I thought of it just now myself. Zestern, look at you. Look at you being a real brewer. All right, let's not cut all those cards first. Let me make sure I can budget this. Look at your brewing skills. They're just blossoming right before us. All right. I don't know if I can afford this still. Hold on. How much is Imperial Recruiter? Dang it, they're kind of not that expensive now, actually. The pretty one is, but the Modern Horizons 2, it's cheap. Cool. Check out deck editor. One Spyro. Oh, but now I can afford maybe something else. But I don't think we're supposed to. I think we're... Oh, well, we could try to squeeze in second Teferi, but I think I'm over it, right? I think I'm over it. Right? I mean, I'd love for this to find something else. It's too bad he doesn't find, like, Linvala or something. But we have reasons why we want to play Linvala. We could do a split of Linvala and Yasharn. But I think that Linvala is better. We don't want to do a split there, right? Not that Yasharn could be found by Recruiter either. I'm just saying we don't want to try this card at all, right? We're happy with the two of Linvala. White is tough, though, for us. Would I do the split not because, yes, Linvala is the better card? Would I consider the split because... And Yasharn doesn't even find me a base of planes in this build, by the way. Like, would I be playing this because we want more of that effect that isn't as hard for me to cast? Would we consider that? The split. I just want a 4-mana hate piece, right? Well, 4 mana is so long before it turns off the... Well, we're hoping to cascade into it. Now I'm wondering if this is even, like, not remotely, like, makes sense. I mean, maybe the first Linvala made sense, but maybe the second one was silly and we should play something else that Recruiter finds? Maybe I play more Recruiters? It's a real thinker. Maybe we don't main deck the Borrower, number 2. Means I don't have outs against, like, Ensnaring Bridge and such. And that's not true. We could still kill them with Omnath triggers, potentially. Omnath deal 4 triggers. So is this the spot for us trying out the main deck Kenrith? I got it, guys. We'll make our Lantern opponent deck themselves. Target player draws a card. Recruiter's too cute, though. You think so? I thought this idea was really sweet. It's too cute in a deck that wants to go off. Yeah, maybe. I do like that it's kind of like an 11th Cascade piece, though. Maybe? I was also excited that it was maybe making it so that we could consider the Furies. You think it's too adorable? Is it just double Spyro? The one I've sent seemed amazing though because it found Breaker. I know, that's right. That's where my mind was. I didn't hate it. I was into it. And then we could try out the Kenrith if we do want a way to haste and kill them. Which I don't necessarily want. I'm kind of moving away from. I'm not necessarily interested. I'm not necessarily uninterested either, though. Yeah, this brings the price tag of the deck way down, which makes me wonder if we try to squeeze in second to fairy somehow. Which would mean main deck a borrower, which would mean... Alright, second to fairy. I think it's very true what you just said, half truth. I'm okay getting a little cute. A little bit. And then we have to cut something else. 24 lands. One of which being gemstone. Oh boy. Alright. These are stacked wrong. We've gotten away with a 3 of Goblin Dark Dwellers. I think it's fundamentally wrong since I'm trying to make Furies work, though. Maybe we still just get away from the trying out the Kenrith Haste plan and just let it go. I'm also not doubled up on that effect. I'm also not also testing Rhythm. Maybe we just let it go. So we're looping, we're looping, we're looping. We're making mana off of Urzas and Omnaths and Tireless Provisioner. We're looping, we're looping. Okay, crap, we got stuck. But we have a Recruiter trigger. Okay, what do we go get? Well, I don't have another Cascader. Okay, let's go get the Shardless Agent, number 3 or whatever at that point. Cool, sweet. We keep going, we keep going. Or it's, all right, we've done everything. We have so many artifacts. Let's go get Urza. Sweet. And I think it could actually be really cool. I don't think we're going to Recruiter for Spyro. I guess we could sometimes against, like, grindy decks. I think Spyro is not so much here because of Recruiter. I think Recruiter is maybe here because of being able to find Breaker or Agent. I'm more interested in the fact that Recruiter lets us double up on Urza without us needing to run more Urzas. Let's still play the Linvala, though. Okay, what about this? We gotta just jam more games too. Like, I don't feel like we're learning anything right now, so let's jam some more games with this configuration. 3 Fury build, 2 Leyline, cool. Borrower looks good, looks good. Do we change anything else? Yeah, I need a Tarn. Gemstones seem great. Lovestruck Beasts, Spyro, and add to cart. Check out. Check it out. Did I get the Raugrin Trom? I did. Yeah, I think what's selling me on this card is that it's kind of the 5th agent or the 3rd breaker. I'm less excited about it being like maybe Spyro or Urza. I think I just like that it would expand, kind of expands our Cascade without actually expanding our Cascade. I don't have enough to get it this way, do I? Dang it. It says 2 already on loan. Oh, I already have the Linvala. Still not cheap enough. We're closer, though. Dang it. We're so close. The loop will kill consistently with an endurance or 2, but it's probably not necessary. I also don't have enough budget to get it. I might not have enough budget to get the second to fairy. Dang it. We have to make some choices. Maybe it's let go of second to fairy and just play a... let go of second to fairy and consider playing the first Mystic. Just because it's a very specific card doesn't mean it's bad. Might save us. Well, not save us. It might enable us to win. All right, let's place that order. I don't have to max up my account. Just I want to get the right cards, right? I want to get the right cards for what we're trying to test. I don't necessarily have to... And I get that the Recruiter kind of seems to break this deck's building philosophy, but we're in league for more we're interested not just in the tutor, we're actually interested in the fact that Recruiter is a 1-power creature, or specifically a 1/1, because we want to try out Lovestruck again as an early game token generator, right? So I think we have very weird and specific reasons why Recruiter might be a consideration. Yeah, no haste necessary, maybe. But this is, again, us only killing with value and Omnath damage directly, right? Is that where we're at again? I mean, it looks like it. Urza was good, but maybe not good enough to have a bunch of copies of him. Maybe the tutorable copy is actually legit. Because we want one of those 9 creatures. So it's kind of like I'm running 10 of that pile without having to run 10 of that pile. Wrong recruiter. Update. And I don't have the Linvala. What? I thought I did have the Linvala. It said I already had them on loan. It was lying to me. It lied to me. Did I maybe give them back without remembering? Wrong Linvala. It's not the Keeper of Silence, it's Keeper. She's a Keeper. Alright, Keeper of Silence. Here we go. Let's check out and let's jam more games. We just need to see how these adventure cards work out. Or no, we don't need to test Borrower. We've already been testing Borrower. Borrower feels great, but was there any other place I went budgety? Also, do we even want the first gemstone? I think it just hurts the deck too much. I want to make sure that we're spiraling. Do we want a Cascade? Do I want to just pick up another Scalding Tarn? I think I actually just want to either pick up another Triumph or a Scalding Tarn. And, like, does the deck want Tarn more than it does Foothills? I think we also discovered that earlier, right? That if we had a choice, we'd lean more into the Tarns. So hang on, I actually do have enough mana. Wow. I have enough tickets to get us into a happier mana base. I think we're more interested in Tarn than we are Foothills, right? Yes. Also because Foothills doesn't find Hallowed Fountain. Let's grab... let's go in the direction of Tarn. I think as cool as Gemstone was, though the 2 of... oh, what's missing from my sideboard? Did I accidentally cut something? Oh, the Linvala. That's what it was. Yeah, I think let's actually play the right lands for this, where it wants to be. No. Yeah, islands are more important, I think. Let's see. Also, finding the mountain for taking less damage, especially with like increasing our red count, I think. But yeah, island is why we would want to go up on Scalding Tarn. Also, the Hallowed Fountain, but Linvala. Yes, I'm ready. I'm ready, Eddie. We added another white source because we added the Linvala, right? I mean, we also need to be able to like hardcast Leyline of Sanctity sometimes, which is very rare. Whew, it's a real brew and a half. This is a real brew and a half. Looks good. So 10 early game generators. Let's give it a whirl. I'm ready. Let's do it. Wait a second. Have we not prized since we played this deck? I think we've prized every time we've done this nonsense. At least a 3-2. We had one 4-1, but we've at least 3-2'd every time, even as we've been like changing a lot of cards. Just cool. Yeah. Kind of awesome. Let's shrink these down a little bit. I want you guys to be able to see the whole deck while we're in queue. Although I'd rather just go over to where the deck is curved. I think that gives a just a better picture of what's happening. Shrink these down, bring this down. Alright, we can see everything now. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream, by the way. If you haven't been here, to join us here at the Brew Crew more. We brew decks live. I actually brew your deck sometimes. If you want me to brew your deck, it's command ! brew my deck. Very easy to type out. We also have a pretty active Discord community. So that's !Discord, and you're going to get an invite to the Discord, and you can hang out and share your decks with us, or you can borrow my decks or decks that other people in our community here are playing and working on. Anyway. All right, good luck and have fun, opponent. I need to finish this and switch into water. Actually, it's pretty late in the day. This is a 2-lander, but we're on the draw. This is a 2 Cascader hand. I maybe shouldn't keep a hand like this, though. We're on 24 land, though. Grief. They pitched an Undying Evil. They may have the Ephemerate. I'm imagining they have the Ephemerate. So they're going to take both of my Cascaders. And we probably lose. They stack their triggers right, too, which is nice to see. Yeah, Undying Evil and Malakir, what is it, from the... so they're going to strip our hand, and we have to top deck. We needed a top deck anyway. But, hey, now I'm glad we're playing Recruiter. It's an extra agent after my hand just gets demolished. Leyline's nice for this matchup, though. They really rely on some of these Wombos. I love the Undying Evil. I've been thinking about playing a deck that is doing some of this, except not doing the white side. I'll have to share that deck with you guys at some point. Let's actually maybe just play out the... Nah, we'll play out the mine. Oh, Urza. You're not what I need yet. Rebound. They could take another card, which is correct, instead of swinging for 3 damage. They get to take so many cards. I would maybe consider taking Provisioner. They take Urza. Drew and Omnath. Not the greatest. So how many more Cascades are left in the deck? We have 10 Cascades, plus 1 Recruiter. So... Maul. It's a hefty Grief. Okay. That's nice of them to play out an Urborg. I appreciate you, opponent. I mean, Dark Dwellers doesn't do the combo because I didn't Cascade in the first place. Skyclave, my Provisioner. Yep. I was hoping to crack my Scalding Tarn next turn and make a treasure. It seems like that is gone from me. Ardent Plea, the draw. We do need to crack and spin a Gemstone charge. I think we just do it and just hope that the deck is kind. Could hit like a Spyro and that makes us... which is why Spyro might be really nice, right? Island. White. Ardent Plea. Also just to put it in the graveyard for Dwellers. Oh, please hit here. Please hit the goods. Please give us 3 things. Nice. So we're going to get 2 treasures, and we're going to... I can't keep going, though, this turn, which is scary. So the answer is no. But generate treasures. Opponent has 1 card left. Treasure token, please. Treasure token, please. We are 1 mana shy of... No, we're not. I need like another land off the top. Doesn't have to be a fetch. And they might be killing another Provisioner here. I gotta take it all. Down to 4. Down to 2. Charming Prince. You know what? If I'd shocked, I would have been able to play the Omnath, wouldn't I? No, I was 1 shy. Well, that's game. Yeah, the grief was rough. The grief FM. It's a nice little combo against. It's a nice little synergy. Excuse me, not a true combo, but it's a nice little synergy against decks like ours. The borrower is laughable. Really not for this matchup. We want ley lines. This is where I wish I had more copies. Do we think that they're on things like Grafdigger's Cage? Do we want Breaker? I guess that's a nice thing about Recruiter is I don't have to play more than one Breaker theoretically if I'm not sure about it. If I'm not sure if they actually have something like a Grafdigger's Cage, I can kind of just poke my hit. I can poke us into this card without needing to necessarily commit to it. I'm trying to see the card in all the different lights of maybe I like it. I'm trying to give it a chance. Trying. So Sifters, Suspend Glimpses. We just got torn apart. I did keep an opener, but we just got torn apart. An opening hand is what I mean by opener. So 2 cuts need to happen. Could cut the Urza. Especially since what I think I'm getting with Recruiter is maybe the Breaker. I'm also not trying to have blue count for Force. And I do think that he's able to be cut. So that's another 2-drop we're doing. This is a 3-drop. Could see us cut the Pyromancer. I'm not bringing in Fury, so I could also slim on our Submit. Not a lot of changes here. Just a few cards different. This does not have a Cascader. This has 2 Cascaders. And we could tuck the Glimpse back into the deck because I don't have red anyway. This hand's a lot better than our last. Like, again, they could have just Grief Ephemerate again, but this hand at least has a better plan. And unlike last game where we didn't top deck into it, we could top. Oh, wow, they don't have it. Sweet. They kind of need to, honestly, right? Against us, they kind of need to really have it. The disruption, I mean. Sure. You got it. I think this draw from them's a little too fair. But what do I know? Cauldra always feels a little bit unfair, doesn't it? But I don't think we really care. Could we even wait a turn? Couldn't we wait a turn? Like, couldn't I play Provisioner? I know that's a little greedy, but couldn't I consider just spending a turn playing Provisioner and then next turn go off with Agent? And a lot more mana? Because I have a fetch for this Provisioner. They need to kill it here. Which they may not want to because they may want to put in the Cauldra. They need, like, kill Provisioner and also put in Cauldra, right? So they put in the Cauldra. Do not have a way to kill this. If we wanted a way to kill a Cauldra, I need to run something weird like that. Well, no, I can't. It would disrupt us. They could also have a Solitude. That's true. Fetch. Treasure fetch. I want to float red, don't I? Treasure. And we're more interested in the permanent than we are than the mana at this stage in the combo, correct? I'm less interested in the treasure than I am the... I mean, like, I could crack these, and then we also know for sure that we have an outburst, but we'll probably hit something that makes 1 to 2 mana. If we want to play it super safe to ensure that we keep going, wouldn't I crack 1 treasure? And then I just need to hit something that makes 1 mana to keep going. But then I'm going down a permanent. I think I should just no fear it. I think we want the permanents instead. It's pretty likely that we hit here, right? And let's leave open red mana. Well, pretty likely. I should have attacked with my Provision. It was free because we're not playing haste combo. So dang it, I missed a little bit of free damage. We hit plenty of mana. Cool, we hit Leyline. Not that it matters now. And we have a 5/5 that it can't attack. Why does it say can't attack? I do control a 1/1. So why do you say can't attack? Maybe it hasn't checked yet because we're still in the middle of this combo. Yeah, we'll play the life. Actually, both times. I'm going to try to blow up Cauldra, but it won't matter because that's indestructible. Let's recruit before... Alright, always yield. We're good. We're going off, and their deck doesn't really deal too well with Total Degeneracy. This is where I wish I had the Urza in, right? But I don't. That's okay. Do I have Spyro in either? Just gets Agent, but I guess that's good enough. I know that doesn't kill the Cauldra, but it's fine. I mean, I'd rather Agent again. Wouldn't I? Instead of casting the Outburst. It's tempting to play this Omnath that's in my hand, too. Alright, fetch. We're not happy enough yet with our board, so let's keep going. No, the Recruiter was sweet here. The fact that it grabbed an Agent, it puts another Cascader in my hand, and it's not like I'm a Risen Reef build, right? It's not like I'm playing... yeah, it's not like we're a Risen Reef build, and it's not like we are a... heavy on the Spyro plan. What colors do I need? I already have red floating, maybe just more green mana. We got 20 minutes left on our clock, so let's keep going. Let's keep going. Now I've shown them that we have Leyline, but treasure token. I mean, especially since we're on the fair plan, folks, I need to kind of just keep womboing off. Are we at the point now that it might make sense for me to make more mana to make sure that we can still outburst? I think it might. Because it would really stink to not be able to cast the outburst, so... And maybe that's me being a bit of a coward. Is it cowardice? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 permanents? But guaranteeing that I can also cast the outburst after the fact, I think is maybe... feels good. This deck would be a nightmare to play in paper. It might be. I'll leave it floating. I'll leave 3 floating and not necessarily get got by us hitting really poorly. I can't imagine we would, though. I mean, most of the permanents... Maybe that was silly. Maybe I shouldn't have spent the treasures. That might have been silly. There's an Omnath. There's a Dwellers. We're going to keep going. We're also going to gain some life. But maybe I don't need to pay the 2 life. Because I'm only going to be gaining... Yeah, I mean, like, we could die to Cauldra if I get a little too greedy. I'll say no in these cases, but I'll still go for the fetch mana. Alright, Dark Dwellers on a glimpse. This is a Lewis CK deck, is it? I should have fetched first before I let these go off. Oh no, the draw a card trigger hasn't happened yet. We got plenty of mana, we just had to hit 1 Omnath. I shouldn't have been such a coward. We could have had a few more permanents here. That was silly of me. I'm learning, though. Look at us, we're at 13. I have so much mana. I can crack some clues. Alright, so let's crack these and go get some lands. Get some basics. This combo is satisfying. I'll admit. Down to 11, that's fine. Don't care. I'll learn from this mistake this day. Hopefully. We still have 19 minutes left. We're actually going quite quickly because I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing now anyway. I haven't in the past. Investigate. Now we draw a card. Drew another plate. Awesome. So let's float. And let's not actually crack the clues yet. Well, we might just be losing them. We're not cracking the clues because we want more permanents. Duh. We just want to keep looping, right? Cast. So that is where the endurance might be sweet. I get why you guys were thinking that some number of endurance might be good for this build especially. So I just hit a lot of land this time. I'm going to say no. Which happens. But it's going to be alright. It's going to be okay. Yeah, I do think an endurance might still be correct. Not necessarily for the graveyard hate, I mean certainly, but also because it does let us keep looping and killing with Omnath, potentially, over having other win conditions. Alright, before the Dark Dweller goes off, let's... Wrong color. Probably red. Although, I think my hand says otherwise. Let's go get another blue source, maybe. I feel like this is almost like eggs. I keep fetching out the same lands over and over again. Yep, let's glimpse it without cracking the clues yet. I'm not desperate. Not yet, anyway. Cast. So there's one more glimpse in the deck we could go grab. These Dark Dwellers don't have any hits unless I can't because it's state-based. Choose an Omnath to keep. I didn't hit any lands this time. That's fascinating, and I've already spent my land drop this turn. So what does that mean? Because I want this new Omnath I found to have... I mean, this might be like the best, though, board state we're going to have, though. Do we want to keep looping and rolling the dice, or is this like just... Is this the board state that we were looking for? A no-lander board state. Is this it? Or... I don't know, we didn't hit any lands for our Provisioner, we didn't hit anything for our Omnath. And I realize I have an Omnath in my hand, there's only one more Omnath in the deck, but we do have one more Cascade to consider. And then we can leave this Outburst as an Anthem. I think we roll this. I think we roll the dice one more time, folks. Rolling the dice one more time. Rolling the dice. How will it get better, though, says Jeskai Gaming? How will he win against this board, though, Bruce Spy? You're so greedy. You're so greedy. Do we have any left? Yeah, I have one left. You're so greedy, Bruce Spy, to keep going. But we also have more Goblin Dark Dwellers. They're going to get shuffled back in the deck, so we could hit a Dark Dweller again. I hit the playset here. Nice, we hit one. All right. That doesn't have any targets again, really. All right. Was this greedy? Yeah. I didn't hit an Omnath. There's only one left. I mean, I could just play the Omnath that's in my hand, though. We did hit some Provisioners with actual lands. Do I want to actually make a clue? I mean, a food token? I might want to make at least one food or two. Because they have Cauldron to consider. Maybe not. Maybe still mana. I have so much mana now, though, and we're kind of, I think, finally petering out. Although I have a bunch of clues. Now, I'll make one food token, but I think I'm mostly just going to make the treasures. But I think it's good sometimes to make a food. All right, Recruiter's going to hit the board. Going to go find me a Shardless. Can't keep going, though. Unless we want to do the Dark Dwellers, right? Which I think I do. I should have maybe made more food, right? Because I'm planning to crack the clue, right? Maybe I'll make another food. Crack another. 16 minutes left. Shockland not paying, but getting the food token? Treasure token? I don't know. I don't even know anymore, folks. What universe are we in? This deck is wonderful, but also wonderfully confusing. I'm going to eat some of those. My bottleneck isn't mana, which is awesome to see that the deck's not bottlenecking on mana. Even if I spend that much, right? I want to cast my Omnath, and I want to maybe be able to cast the Outburst. No, I just want to cast the Omnath that's in my hand, so we're good. We can stop here. And, I mean, we're not stopping. I'm going to keep going. But cast it. All right, that's the last glimpse. That is the last glimpse. That's it. We're done. We're done. All right. Oh, this board's great. This is the board we wanted. No. This is the board we wanted. This is it. This was it. This was the board. This was the one. How many permanents do we need, though, Bruce Spy? Aren't you windmooring? Yeah, I am a little bit. This is the board we always wanted. This was the board I wanted. Dark Dwellers don't really have anything to do. Oh my goodness. All right, Recruiter. Triggers. So many triggers. Oh my gosh. No. Magic Online is oh no. Guys, we only have 15 minutes. We only have 15. Oh no. No. There is a way to get these all to stack at once. Hang on, hang on. It's time. Let's try to see what's happening here. Input settings. Okay. Stack abilities automatically is A. But I don't know if it will if they're different abilities is the problem. I think that's the problem because I'm pushing A, but I think it's because they're different. I think because they're all different triggers, and Omnath gives you like 3 different ones. I think the Goblin Dark Dwellers have to fizzle. I think it's actually the Goblin Dark Dwellers' fault that I can't just auto-stack the triggers. Once we get every permanent in the deck on the battlefield, that's when we'll stop. Yeah. There's 17 cards still left in my deck somehow. Holy cow. Yeah, Moto is just having a hard time. This was a mistake. This was a mistake, Brew Crew. This was a mistake. We're Icarus right now. We flew too close to the sun. We flew too close to the sun. No! No, we're losing to the clock. No! No! Oh no. Oh, we flew too close. That's the story of Icarus, if you guys remember from like Roman, you know, Greco-Roman? Was it Greek or was it Roman? The Roman story. It's just, Moto's just chugging. Oh gosh. Why not just put the dwellers on the stack? I can't. It won't let me because there's no target. There's no target for them. No. Oh no, my clock. I can't because the dwellers don't have a target, so I have to wait till they're the last thing on the stack, and then Moto will realize, oh yeah, you can't target anything, Bruce Spy. See? Then they go away. Oh. Alright. Let's just click through these even though I should be making food. I'm at 37, I don't care. Now I'm at 45. Moto, you can do it! Is tireless provisioners or what? Can I set it to always do what I want? I don't think you can. I think you have to choose every time. Oh, man. We're going to be at like 10 minutes left. Now I draw a bunch of cards. This is where I wish I had Urza. I could like spin and get the rest of my deck, right? We have 15 cards left in the deck. Watch them untap and cast Damn, actually. I think their archetype does run it, and I don't have a Vendilion Click to stop it. Seriously, watch them have Damn. And then what am I doing? I guess it's not over. They kill their... Oh, they don't kill their token, actually. I mean, we do have a plan. My hand still has Omnath. I wasn't thinking about Damn this whole time. Live by the treasure, die by the treasure. You'll still be at 49. I don't know if I have enough stuff left in my deck, though, to still win. I should have gotten the Foundation Breaker there off of the trigger, maybe. That's okay. I do want to draw a bunch of cards now that I'm thinking about Damn. I'm not going to deck us. I'm only going to spend the clues we have. There's a Love Struck without a body to pilot it. Moto is just having a day here. Moto's like, whew. Moto be like, it's a long day after work, Bruce By, and you're trying to do this to me? Where's the pain fire when you need it? All right, I'm satisfied with what we have left as leftovers. Do I have a land drop? No. Okay. We're going to discard down here. Watch them have the Dams. Seriously, Orzhov Stoneblade plays Dams. No. Sure. On my Omnath, I have another one in my hand. We gain more life. Do they have the Evoke here? They have the, They do have the Evoke. Ah, they have Undying Evil, actually. Which is sweet tech, by the way. You can also play the Malakir land to do this with your Solitudes and such. What else do you want to hit? A Goblin Dark Dwellers, or maybe my Love Struck? Want to hit my Love Struck Beast? It's a 5/5. Nope, they hit a Dweller. Okay. Go up to 57. Dumping the lands, dumping pretty much all the lands, right? Except for this is actually worse than a land now. And this is still an Anthem. This is a body. Probably don't want the Triome. I mean, maybe I don't want that many bursts, though. Okay. Sure. I'll have 6. They go and grab Batterskull. I'm really wishing I had the other elemental picked instead of the recruiter. breeding pool. Okay, so I have an Omnath and I have a land trigger. I meant to keep the fetch, didn't I? Maybe not. Blue. Omnath. I think Anthem was better than Shardless there. I think you're right, actually. I think I should have just gone Anthem. Yeah, I think just keep both outbursts was correct. There's not much difference here, is there? I have so many treasures, so it's irrelevant. I just want the land. You know what I could do? I could outburst and then Goblin Dark Dwellers to cast outburst. Why are we not just swinging in? Don't we have Giga Lethal? I think we do, actually. Isn't our lethal super lethal? It's got to be, right? They have 4 blockers and I have so many and they're at 11. Yeah, no, let's just swing and use the outburst because it's fun to attack with the plants. You have plus 17 just from an outburst. These plants are getting in, folks. Yeah, I'm just being silly. We should stop being silly and win the game. We should stop being silly and win the game. I like that these are 5/5s. I like that. I like that they're big. I was a little on the fence about this card. I don't know if I am anymore. Settle the wreckage? I know, right? The treasure is what slowed us down the most. Making all this treasure. I should have made a combination of food and treasure, by the way. It's more proper, but I was just clicking through it. Recruiter lets beast attack. Amazing. It does. Yes. We're also playing a Spyro for the same end. Maybe I should have also put in the creature off of Lovestruck Beast because we wanted to make sure that if they had a removal spell for the recruiter, yeah, because we want to still attack with Beast. I probably should have cast this token and considered even just playing out Beast. My opponent is contemplating the dam in their hand, and they wish they could have gotten to it. They do gain some life off of Solitude, but yes, they're very dead. Dark Ritual, Simian Spirit Guide. Yeah, right? I mean, it's still lethal. Should I even cast Outburst? It's just wasting precious seconds. So much treasure. Guys, we just need to finish the game. Like, think about the planeswalker that we are right now is walking away with this much treasure after playing the game of Magic. Like, he like comes back to like the hub station or whatever, you know, like, I'm thinking like I'm thinking like in an MMO universe. I do think that the Breakers have relevant targets in this matchup. I was kind of sad that we didn't have the Urza in. I mean, Fury is an interesting thought. Spyro is an interesting thought, right? I just don't know. I mean, the way that they're trying to interact with me is grief. Is the grief combo. I mean, like, would we even consider using force to make it so they can't grief? Nah. Leyline's where it's at for that, right? So I think we did board okay. I'm just second guessing it, right? And I maybe played it poorly. We need a gear per Aether Grid, right? Yeah, Aether Grid is sweet. That's a sweet thought. We had so many treasures there at the end. That would take so long, though, to ping somebody to death. But I think the Provisioner also takes forever. Like, at least Tireless Tracker, you don't have to, like, choose. This is an important piece of the combo, but, like, in paper, we would have resolved that, like, 5 billion times as fast. I had 40 tokens? Yeah. We did have a lot of tokens. That was sweet. Do we try to do it again in 9 minutes? I think we do. Let's run it back. See how they're mulliganing? So I think this hand is okay. It could still get stripped, but I don't know if mulliganing to a leyline hand. I mean, if they're keeping 7, it means they have the grief combo. But like, I only have a 2 of leyline now. A 2 of leyline of sanctity. Ooh, they don't go for it immediately. That's promising. So garden, second turn, sift. 9 minutes on the clock. All right. We went a little overboard. I think we did have lethal on the previous, and I should have stopped there. Like, I wasted like 4 minutes on that last glimpse or more. Oh, wait, we drew Love Struck. No, you still want to go Garden into Sift. It's fine. This will happen sometimes where we don't actually want to do... Because Wave Sifter is still better, I think. I mean, well, they could interact with the plant token. But Stoneforge, you got it. F6. We want to go Hallowed Fountain next, actually, right? Drew a Glimpse. It's not the greatest. Happens, though. Evoke. Go ahead and F6. After we put those on the stack. Oh, come on, Moto. I don't want to attack with the plant. You know better. You know. They grabbed Cauldra. Ooh, they have Grief plus maybe the other piece. If we can find a red source, I can find another agent. But it looks like we are going to get to use the Love-Struck Beast after all. Next turn, I'll probably play out the token. So they grab Shardless. Do you have the... They have an Undying Evil. That works. This guy's going to come back. And they do come back bigger when you do it with Undying Evil. So I do think this card's sweet for the archetype. I'm wondering why they weren't doing that for a while, but... Because I think just Ephemerate isn't enough to like enable the grief as often as you want it to be. Also works with Solitude. Yep, put in Cauldra, attack me with Cauldra. Alright, top decks. Top deck hero time. Ephemerate's stronger because you get to take even one more card after, but I do think that Undying Evil is close. Alright, so let's do that and do this. I could crack a clue though. Hang on, I'm at 13. It may be correct for me to look twice because I can't really recruit her anymore into this, right? So hang on, 5. Can't block this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 9. Yeah, I think I'm shocking and drawing with clue. The math is really tight there though. If they can increase their damage output a little bit, we're just dead. They can't really afford to block. They also put it to, they put me to not being able to use a fetch to go off with. But like we have to draw another Cascader at this point. We were already at that point. So go to 1. I think we played it fine. I wish I would have played game 2 a little more quickly. I think we played this third game as good as it was going to get. Like they did manage to find their combo. They need to against us. If we want to beat these decks a little bit more often, we need more Leyline or be willing to... Like with only a 2 of Leyline, I'm not nearly as willing to try to mulligan all the way to it, but it is the main way that they interact with us. Alright, draw with a clue. There's a Gemstone Mine, so there is a red card. There's the plea. Or they just take it. Nice. Nice. That's game. Yeah, grief is the most important part of their sideboard plan against us, or just their deck's plan against combo decks like ours. Good games, and good luck with the rest of your league. Right? I don't think Omnath is enough because I'd have to play out the Gemstone before I could play Om, and I do have colors to play Omnath here. I just don't think he's enough against the Cauldra and such. Next card, another Love Struck. So we're down a game, but that's tough. I mean, if we want to be better against the different grief blink decks. We need to play more ley lines than I'm playing. We went from 3 ley line down to 2, so that's going to hurt our matchup there, what we just did to the deck. I think it's fine. Ley lines also do help us against burn decks. That was our first time, actually, I think, with this deck playing against like a Grief feel. I wonder if they're also playing Malakir, because there's another card that does what... yeah, you play Malakir Rebirths too in that archetype potentially. Choose target creature, lose 2 life until end of turn. That creature gains. When this creature dies, return to the battlefield tapped. It's the worst one, but it's also a land, so you can kind of get really greedy with those kinds of decks. I like playing some number of these in that archetype. I'm also working on a build of Fury that is playing the if it would die instead. I love sharing some of my tech with you guys, and please, if you go off and build a deck and it's better than what I was conceiving of, please share it with me. Share it with us. I'd love to play it myself, because I'm trying to do some sort of a Grief / Fury deck. This is all I figured out maybe so far. I think I built it somewhere else, but yeah, it was Grief. It was a Fury Grief build that I was using Infuse. You could also play the Undying card. I think I was, in addition to Rebirth. I think I already brewed this, but we could brew it again. I think I already brewed this on Stream Decker. But yeah, you play that, and then you do play the Undying card, some number of it. It's the weaker one, in my opinion, because Rebirth is still also a land. You love the deck your opponent's playing. Yes, it is a sweet deck. We're not sure if it's good or not yet, but there are a lot of people playing it, so it might be. Keep. Alright, hey, good luck and have fun. Alright, so let's jam. This hand has a very straightforward plan of garden, land, try to go off. You don't want to put Ephemerate in your Grief deck? Nah, I want to play Jund, so I play Infuse Fury and wipe their board, win the game. Don't get me wrong, I think those decks are cool. I'm trying to go a different direction entirely. Thought sees me, sure. Take my agent, sure. Fix my mana, sure. Yeah, no, I'm playing Jund colors because I want to do Ragavan because Ragavan's broken. I want green for Infuse and I want black for Grief. Well, Infuse is also black for Grief, but I want to try to infuse Fury. That's what I'm trying to do, Teddy Bear. That's what I'm trying to do. All right, plea, nice. We just draw it off the top like a boss, like you do. Like you do. Didn't draw something to do this turn other than fetch, but we can go get our Triome. Be a very colorful Triome with the help of Urborg. Hey, getting a Triome is a fine thing for us to be doing in the early stages. It's just sometimes it doesn't really matter. So this is Voidwalker. No, this is Profane Tutor. Okay. You got it. So I'm more interested to do Plea than, so I do need the island here. I'm more interested to start trying to go off with Plea. And we've drawn double Provisioners, so there's a reasonable chance that we fizzle here, right? Because I've drawn a lot of my mana creation pieces. So I'm really hoping that this Ardent Plea doesn't screw us over and sets us up for the, yep, we're in trouble. Oh, no, we're not. We get to keep going. Thank goodness. Oh, thank goodness we hit a Goblin Dark Dweller. What do we go get with Recruiter? Do I need more Cascaders, or do I want the Urza? I feel like our first Recruiter should maybe go get another Cascade spell before we start getting greedy stuff like that. Alright, 6 permanents this time. Let's go again. Recruiter again. Okay, this one could maybe get the Urza. We didn't hit, though, a... Hey, this is a Love Struck that can attack. We didn't hit any mana production, but I predicted that might be the outcome because we already had 2 Provisioners in our hand, so I'm not surprised by that we kind of stopped going off for now. And maybe I should just grab this Spyro then instead of the Urza, right? Nah, we grabbed the Urza. We grabbed the Urza. So I do need to draw a land, but this might be good enough anyway to beat them, by the way. Your turn. Sorry for the ignorance. What does Infuse do? Oh, no, it's nobody's been trying it yet. You put these 2 cards together, probably win a lot of different games of Modern. So Infuse says, until end of turn, target creature gains Death Touch. Just stop there. If you put Death Touch on Fury, it kills 4 creatures unless they have indestructible or hexproof. But anyway, move on. When this creature dies, return to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. You gain 2 life. So we like the gain life. That's a bonus. We like the fact that this is instant. It can combo with Grief or Fury. But it mostly has the combo with Fury, which is wipe my opponent's board. Mostly. I hope they don't have anything legit they could grab with Profane Tutor. What if they have like a sweeper? Maybe I should, I don't know. Death Touch makes sense. Yeah, the Death Touch is spicy on Fury. Oh, they're playing like a Cabal Coffers combo deck, actually. What are you doing, opponent? Is this Ensnaring Bridge? Another Profane Tutor. Oh, we combo over here. Opponent is combo up in here. They're like a mono-black Storm deck or something. With Cabal Coffers. I'm not killing them this attack either. Need to also kill them with some Omnath Loops. Well, I didn't hit land. Did not hit the land, guys. Didn't hit there. I guess I could crack a clue. Because it might... Well, let's swing. Not you. Not you, plant. Nope. Not you. Twice the Profane. I just hope whatever they're doing doesn't matter. That's where we're at. Crack a clue. No land. Okay. Let's dump. Are we dumping the... What am I dumping? Probably Provisioner. Alright. They go get a sweeper and we're very sad. Don't do it. Or they combo off. Maybe they're... Yeah, maybe they're like Mono Black Storm. Yeah, Urborg plus Coffers is sweet. You net mana because the Cabal Coffers itself becomes a swamp. Just sweet, and if they have any other non-swamps. But it's Urborg's probably here just to turn Cabal Coffers itself into a swamp because it isn't normally. And so you generate more mana. Alright, so whatever they go get with this tutor, I hope it doesn't cause them to win the game right here. Play a land. You don't need to crack it. This is like red-black combo. It could be like a Waste Not combo deck. Not to like spell our doom or call our doom. Probably Waste Not. I do like that the Recruiter is making it so that Lovestruck attacks. I mean, I was interested in playing Lovestruck anyway. Sorry, we'll talk about this deck later. I'll work on it some more. It's kind of a fair deck that has kind of one unfair thing it's doing. They make 4 mana off of that. Cabal Coffers. At least we put enough on the board that they have to go off here, but it stinks that their combo. It's actually really relevant to Lovestrucks. Yeah, I've been liking this already. Well, we were looking for more things that do it. I mean, like, it could just be a 2 of Spyro. I do think that Spyro is very good in this archetype. I do like that Recruiter, like, is finding the Foundation Breakers in Urza, though. But probably should just be a second Spyro. It's okay. We are 4-1-3-2-3-2. Equinox. Right now, our record is we're down a match. We died to Ephemerate Grief. Alright. There's some sort of combo deck. Does anybody know what the Cabal Coffers combo deck looks like? And does Force/Vendilion Click seem good? Does their deck also need to... Well, they showed us Thoughtseize already, so let's bring in the ley lines. Do we want to cut some of the cuter stuff? I'm fine giving up Urza, though I think I'm more interested in... Well, we're not grinding here, right? Let's cut Pyro. I'd almost rather cut Pyro before I cut Urza, but maybe that's wrong. Did the Urza work out? It did, and I'm keeping it as a tutor target for now. But we're actually trying Lovestruck Beast to have more early stuff to be doing. And we're also trying to play a configuration of this deck that's going to have the creature that enables it to attack. Gardens don't do it. It has to be specifically a 1/1. Otherwise, it's a blocker. It's a good blocker, but we don't want it as a blocker. I don't want it as a blocker. No, we don't want it to be a blocker. Might just be Mono Black Devotion. Are you familiar with their combo? Should I be bringing in more than just Forces? Also, I need to make sure my blue count can cast these. So maybe we cut the Spyro. Blue count is 1, 2. Let's just pile it so it's easier. 7, 11. Oh yeah, our forces are not very happy. Might need to cut the 4th Dweller. Might need to cut the Recruiter. try to keep our blue count high. Yeah, does Dispute help us here? Not really. Does Vendilion Click help us? I mean, I'm assuming they're a combo deck, right? They look like one. They seemed like they might be. We can cut the beasts. They're filler. I think they're good filler for the deck, but they are filler. Also, we don't really want them if we're not playing Spyro Recruiter as much. They're not going to get to attack as often or at all. Yes, let's bring in the clicks, because I think they both are hopefully going to help us against our opponent's combo, and also because we're on the draw, guys, we need to interact. Devotion's usually just Gary, but they're janky builds that use an X spell that makes you discard and sack stuff. Oh, yeah. The black X. That card's cool. I don't know if it's good, but... So this hand does have 2 Cascaders. It does need to draw a 3rd land. We're on the draw. I could go get our Triumph, or maybe I don't want to because we don't want to thin yet. I mean, this is a turn 2 Sifter hand, turn 3 Cascade. They need double hand disruption. A lot of those cards for the Grief Blade deck are expensive now. Yeah. They have a white splash. Okay. Violent Outburst as well. Yeah, I don't really want us to crack this Scalding Tarn. A little concerned, if I don't have to. I'm a little concerned that we're not going to... I'm fine if we shock ourselves, I think. Yes, they're a combo deck, but they're probably all or nothing. Unmarked. All right, we're about to see some reanimation. So they're just trying to Archon us. Okay. I can win through an Archon. Dang, we didn't draw the land. All right, well, I think I'm still supposed to Wave Sift on time, though. Because at least I can crack the clues if we're desperate for a land. It sucks, though, if that's what we're doing. It's probably Breeding Pool. Might be wrong about that, though. This is not good. Land, please. And not a tapped land, if you can help it, deck. This is not good. Not good. Not good. They're not reanimating their Archon. They are reanimating their Archon. We are dumping an Omnath. Again, we've got like a bunch of our provisioner effect, or sorry, our mana generation effects in hand. All right, land, please. That would be wonderful. Thank you. Also, we don't have to because of Urborg, right? I'm okay spending a charge counter on the gemstone. We're about to get a different permanent anyway, even if it's the gemstone itself again. Shardless is probably what I want to do instead of pleading, although when this attacks, it makes me sacrifice a creature. Well, all the more reason to go with Agent instead of Plea, right? Sweet. Decision made. Glad you bought your Stone Forges for 15 each. Yeah? Alright, please make me some mana. You didn't, but I can keep going, thank goodness. I was talking to the deck, I suppose. We'll take this, though. And we get to float a mana here. We'll float... what do these have in common? Nothing, but... Probably more interested in pleading. So let's go white. White's the hardest color for us to make in the deck. Cast this. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. We took game 1 already, so... Nice Archon of Cruelty. Maybe I don't care. Ooh, we hit the Urza. Urza does make a little bit of mana here. He makes 3 extra? No. But we get to keep going. Does this kill my Urza? Sure. Float. You got it, opponent. You got it. Gonna keep going here, folks. We gotta keep going. We gotta keep going. We gotta get more permanents. We gotta get more permanents, guys. Alright. Urza's gonna make the Shardless tap for mana as well. It's cool when you see this little interaction. I do think the first Urza is actually very good. I'm actually just gonna maybe make black mana there instead of fetching. Is that... No. We always want colors. We always want relevant colors. We're so color hungry. We always want the colors. Don't have green yet, and maybe another red. No, look at our hand. Look at our hand, guys. We want more green. Well, we're pleading though. Yeah, this deck is all sorts of fun for sure. 1, Here we go. Here we go. All right, let's loop and hit a good loop here. Goblin Dark Dwellers lets me keep going. Provisioner, now we're talking. We probably got it now. Well, not yet. I need to keep going. Not yet. All right, before that happens, crack, make some more colors. Let's go with green because of our hand. Treasure token. Do we need to make mana off of our treasure tokens, or we're good? Like my mana already has generated enough to just play an Omnath. I think we're good. Let's not crack the treasures. Let's get a lot more permanents. Here we go. Cast the card. Loop-de-de-loop-de-de-loop. All right. We don't get to keep going unless we spend the outburst. Yeah, unless I spend the outburst in my hand. I think the extra mana is going to be relevant. I think I'll find a way to use it. Dark Dwellers without a target. Urza's back. Welcome back, Urza. We did hit Leyline of Sanctity. We have not found a way to remove their... I don't think we care about the Archon anymore, though. Draw a card. Sweet. Make a construct. Sweet. Garden. Okay, so we have some more mana to generate off this Urza. I think I keep going, maybe. Float. And we'll keep our land drop, right? No. We already made our land drop. All right, let's float blue. With Urza, we tend to actually end up with a lot more blue mana than we really need. Could activate Urza. I don't think I'm supposed to. We could, but I think our hand still has enough stuff going on. Maybe I should spin the Urza once. I actually think this might be a spot where I finally would do that. 2. Vendilion Click. Sweet. What are you doing over there, opponent? I want to know. There's a Liliana. I don't care about Liliana. I'm going to say no. You can have it. So we really... Now we have like perfect information. Now we know there's really nothing going on over there. Huh. Outburst, right? Or am I not going to get a better hand than this? We've done that in the past where I should just leave it alone. Like, we know that we win based on what we have, right? Don't I maybe just play the Provisioner, cycle the Triome? I feel like our board state can't get much better than this and just outburst for the pump next turn. Yeah, I think I'm finally, like, learning something. And I'm glad. I'm glad that I learned something. Cycle this, because why not? And now I've drawn into a force. I could even just force their Lily. Can cycle also. Yeah. I think I'm content. I know you guys probably find that hard to believe, but I think I'm content. Archon's really good, though. I mean, Archon might actually put our board closer to parity. And it's not target player. It's no, it's target opponent. What? Leyline turns off Archon? Oh. Sure, I'll take 5. Oh. Leyline turns off Archon. You see how important the Leylines have been this league? I wonder if we should still be on the 3-of, folks. Look at this. This is another matchup where, like, last game, Leyline was sweet. This matchup, Leyline is sweet. People do love their Thoughtseize decks. They decide not to play Lily. They're at 19. We win the match. Sweet. Gosh, if we had more Leylines, we would have won our first match, too. Card's pretty good in these kinds of decks. I'm wondering if we should be on two Leyline of Sanctity. Can we find a way to just mainboard the other borrower? I do think that some of the stuff we're trying out is neat tech. Is neat. Doesn't mean it's good, right? This Lovestruck idea. I like Lovestruck even without letting it attack. I like just having more early things for us to do. I like Recruiter before even the first Spyro. I don't. The Lovestruck Beast doesn't need to be able to attack, I don't think. Ah, well. Yeah, it kind of does. But like Lovestrucks turn themselves on. They enable themselves sometimes, you know? That's something else to think about, folks, is that the Lovestruck Beasts enable themselves. I have liked that card in the archetype. Just because they turn themselves on. as in they allow themselves to attack. So I actually don't think it's too much of a non-bow if we just go all in on making sure that we have more early permanents to poop out. Granted, they're vulnerable, right? They're vulnerable to darts and everything else, but I think the deck just having more early game things to do is more important than us like having fun with Urza. That makes me so sad to say. I just said that out loud, didn't I? Oh, it makes me so sad to say that out loud, folks. But I think the deck just wants more things to be doing early game, consistently giving the deck something to do early game, and Lovestruck makes himself work. All right, my opponent's maybe playing a kitchen deck, according to MTG Bot. Let's say, hey, good luck and have fun. Speaking of needing things to do early, right? This hand doesn't have a Cascade, though, but this would be a hand, if I did have some Cascades, this would be a hand where Beast would be doing things. Now, this is the awkward hand where I have Beast and Wave Sifter. I would actually put back Provisioner. It's something that I want to combo into. I don't necessarily... Yeah, but this is where I probably should still lead Garden, then Sift, then hope to dig to Cascade off of Spyro. They do, and then they don't, though. You're always spinning the one away. Yes. They do, but then they don't. That's very true. Something to consider is they don't turn themselves on. But I think adventure cards are good in this archetype regardless of how you spin it. Alright, so they're gonna... Dragon's Rage. So they're playing a different deck than maybe we see them 4-6 days ago. Well, a lot can change in 6 days. Alright, I think we're still just playing Garden. Just looks like Shadow. Yeah, could be. That might be what the black is for. Ooh, another Sifter. Well, maybe that's not an ooh. Like, I need to see a Cascader. That's what we really want to see. Well, hopefully, if they're going to Thoughtseize me, hopefully they spend all their Inquisitions and Thoughtseizes now. They're playing Loris, by the way. Yeah, it looks like it could be like a Shadow build. They have not turned on their Dragon's Rage Channeler. But this card's great. This card's very good. And they're uncommons, right? Yeah, Channeler's a fun card to build around. The Surveil is fun. Yeah, Delirium decks are kind of fun. Oh, are we Mardu? Probably not. Maybe. Are we playing Mardudes? We a Mardudu deck? Nope. Does this Croxa make me discard a card? I accepteth thine damage, and raise you a Wave Sifter. Sure. Sure. Now that card is great. Okay, we still want to conserve life points, so it's Gemstone, Sift. We don't always have Sifter draws, though. I think on the draws that I don't have Sifter, I do think that Lovestruck will be sweet. I mean, the thing is, yes, it's vulnerable. It's just as vulnerable as the plant tokens from our gardens, but we have to think about when we're against opponents that... So they do have the Godless Shrine. Okay. Is this something big and scary? Don't you want to get your Ragavan token first? Is this Culligan's command? Could be a K command. K command still doesn't turn on their Delirium, though. Unless they make themselves discard, which might actually be correct. It might be correct for them to, like, Culligan's command. I think that's what they have, by the way. Yeah. So they're going to K command themselves, maybe. Yep. That's what they're doing. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Thus turning on the Delirium, I go down. I think this game's going to be over before, because they turned on the, dang it, there's our Cascader. Aw, Ragavan. Another one, please, deck. What? Shardless. What are the odds? What are the... Show me your moves. What are the odds? Alright, we're doing this with still 4 permanents. K Command is really rough for us. But let's try. Here we go. Dark Dwellers, gonna try to go again. Dark Dwellers is so important to this deck. You guys have every reason to believe that that's true. I don't think I should shock to try to play the Love Beast token. I think that's silly. I do have a Spyro in my hand, so let's just float red. Cast the card. Here we go. Here we go again. 5 permanents. Nice. We hit some provisioners. I can't keep going though. Is this a spot where I would consider making a... No, we need the mana. The mana is more important. Treasure tokens are almost always more important than... Even though I'm at 10 life. I can't keep going this turn, folks, but I could Spyro. And try to draw something. Draw to something. Alright, let's Spyro away the land and Sifter. I'll keep the Lovestruck. Drew a Provisioner. I think spending a treasure on a 1/1 is not the worst, considering I'm kind of out of gas here. Our board is lacking flyers, though. Well, I'd still have enough mana to hardcast the Wave Sifter next turn if I go with Beast. I think I'm supposed to do this. And hey, we do have a 1/1, so let's Heart's Desire. But not... We're in a pickle because the channelers have... We're in a bit of a pickle because the channelers have flying. But maybe our deck will be kind and give us another Cascader. I feel like they're just so important, but like at the same time, like your whole deck can't be the Cascade spells. But I don't know. Would we go up to 11? Voidwalker. Okay. Well, they swing, and then I try to swing back. I don't have quite lethal though. They have 2 cards in their hand, and they have a treasure. Oh boy. Maybe I should have made... Yeah, maybe I should have made food. Life foods. Maybe I should have made a food token, actually. Because we're not using the mana yet. Down to 4. Sitting on their lightning bolt in their hand, maybe? I like Magmatic Channeler a lot. That's cool. Alright, so we did draw a land. So I could Provisioner, play Mountain, play Beast, and we're dead, right? Could do that. I already have a Provisioner in play, though, folks. Maybe the line is just play Mountain, play Sifter. Make a food? There's so many things that kill us here. I mean, they can't Fatal Push the Wave Sifter. Maybe I should attack first. Do I have lethal combat here? I mean, I should still play my land before I do combat if I'm not going to play the second Provisioner. They're at 12. Can I force some blocks? That's the real question. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So I could force a block. Can I force 2 blocks, though? Because, like, don't they have just block with Ragavan on the Provisioner and only take... And then block Voidwalker on human and only take... So if these 2 get blocked, and they ignore 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. I mean, they might block wrong. They might overthink it. But I have to get the Wave Sifter on the board. They have to not have another removal spell. This is not looking great for us. Is there... Wait a minute. Is there a line where I go Provisioner, Mountain, make... a treasure, make a food, eat the food, and then I'm still not dead to the Dragon Rage Channelers? Of course, they have the Dalthy Voidwalker, though. I'm not going to be able to block that. So aren't I just screwed next turn anyway because of the Shadow on Voidwalker? I think we actually need them to make a mistake with this block. Yeah, no matter how you spin it, I'm just dead, right? Because of the Shadow on this. Oh, Dalthy can't block. Oh, I'm punting. It can't block. Thank you. Not only can we not... It can't block. Hang on. So hold on. So Ragavan blocks the Provisioner. They take 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ah. So we can force a block on the Ragavan, but that's not good enough. Force a block on the Rags. Yeah, this was close, but no cigar. Play Mountain, make a food, eat the food. This is where I would need like the other Cascade spell, because it would give us some more damage. I don't see it, folks. I think they need to mess up. There is no messing up here. They just know not to block with they just block with Ragavan. They don't take lethal. 5, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, I mean, you just block the Provisioner. I'm a little mana shy of, like, I guess I shouldn't have made the token, right? I'd have one more treasure, and I could play a Provisioner and then play Mountain. No, I would just, You only them out as them making a mistake, unfortunately. I mean, they'll block. They'll do math. Play Mountain Treasure, investigate. Leave 3 for Outburst. I know, yeah, make it seem like I have Outburst. That's true. Just gotta make him think I have it, I guess, yeah. Maybe I shouldn't have made a food, because that seems like I'm being defensive. So that's the block that they make, which is the block that we talked about. Yeah, dang, we don't have this. We don't got it. Maybe they don't swing? Well, the Dragon's Rage channelers have to swing, and why wouldn't they swing with Voidwalker? Close game. Yeah, we would need the Outburst here. Don't have it though, folks. We don't have it. Yeah, maybe we could have been making more food along the way. Interesting game. So they will have some hand disruption. So we may want ley lines. They showed us Kolaghan's Command. That was actually a little brutal, wasn't it? Fury also for matchups like this, right? Where we just have to get down and dirty and kill things. So we don't want to go down on our red count at all. If we bring in the Furies, we have to stay, even if the card seems a little awkward. That's why we're still on the playset of Outburst. So yeah, I think we need Fury. I think that's maybe the main thing I need. I don't even know if we'll have room for Leyline. I mean, yeah, they do have hand disruption. Those are the two main things we care about. Could also cut beasts. They're filler. And that still lets me bring in these. Cool. Not going to cut any Cascaders. I think it's wrong sometimes when I cut Cascade spells. Wait, are we playing one more Cascade than I should be? I just realized I think we are. Also, I submitted too many cards because the Teferi was accidentally attached to that Fury, but it looks like I'm playing 11. Does seem like beasts always get sided out. Are there other options instead? Well, especially against decks that play like Lava Dart. We looked for about an hour, Teddy Bear. If you find it, I want to play it. I do. That's not me being sarcastic. If you find a card that does that, please tell me about it because I want to play it. This hand just gets stripped by their hand hate, but I'm going to keep and put back Dwellers? Because I could suspend Glimpse, and that actually could theoretically go off soon enough. But yeah, if you find it, I will play it. What sort of thing am I looking? I just want permanence. I want permanent. I'd rather not make tokens. I mean, there's like, we were talking about playing Dwarven Mine, or even better, I actually would rather play a mana base with like Yevas and play the card that makes a like Gingerbread. Like we want things that aren't creatures, right? Like if we could tweak our mana base to pull off Cabin, I don't know what it would be. It'd be a Yavi Maya, not Yeva, sorry. It'd be like a Yavi Maya mana base, but the problem is it's 3 other forests, right? So it doesn't do it till turn 4. It's fine. We knew that was coming. We're gonna suspend the Glimpse and just hope. We hope that they overboarded or something. I don't know. So there goes my Shardless. This is actually very good that I accidentally have one more Cascade spell than we think I'm supposed to. I didn't intend that on purpose. I think we accidentally didn't cut, like, yeah, that's actually maybe awesome, or not awesome. That's one more Cascader than I'm supposed to have, actually, in the deck. And then this was back when we still had Urza, and we had Recruiter. Yeah, I mean, it's a happy accident, right? Maybe, against these hand hate decks, that I have a little bit more Cascade than I think I'm supposed to. Is Goose not a card? It ruins the Cascade combo. It needs to be CMC. It needs to count as converted mana cost 3 or more, but do something like Wave Sifter Evoke. We did look for about an hour, but maybe there is something. This gemstone may die, by the way, before we get something going. Sure. Dalfi Voidwalker turns off Goblin. Oh boy, this isn't our match. This is not it, folks. I drew another Glimpse. It may be better than me sifting to just suspend this and then sift next turn. I mean, I'll lose my gemstone mine, but I think I'm doing that. What about that creature that makes a clue, treasure, and food? We've talked about that card, Manufacturer, but it doesn't do anything on its own, though, Raven. I want something that's less than 3 mana. Find me something that's less than 3 mana that makes something other than Lovestruck Beast. What about Shark Typhoon? I like Shark Typhoon. Shark Typhoon is something I can do for 2 mana to cycle, or I can cycle it for 3 to get a token sometimes. Shark Typhoon kind of almost feels like a bad Street Wraith minus the life loss, right? Shark Typhoons. I want it to not be 3 mana though. We would probably need to cycle that through 3 mana, right? I want something that's like clues, treasures, or foods, right? Just like Raven said. I want something that's a treasure, a clue, or a food, right? I'm not in love with Lovestruck Beast because it's making something that's just as vulnerable as what's coming off of the Gardens. I think we really can't get away from Garden. Yeah, I'd like to get away from these if we could. I just don't think we can. Something else early that doesn't interrupt the Cascade combo. Yeah, I mean, they need to print more stuff, I guess, for us, like Sifter, right? But yeah, I mean, Typhoon is just also a good card, but it's not as cheap as I want it to be. I'm okay if it's like a 2 mana thing. Like, we're fine with Sifter because it's 2 mana to do this. Evoke, we already looked through, right? And there wasn't anything else besides Sifter. So, I mean, that makes things is just way too much on the Evoke. I thought we already looked through this. Chewers are interesting. I really don't think there's any other Evoke creatures that do. do that. Like, make permanents. Yeah. Knight Incarnate's a fun card. It's just not in this format. I think, pretty sure that's Legacy legal. Alright, second main. So they attacked us with the Voidwalker. Second main, they are doing something else. Necro? That sucks. Wow, they're really gunning for us. Oh wait, it doesn't work. My glimpses are safe right now. They're going to grab the other glimpses in my deck, though, which is not irrelevant. They named Chancellor of the Forge. I'm not playing it in my build. They whiff on their Necromentia. The card that they have named is Chancellor. I don't play it in my build. But, hey, opponent seems to know what our deck normally seems to do. But, not this Bruce Spy build. Sorry, friend. The old spend 3 mana, do nothing. Alright, one more turn. Well, yeah, I'm definitely going to shock instead of giving up my gemstone mine. So, thanks, deck. Opponent did their homework. I don't get to keep going because of the Voidwalker through the Dwellers. Which is another reason to sometimes cut on Dwellers, right? Well, okay. Yep. They could use Dalfi to cast that, by the way. That's gross. They could sacrifice their Voidwalker to cast my Dark Dwellers. That's pretty gross. It might be correct. Prismatic? Okay. It's not worth sacrificing the gemstone to crack that clue. If there was an Urborg out, that's a different story. They could try again on Necro. That's true. They could name Omnath. Wait, no, isn't it cards that have been exiled? Oh, yeah. They could take our Dwellers and then cast Necro again. Hopefully they don't see that line. Maybe. Maybe they're listening into the stream and they're like, ah, yes, Bruce Spy. That's exactly what I'll do. Right? And like they're like that railroad villain with like a curly mustache. And they're like, yes, I will cheat to win this match. Yes. I'll just listen to Bruce Spy's stream. I'm kidding. I don't think they're ghosting. Alright, Guitar Jimmy says, I think Chancellor and Lovestruck could be the best options for early stuff. Other stuff is either not a permanent, costs 3, or requires 3 forests or mountains. So this is during my upkeep. I think I still float the mana, though. Except for the gemstone mine. And it is awkward to go off this way with this card. This is not when we want to be doing it. Okay, Pyro's going to draw us into some cards, though. But yes, this is not when I want to go off, but I'll take it. There's an outburst. Could keep going off. Because I'm going to lose the mana. So we end up with a lot more permanents. I'm glad that we hit Mountain exactly. That's awesome that we hit Mountain precisely, isn't it? Because that's a lot of stuff. Outburst, leaving red, or I can't. Let's leave blue open. We're going to keep going. We have another Glimpse coming off next turn, too. As well. That's what I mean. Alright, Glimpse. They could have named Glimpse on the Necromentia. We decided not to. That's an Omnath. That's a board. Excuse me. Should we shock? I don't think it's really worth it, right? Because I'm still in my upkeep. Probably not worth it. Especially since I don't really have anything in my hand. I mean, we might draw to something here and I feel silly. But we're also making a lot of mana on the... Actually, yeah, let's put the Tireless Provisioner stacks first and do Omnath now. Because, like, I may want to... oh, I don't know. I may want to actually generate some... Because I didn't draw anything off the... dang it, I put the draw on the bottom. Alright, let's not be silly. Yes, it's usually correct to make mostly... But I could see myself fooding once or twice. Because, like, last time we didn't do that, and I should have fooded. And I didn't. I'll make 2 foods. Another treasure. Because I think that's how I'm spending the mana that I've drawn into. Okay, we drew an Ardent Plea. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I am just pleading again. This is a lot of permanents. Okay. So maybe I wasn't supposed to make food. It's okay. They're permanents just like the treasures are. Oh, wow. We drew also an agent. What? If I play the Gemstone Mine out, this Omnath... They've had enough. I was going to say if I play that mine out, we get another Omnath trigger. That was awesome. Sweet. Yep. We're just trying to have Fury and Leyline, right? Cool. But yeah, Beast is just filler. This is us playing just 2 Beasts, right? I mean, we probably keep this hand, right? Sure, they could have some hand disruption, but... I think we keep this. Let's do it. We got 12 minutes to win this game. We're good. That's plenty of time to combo off, right, folks? Let me get a drink. Need some hydrate command, guys. These long streams lately. Need some hydrate. Would I Fury a Ragavan right now? Maybe. Hydrate posture. Thanks for that posture check too. Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you. So, we don't want to just get Ragavan out of this Fury, right? I also think I need to see a different red card for me to consider that line, don't I? Also a stretch. Alright, so let's take that. Oh. Thanks for the hydrate command.
It's kind of like this arm, actually, is what's... Ow. Oh. Oh, that's nice. That's good. That's a good stretch. Okay. I think we still play Garden even though it's going to die. Right?
It just means I'm not going to get to play the Triumph necessarily. No, we probably do. I mean, it's Garden. It's got to be Garden. Thanks for that, Teddy Bear. So it's probably... Probably still play Garden. This is remove my plant. If we're Furying, we want to kill 2 permanents, right? I mean, I am concerned about them having hand disruption, and then we just lose the Shardless. But I feel like if they had access to Thoughtseize, it would have already happened. Wouldn't it? If they were going to Thoughtseize us... Oh, well, now we really can't Fury, huh? Okay. Now it doesn't seem like an option. They taking my Shardless too? They're taking my Shardless too. They're taking our hand apart. Taking our hand apart. This is another... literally every match we played this league, we wish we had more than just 2 ley lines. That's hilarious to me. And like a very sad hilarious. I might just want to cycle this. We have no action. We may just be cycling this Raugrin Triumph. That's so bad, folks. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, no. That's not good. We even have an accidental extra... I wish we had main ley lines, says Larry. Main ley lines would have been best for this league, but not the other leagues. So, yeah, third ley line's going to happen, I think. Yeah, I'm not sold that we need all the Love Strucks, right? Like, we felt like 2 was good. Let's figure out what these other card slots are. I don't know. Maybe the extra Cascader is good in this deck. So we have people just going ham after our hands lately. I would be interested to try out the finishers. Are they going to play my Provisioner? Looks like they're considering it. All right. You have a land? Yes, they do. Our main ley line's kind of good anyway. It's an extra free permanent. Yes and no. But yes, Teddy Bear, it is something that is an extra permanent. Like, there are some people that just are main decking them because it's an extra permanent that can be in an opener. You could do that. Like, this league, yes, like, the ley lines would have been sweet. So that's another thing that sometimes is cheated out, incidentally. Just, yeah, it is another early permanent. Like, ley lines are something that this deck definitely does consider. But, I mean, maybe that's correct. Yep. Oop. We don't have an Urborg out. I think I still do it this way. Guys, we're just going to get to 5 mana and hardcast Fury. It's going to happen. This game's over, probably. Who knows? I mean, the way they're interacting with us is hand hate. They're going to take my Fury if they have another Thoughtseize. I'm going to cycle the Raugrin so we get 2 draw steps, or 2 draws to look for a Cascader. We're playing more Cascaders than I probably should be playing, which, by the way, again, call me crazy. Maybe that is just a better way to play the deck. Nah, that can't be right. Like, we're accidentally on 11 Cascaders right now. Should I just try the full 12? It's probably wrong. I mean, it's nice. It's nice against. Yeah, I actually accidentally had another Ardent Plea, so we actually have more card slots to mess around with. So yeah, maybe just the Love Strucks. Maybe a 2 of Love Struct. I mean, yeah, they're awkward because they don't really turn each other on, but we're not really playing that card because we're hoping to attack with it, right? We're playing that card because we just want more early things for the deck to be doing. They hit my Dark Dwellers? Gross. So they can Dark Dwellers my Fury. I would consider doing it. Or you do it that way, sure. So there goes my Fury. Come on, you gotta cast the Goblin Dark Dwellers. That's awesome. I guess now they're not gonna do it. Maybe they will. They just want a 4/4. Yes, playing that many Cascade cards does make my Glimpse hits worse. And again, like playing Love Struck and playing Leyline, they do make our Glimpses worse. So there are reasons why we weren't main decking them. In certain matchups where it's like, yes, it's awesome to glimpse into that, please, right? But I'm not convinced. I think 10 was actually where we were happy with the... But granted, a lot of the builds that are playing 10, like we have in the past, right? Pretty regularly we're playing 10 of this effect, 9 or 10 of this effect. I do think that... I don't know. Like, that's why the deck was also playing Spyro, is it's good setup and it digs us to this. So maybe just a couple of Spyros. Even still. I was told Love Struck wasn't value enough because it only made a body. Leyline sound a lot better if you want more early permanents. Yeah, right. And that's true, what you just said. Right, if we want more early permanents that aren't vulnerable to removal, it's not Chancellor. It is something like Leyline, right? So no, maybe I should eat my own words there, right? I mean, I kind of want the deck to just have consistent... What was it? Why did we like the 2 of Beast? Because... Garden, Sifter, and then 2 more cards for the early. So they are going to cast my Goblin. I think that's correct. Sure. Alright, end phase. Cycle. Hit, please. We hit. We do hit. But in fairness, we're playing more Cascaders than I should be. Yeah, just in fairness. Let's get rid of this Stomping Ground, right? No, we want to make mana. We want to make mana. I'm just trying to figure out what color I want to make. I don't know, with what we have in, let's look at our deck. It's red, right? Because of things like Spyro as well. Ten Cascade cards, 10 ley lines, let's go. Alright, Glimpse, here we go. Dark Dwellers, target the Glimpse. Maybe I was supposed to target the Outburst, actually. I was. Dang it. That is a spot where I'm supposed to do the other. Darn it. Messed up, folks. Maybe the deck will reward me. I shouldn't get rewarded for a misplay like that. I meant to target the Outburst because now if I hit Dwellers, it's not a hit. I don't hit Dwellers, but we just have nothing. So this is a spot where the Reef feels better. Because like, or even Spyros, right? Because I'm just kind of out of gas here. So we did our thing, but we didn't hit what we need to. So that is a reason to maybe only play 10 of that effect, because it's like, oh, doesn't really do anything. And like Leyline doesn't do anything either. Just to clarify, right? Leyline hits also don't do anything. But yeah, I'm into more early stuff. Maybe we cut Beast and we play like the haste kill. And it might just be Chancellors we're happier with, rather than like Kenrith or some of the other things we thought about, like Lena or whatever. Oh, you know what? Is it player controls? They only have a Ragavan left because I glimpsed my own stuff back into my deck. It's you own, not control. Yeah. So they lost their really strong board. I'm not fetching because I think the life points matter more, but what do they hit off of the Ragavan? A Fury? Ah, we're just dead. It doesn't get to hit us directly, but poor plant. Very dead. Alright, deck. Give me something off the top. Give me something off the top, deck. Yeah, like, we own that card, so we put it back into our own deck. That's hilarious. That's really funny when it comes to Ragavan. I'm sure that's going to come up maybe more than once, just because Ragavan's a very popular card. They have lethal on board. We are dead. Alright, good games, and good luck with the rest of your league. That's hilarious. We didn't get there. I mean, we do have a lot of lands in our deck, right? We're playing a 24 land deck. It happens, where you just hit all lands, right? Makes me almost wish we were playing temples. That is something else for me to do early game. I mean, temples are really awkward, though, to also play with the gardens and everything else, but I've played Temple Garden. Not Temple Garden, sorry. Temple. The, Is It Colored Temple I've played. I mean, with us having Forces and Furies, we really want Is It Colored stuff, right? Like Fire Ice or something, but it's a spell. I need like permanents that are Is It Colored or more colors than that. We could play Planeswalkers, by the way. We've talked about Nissa. We talked about Chandra. Yeah, I wonder if there are other Planeswalkers out there that... Like, there's like Ral Zarek. There's Jace. 3-mana Chandra could be good. 3-mana Chandra doesn't work with Glimpse of Tomorrow, though, does she? I don't think she does. We thought that, and then we cut her. Here's an idea. What's up, Honest Thief? We're considering main decking the Leyline with just how this league has gone, but I feel like that's results-oriented of us. Aren't there Planeswalkers that like care about a bunch of lands entering the battlefield? Wasn't there, like, the Black Nissa that like cares about, like, wasn't there like a random Planeswalker they created that cares about landfall? And then wouldn't she ultimate immediately? Hang on. Hold on. Doesn't Nissa do her thing? I'm not trying to get us into black, but like, she's a landfall-based Planeswalker. I may put a creature with mana cost less than or equal to the number of lands I control into the battlefield from my graveyard or hand with 2. Huh. It's too bad she's black. Why does she have to be black mana? Why does she have to be black mana? Why do you need swamps to cast? Uh, but yeah, like a landfall planeswalker would be spicy. We were thinking about Scute Mob even. I mean, this hand has, I don't know what they're on though, but this hand does have our combo and 3 lands. Let's keep it. Yeah, it's too bad that she's black mana, right? Max on plea, agent over outburst. Yeah, right. If we're trying to, well, I'm playing outburst because of Fury, but yeah, if we're trying to make sure that we don't whiff on glimpses, yes, we should play fewer of that card. 5-color Niv. Ooh, Rustvale Bridge. Okay, they're probably blowing up my lands then. Let's lead out a fetch. May have to fetch for basic island right here. Rustvale Bridge they're playing clearing. Oh wow, they missed though. Well, if they're missing lands, I'm a lot less scared about what's happening. So we probably consider the Triumph because it's not like I can go get basic forest anyway. So it's like if they have it, they have it, right? 4 mana Teferi lets you bounce Shardless or Ardent Plea and keep going. Yeah, that's true. Teferi is sweet in the deck. We could just mainboard him because of that synergy with Agent or... that's very true. That similar to Goblin Dark Dwellers, Teferi also kind of lets you keep going. What do I want? I have Ralgrin. We need... we already have a... I kind of want to get Breeding Pool, right? Because blue for Borrower in my hand. It's probably not all that relevant. I mean, it's always relevant. You should be thinking about... You should be thinking about your lands. It does fight some of the stuff that hates on us. Yeah, I mean, we could be main decking Teferi. I think we had enough budget to play a second Teferi. Didn't we? I don't think I have enough budget to play more than 2 Teferi, but that's very true. I did forget about that synergy, so that would be... Wrong Teferi. That would be a reason to... that would be a reason to play Pleas instead of Outbursts. But then we'd have to find a way to maybe make the Furies work. But a way that we could make the Furies work could come out of our sideboard. We could play some red removal in addition to Fury. It is important for us to kill Ragavan. Dead and Gone lets us do that. Or we could even, yes, we could use Stomp. But... And neither does Dead and Gone nor Stomp fight over... neither of those cards fight... Asmore, though. Ooh, I'm getting tithed. Okay. You have to be careful, though, with legendaries that don't have an enter the battlefield effect. Fury would be instead of up to Fairy. I'd suggest just playing Chancellors. If you're going to play Fury, you have to play Chancellors. Yeah, that's true. We maybe can't get to do both. You guys think that they have a second Mana Tithe? I guess I can wait and Outburst during their end step. Or we just wait. I mean, I have Borrower, blink something too. I could Recruiter for an Agent, which is also just a solid way to get tithed. Seems bad to just get tithed. We have something proactive to do. I'll play around it. I'll play this round. Play around the second one. They really weren't doing a whole lot. Am I just getting mooned now? And float blue here. Oh, Stone Rained. Gross. All right. Yeah, I'd rather this doesn't actually work properly. Cool. I'm gonna get rid of your target. Hopefully we still get some lands here. I mean, a lot of our deck is land, so this should be okay. Well, we're in trouble. That's not true. We're not in trouble. I have a fetch with 2 Provisioners. We're good to go. No one runs 2 Tithes. This deck does. It's a fun little janky jank kind of a deck. It's cool. I'm not making fun. I can play Omnath. It seems correct, right? It seems correct to play the card that they're probably going to be able to hate on. Attack first. Then cast Goblin Dark Dwellers. I can't. Oh, I could. You're right. Dude, I totally could. What? This deck is so crazy. This deck is crazy. Treasure token. Treasure token. Attack for a bunch. Wow. What is happening? Thank you, Honest Thief, for that line. I can't take credit for it because I didn't think of it. Thank you, Honest Thief. and Honest Thief. Are you Dak Faden or something? Ooh, we should Outburst, though, to pull more. I made this mistake earlier. I should Outburst instead of Glimpsing here with the Dark Dwellers because I want to pull more glimpses out of the deck so that Goblin Dark Dwellers are live. So cast this. I've been spending like a weekend watching people play this deck. Super fun. Yeah, thanks, friend. We got a 4-1 with it on Friday. And if you have any more suggestions for tech, I'd love to hear some of the other tech you've seen at Honest Thief. Please. All right, another Goblin Dark Dweller, so I'm glad that I did what I did. And let's start to make some mana. Hey, there's a Love Struck. Can't attack, though. Make some mana. I mean, maybe I was wrong about this card and we just want to do ley lines. Like, this league, we probably would have won if I had main deck ley lines. A, it's a permanent. B, it helps us beat certain things. Make mana. Make colors. Why am I making red? Whatever. I should have a reason why I'm making red mana, right? All right, cast the card. Sweet. Do we want to make mana with this or nah? Not where we're going. Let's keep going. Not where we're headed. All right. Okay, we stop here because I don't have to ferry my deck, right? I guess I'll spend the life points. Their deck doesn't really... They have to, like, Wrath me here, right? So we want to leave some stuff behind. They can't Wrath and also, like, Blood Moon us, though. Recruiter could get Agent. Oh, yeah, we could keep going. They're at 7. We could just kill them with Omnaths, maybe. Omnath triggers. Yeah, you're right. Recruiter in my build could go get Agent and keep going. Nobody plays Teferi, despite our worst matchups being Counterspell Clock. Yeah, I think you're onto something, Honest Thief. Why don't we play some Teferis? Why not? I seriously, I'm agreeing with you, friend. I think you're spot on. And I'm not too prideful that we have to play like the build that I think is best, right? I mean, ultimately, I might have to make the decision at some point that we go with a certain... Ooh, we have Urza to think about, though, guys. Look, he makes so much mana. Now we're not getting Urza. But Urza would make so much blue mana, guys. All right, Agent. Let's keep going. We gotta go. It's time for you to leave. Yeah, I think Teferi's sweet, right? It lets us keep going. That's really, really neat technology. Bounce an Agent or an Ardent Plea. Keep going. Sure, I'll pay the life. Whatever. Sure. All right, Goblin Dark Dwellers. Lots of triggers. Lots of triggers. Let's not lose to the clock, Bruce. We got 18 minutes, guys. We got 18 minutes. Let's not lose to the clock, right? We got 18 minutes. It's plenty of time. I've got some more draw potential. We've got an Omnath and we've got Wave Sifter. Wave Sifter stuff doing. All right, always yield. Make mana. Who needs life points? Make mana, make mana, make mana. If the game goes long or deck's full of Omnaths, Swifters will win with value. Fury allows this by slowing down clocks. So what, you like Fury on Honest Thief? Because it does slow down the clock. Make mana. Fetch. You've been trying Subtlety? Nice. Omnath trigger, because we do want that extra. Make some more tokens. Float. Just trying to make sure there's anything I'm supposed to do here. All right, here we go. Cast it. Is this our last glimpse? Almost. Yeah, if you're not playing Teferi, I think majority of red cards of Fury would be excellent as well. Whoa, that's a good board. Do we stop here? I don't want to shock that much, right? This is what we did to ourselves earlier that almost cost us, right? Target. Target. Triggers. And I'm just going to click through them. I wish this deck could auto-stack. We looked into it. We even have the right hotkey for it. I think because they're different, Moto is struggling with the triggers again. Yeah, we should really stop here. I could keep looping, but like this is what killed us almost a match earlier. We still won, but... Or no, did we end up losing? Wait, I can't remember. I think we ended up losing that match, actually. They're so dead to Omnath. Oh, they are dead to Omnath now. Stack the provisionals before the Monarch, so he dies to the Omnath. Yeah, that's a clever idea. Do everything else. put everything on the bottom except for the Omnath kills. Yeah, thank you for that. Since they're at 3. Yeah, and that's the thing is, like, I don't think the deck needs a different kill than Omnath. Omnath even kills through Leyline of Sanctity, that is. Because it's each opponent, isn't it? It doesn't target them. So, I feel like I didn't actually attack them but once, right? I do feel as though the Omnath loop is good enough, right? Like, why are we trying so hard to play all these alternate win conditions? When I do think that the deck is fine with just the Omnath kill. Granted, I may die to the clock, though, because of this, and maybe that's why we enjoyed the Chancellor build before, because, like, we could swing. But this is what I'd have to do against a Lantern player, right? Theoretically. If they have... Yeah, if I don't have something to hit that's going to remove the Ensnaring Bridge, this is theoretically... And I probably wouldn't want to wait for the next turn anyways. We'd almost want haste plus a way to remove Ensnaring Bridge. I don't think we'd want to do anything other than the Omnath loop. I've been running only one Chancellor. Yeah, I like the first Chancellor. I might be down to play it, actually. I think just because of the clock, maybe? I'm more interested in that card now that I've, like, seen how the Omnath kill looks on Magic Online. Teddy Bear, why are we trying to play all these win conditions? Why? That is something I would say, isn't it, Teddy Bear? You should quote me on that. Somebody should use MTGBot to make that a quote. That's great. Yeah. Yeah, Omnath also gives us mana, which is important to the combo. So he does everything, and he also draws me a card or two. Or however many Omnaths we hit, draw cards. And they're dead. Sweet. So they're playing the red-white, like, Getcha deck. I actually don't think that deck considers... Some of them run Moon, some of them don't. We were so foolish to only play one Teferi. It lets you keep comboing. So foolish, Bruce Spy. So foolish. Alright. So yeah, I mean, they're trying to attack our mana. Is there much I can do besides, like, Force? That's about it. I could try Force. Click, because we're going up on blue count. Oh, Borrower, second Borrower for sure. So we're moving away from Recruiter Spyro, right? And we're not going to be actually playing this many, what is it? Cascade spells in the end? Aren't we playing fewer? Why don't we test out how the deck feels with the right number of cascade effects, right? Which was 10, which would be this. Which again, I'm sure somebody's like, no, Bruce Spy, don't. No, let's do it. Let's see how the deck's gonna feel, because we're at the end of this league pretty much anyway, right? As much as I'd like to win, I'm more interested in testing now because we're setting up for the next build. So, Teferi and these 5. Blue count's good, right? I think I'm more interested in the Bouncy Castle build you guys are talking about than necessarily trying to make Fury work. Be cool if we could do both. I don't know if we can make both work. But yeah, I really like that idea of, like, Teferi can also bounce Goblin Dark Dwellers, can't they? Can't we? I mean, like, it's hard to think about that because, like, I'm not used to, like, the deck with... What is this, our 4th league? I mean, we've been jamming it since Friday, but it's like I'm almost still, like, not sure, like, what can the deck cast and what can it cast. We can hard cast the Goblin Dark Dwellers. Like, as we're looping off, we do make enough mana, right? It's just we have to hit Provisioners and Omnaths, sure. I do wish there were more cards that did that. And again, that is where Urza came in, but the problem was that Urza wasn't making other colors. So I do wonder if there are other landfall things out there. But yeah, Teferi lets us keep going in theory. So yeah, let's jam it this way. Blue count seems good, right? As good as it's going to get. It's 22. 22 blue for Force seems fine. I understand why people gravitated towards Fury in this deck, though, because you're naturally... You're already playing Glimpse, and you can pitch Glimpse as you draw. I mean, I get it. We're on the draw against a deck that's trying to blow up my lands with no basics, with little hope. I don't know. Am I trying to mulligan to a hand that just has a lot more lands? Probably. This hand has more lands. It doesn't have much else going for it, but it has more lands. Omnath's the more impactful card. But Provisioner can get us out of a Blood Moon situation. Maybe I should put back Omnath. I have 1 fetch. Mana Tithe. The Tithe. The Tithe has come. Maybe I should go fetch land even still. Not because I'm playing around Blood Moon, but because I'm playing around them boom busting me. I mean, I'm also trying to think about Blood Moon too, sure. But Sanctifier? Sure. So Sanctifier to stop my Goblin Dark Dweller loops. Seems good. I'm going to keep the Scalding Tarn open, I think. Okay. So I'm okay if the Hollowed Fountain gets nuked. Oh, shoot, I just messed up. I was supposed to play the Breeding Pool. Dang it! I was like, I was thinking in my head, yes, we're being so careful, Bruce Spy. Now I just have 2 non-basics. All right, well, show me the moon. I thought I was being so careful, chat. I thought we were being so careful. Show me your moons. Show me your moons. Could just be Stone Rain. Wildfire? Okay. Yes. The basic mountain. Oh no, he has the basic mountain. We do. I'm actually more afraid about our breeding pool. Alright, do we want to respect... Well, I don't have another fetchable green source off of this, so I think I'm shocking, which kind of gives away that I have Outburst, right? Can I really play around a Tithe? Not really. Slamming your head against modded again, I see, says Cylon. Well, we've prized every time we play this deck. I'm assuming they have the Tide. Do you want to respect? Never. I mean, I can wait. I could just cycle Raugrin. Is them blowing up a land and also fighting me with the Tithe. May not have the luxury to play around their Mana Tithe in their hand anymore that we think that they have, that they may not. Well, that's not true. I have a Provisioner. No, that's not true. I have Breeding... No, we don't. I was trying to think if we had... Oh, I'm not playing Temple Garden. That's what it would be. We could just slam this Ardent Plea and then counter it. Could play Tireless Provisioner and then counter it. We want to get Provisioner countered, right? Isn't that the plan? I think it's Provisioner. And they may not be on a playset of Tithe. We could also just play Xenagos. So they need to show me double Tithe. Double Tithe. Show me the double Tithe, right? Play Tarn. There's Island to go get. They would block with Sanctifier. But yeah, I mean, we play around their counter magic now, so it doesn't really matter, right? Plea, here we go. Leave green source. I'm talking about Planeswalkers, Xenagos for mana. Oh, Xenagos to generate mana? We pay the life, right? We're going to get a lot of treasure, though, here. Don't think I care. So Goblin Dark Dwellers won't work here because of the Sanctifier, but that's okay. Vendilion Click. Oh, choose a click to keep. It's fine. That does come up on occasion. Click. My hand kind of sucks, right? The Outburst. I might even want to click myself right now. Let's just be able to take 2 cards if we need to. I think I'm still making treasure tokens before I'm making a food token. Especially since I have 1 land. So the hand was that many tithes, by the way. No. Nope. Guys, they had 3 tithes. We played around 3 tithes. That's awesome. Do I want to keep going? I can't play around. I can play through 2 tithes now. They should spend them now that I know about them, right? I could try to find an Omnath. Don't we want to? We want to, right? Let's strike while the iron is hot. Glimpse. Pay. I would like to pay for that. Let's keep going. Let's hit a better board. We can get a better board, maybe. We did end up with a slightly better board. Oh! And it's a fairy. We'll target us and do our Omnath draw first, and then we can fix our draw. Potentially. There's the potential to fix the draw. Why don't we, before we draw, actually fetch and not lose the game? Down to 3. Now I'm just dead to bolt, right? Bruce Spy, why are you making us dead to bolt? What are you doing? I know, right? I know, right? Nah, we're gaining life on the Omnath. It's really okay. Treasure token. They're like a Nahiri style deck, if you're wondering. Oh no, I stacked it wrong. I'm not drawing the card before the Vendilion Click thing happens. By thing, I mean a Vendilion Click trigger. And then we did draw something I didn't care about. No, it's okay. Backup Omnath is not the worst. So we could Cascade again, because of the Teferi trick you guys told me about. Well, how many glimpses have we spent? I think we've spent them all. No, I've spent 2. There's one more in the deck. Right? Or did it get exiled? Revealed cards. Exiled cards. There's one more in the deck, but I don't think my board's going to get much better than this. Spin again, woo. I mean, why don't we just put the Sanctifier back into their hand? Like, am I going to get a better board state than this? This kills very quickly. Maybe I'm even not supposed to bounce the Sanctifier now, but I bounce it next turn and swing. We could spin again, though. But, like, this board's pretty good. I don't think they beat it. They need to, like, top deck a Wrath, right? My lines aren't going to help you win, by the way. Okay. Also, I sometimes lose to my own clock because we fly too close to the sun and lose. Yeah, they got a redraw, so that's where they're going to start. Easy. Do a spin. Nah, we can wait till next turn to spin if we really need to. They play Rustvale Bridge. They blow up one of my lands. For testing purposes. Yes. They boom my green source. Okay. I have so many green sources, friend. You can have it. You've earned it. I mean, I'd be down to attack and then spin. That's a different story. Yeah, attack and then spin, or ooh, I can just borrow and spin. This I like, maybe. See ya. Borrower is quite good in this deck, I've found. We have found, I should say. Okay, they've had enough. Alright, so we're 2-2. This might be finally... I mean, like, this is still a league where I ended up with at least some of my points back, but this might be our first and sadly... Well, hopefully our last 2-3. This would be our first 2-3. I've actually at least gotten 3 wins off this deck every time, which is stupid. Yeah, I like the idea of Teferis to, like, go again. I even like the idea of main decking the Leylines. I'm concerned that we don't have enough red for Furies, but maybe just playing a bunch of Bone Crushers or something in the sideboard would enable us to do that, whilst not making our permanent count too low. It feels wrong to just, like, have, like, a playset of Bone Crusher. I'd rather the playset of Fury first, but I don't think... Who knew that Warp World would see the most play? I don't think it is. Is it? I mean, this is just got to be a flash in the pan, right? We hope this is a flash in the pan. I hope this is a flash in the pan, and I'm one of the people innovating on this deck. Oh, you know what? We were supposed to add 2 more pleas if we're going to do the Teferi plan. Yeah, I forgot to add those. Your score's bugged? It is. Hang on, let me switch interfaces and come back. Maybe it'll fix it. It might fix it. Xenagos. What about Xenagos? Oh, as a mana producer? How does he work again? I thought he also gives us haste. Seen a lot of people playing different versions. It's actually doing good. Nice. Alright, which one? Oh, a planeswalker for making mana. Gotcha. Interesting. So instead of playing... Instead of playing Urza, play Xenagos? Interesting. And a turn. Force of Factor Fiction, you lose? I might be down for that. A planeswalker that produces mana for us to keep going, in theory? Because we want something else that makes mana. Dude, I think he may have found it. The problem with the Urza plan was that he only made me blue mana. Xenagos makes me mana that could cast Outburst. Dragon Lord Kolaghan is better. Other creatures you control have haste. Well, I don't know if we're looking for something that makes us haste with the team. I think we just want to loop our deck, is what I'm more interested in. Xenagos doesn't generate mana at instant speed. He doesn't have to, though. What does his ultimate do? Not that I care necessarily. Okay. I do want more things that make mana. My opponent's name is Irrelevant Merfolk. I think that's really cool, Enter Turn Factor Fiction. I don't know if I'd play more than one copy. Because what we want out of our walkers, like Teferi lets us kind of similar to the Dark Dwellers, lets us keep going. I would want more copies of Violent Outburst if we were to play Xenagos. And that's the problem is, but we just added Teferi, but this is red count for Fury. Hold up. What if we did a 3-3 split on Plea and Violent? It's just you have the stack of Goblin Dark Dwellers on top of a Cascade spell, though. That's true. Right. That's very true, is the Xenagos won't generate mana versus Urza can. Yeah, there's not many ways for us to generate mana as we're going off. I'm going to hold this in the think pile. This is very clever. There's also Nissa, but Nissa doesn't do anything either because we might just cycle her back into the deck, right? Same with Teferi, by the way. Right? Like, Teferi also has the same issue as Xenagos we're talking about. Like, if we already have another Cascade on the stack from a Goblin Dark Dweller, we don't care. If the bottleneck is mana, Xenagos helps there. If the bottleneck is another Cascade, Teferi helps there. I do see this card maybe being a fun of, because we kind of want more cards like Provisioner or Omnath. We do. So maybe I sideboard the second Borrower? Hey, what's up, Hydra? I think you might be onto something with Xenagos. This hand's very bad, right? Let's mulligan. This hand's even worse. Mulligan. This hand is playable. We keep. Put this back. Here we go. Nah, my 7 was a thinker. Good luck and have fun. Their name is a lie. They're not playing Merfolk. Their name is a lie. What about Garrick to untap 2 lands? Yeah, Garrick Wildspeaker. There's Nissa, 5 mana Nissa also makes us have mana. That's true. Why does my Colony Garden still have an arrow? Okay. No, they darted our plant. No, Colony Garden, best worst card in our deck. Best worst card in the deck. Dang it. It's okay. We'll shake it off. It dies sometimes. Just shake it off. I figured also in this matchup it was probably dead, but I think you still want to play Colony Garden there. I don't know. It's very dead. Gotta shake it off, guys. Just shake it off. Oh, Force. That's good. So, do we want to lead Plea? No, we want to lead Agent, right? I mean, either of those lines, it's Hallowed Fountain. Or, well... if I go Fountain, I can't Violent. Because you could sometimes kill the Dragon Rage using Violent. you sometimes get to block kill the Dragon Rage. Because they don't tend to run mainboard counter spells. Not in a lot of builds I've seen, but on occasion. So we might be willing to take that risk to maybe block and kill. Well, that's up if they don't get Delirium. Well, no, that's true. The Mold Drifter creature still kills the Channeler. It's usually wrong to do that, though, folks. And I probably should have just played my Fountain. Mutagenic Growth. Gotta go fast. 3 card types. And you need like a bauble. First 7 was a Thinker, Lamau. Yeah, 5 land hand it was. Nah, not a Thinker. You're right. Not a Thinker. Was the 6 a Thinker either? No, 6 was easy. 6 was like a no-lander, right? Oh, am I just dead? Almost. 6 was no lands. Yeah, 6 was easy. 5 was perfect. Yeah, 5 felt good. This 5 does feel good. But I think we're just dead, right? They are out of cards, but I am out of life. I mean, we have to go off here. There's no Violent Outbursting, trying to block things, being cheeky. They did hit a bauble. They did get to do their thing. All right, so speaking of doing their things, we try to do our thing. So we're not going to have the extra permanent from Plea, because it looks like I'm not going to get to play the Fountain. I'm only going to get 3 permanents here. They need to be pretty good. That was pretty good. Wow, we hit like the best 3 or so possible. Our deck's kind of broken sometimes. I'll take it though. Take you to Value Town. Take you to the Value Town. All right. What are we casting next? Plea. We get to Plea anyway. Guys, I get to Plea anyway. That's true. We weren't going to be stuck with the lands we had before. Here we go. Here we go now. Please keep giving us the goods deck. That was maybe not the goods. I've already played my land too. Well, am I dead in the air? Maybe, maybe not. Next turn we get a land drop. Beast is good blocks for Mage. They do have a Lava Dart though in their bin. I'm just dead actually because of the Lava Dart. Dang it, Lava Dart's so good. We're supposed to spin again, guys. I actually didn't hit a single land. Our deck is a lot of lands, 24 land. Okay. Alright. Fair enough. Kill my borrower. Now I have no air blocks. Kill me. Nah, they gotta show us more cards, guys. They gotta make sure that we knew that they had it all. Make them see it? Make them see what? Make them notice the Lava Dart in their graveyard? Make them notice the Lava Dart? Man. Hey, we've had some really great roulettes. Just not tonight. Do I think the Mono Blue Affinity deck will be playable if Saga gets a ban? Is Saga going to get a ban? And no. I think the constructs it makes are too important. It's secretly the payoff for that deck, but not so secretly. You notice that deck doesn't really seem to have win cons because the win con is... Well, you could argue the Nettle Cyst. Oh, they saw the dart, and they're targeting the borrower next game. Okay, so we'll cut the cuteness. Although against them, I actually don't hate borrower. Today, unfortunately, we're going to bring in some permission, too. That's how that cookie crumbles. We got to fight through some interaction now. So do we want all the ways for us to fight through interaction, or do we also want... I don't think I can afford Leyline, but Fury sometimes kills this creature, sometimes it doesn't, but if we bring these in, I have to have every single red card in the deck in. If we want forces, I need every red card. Well, the problem is, force only helps us go off through their permission with the help of Violent Outburst during their end step, right? So maybe Teferi and Vanilla Click is a better plan here, or Miss Dispute. But Saffron got a 4-1 and had no sagas, really? That sounds tasty, Steve. Let's see. How do I break through? How do we break on through to the other side? Gotta break on through. Yeah, this is the end of the league. So there's a possibility. Hydra wants some too. Do you have extra for Hydra Master? Yeah, I think it'd be good for me to take a break. Or call it quits. We'll see. Alright, so do you guys like Borrower? I think Borrower buys us good time. Yeah, I mean, if Borrower is the time, like, because Fury doesn't always work as for buying us time against Prowess. It doesn't, because they can get bigger than what Fury can deal with. I don't know. I'm thinking I want Borrower's Dispute to ferry clicks instead of Force. Click has the added bonus of if they don't have a dart, but they always have a dart. But if they didn't have the dart, could also block one of their flyers. Yeah, I think Force will get weaker if we're not on the Outburst plan, which is actually great for my budget. Helps me afford the deck. Alright, thanks, Steve. Let's see, yes. This hand is no Cascader. Probably going to have to ship it back. Alright, so far so good. This has a Cascader, this has a bounce, keep, and I'm actually going to put back the Provisioner. We want to go Triome, right? Yeah, it's probably Triome, although I don't have Ketria, and so I actually can't Shardless if that's what I'm getting. I guess I'm getting Breeding Pool. We're getting Breeding Pool. So we're going to Surveil. This card feels great in their deck because it gives them that tasty manipulation that the deck really craves without necessarily needing to do it through not-so-great cards such as Serum Visions. Just neat. Yeah, let's go Breeding Pool. I think this hand wants Pool. Like, Triome doesn't get us in the green that we need. The old Foundry Breeding Pool deck, right? Surveil being red seems like a favorite for us since it's supposed to be a Dimir mechanic, though. Yeah, that's fair. Drew Violent Outburst. We want to have access to bounce a threat, don't we? This coming turn? And if we have to, we'll shock? I think so. Maybe that's wrong. Ah, Samuel Rocca redeemed the emote-only chat. I forget how long it lasts. You guys can only speak through your emotions. Alright, Stormwing. We could bounce that. It's hard-ish for them to put it back out. Not impossible. They do play a playset of Metamorphose. Might be correct just to bounce the Channeler because this is what's hitting me now. It doesn't have haste either, even with Delirium. That's right, it doesn't. Maybe that's what I'm still bouncing, though. I feel like every time I bounce a Stormwing entity, they just manage to get it back on the table anyhow. Ooh, I don't have to take a bunch of damage, maybe. Ooh, piece of candy. Alright, Agent, here we go. Let's have a good hit, please. We're hoping to see another way to get to green mana off this Cascade, right? And you might be like, but Bruce, you're at 18. Why are you doing it too soon? Maybe I'm doing it too soon. Maybe I'm not doing it too soon. Float what it takes for Outburst. We did whiff there, right? Nitpick, you have to express yourself. This deck is absolutely wild, my opponent just said. Oh, we hit an Omnath, sweet, but no lands. Dang it. I can crack a clue. Can you type again, Steve? Can you guys talk again? All right. We probably just use that mana to draw with Clue. So you're back. Dang, we didn't hit any lands. I'll draw with the Clue. Did we do well enough? That's a 3/3. That's a 3/3. That's a lava dart. They have it. They always have it. They have it. They always have it. We have access to a lot of life if they don't get the Omnath off the table, though. Oh, double dart my Wave Sifter? Okay. What do we do now? Be sad because we didn't hit lands? Maybe. Maybe the deck wants 25 lands. No joke. This is not the last... This is not the only time this has happened to us. I mean, having more things in the deck that produce mana also is another way around the sometimes not hitting lands problem. Because, yeah, I mean, it's certainly possible to not hit lands. Yeah, they killed 2 of my creatures there. But we have an Omnath Trig. Fetch would be even better. Okay. So we drew a gemstone. Alright, so Foundry, gain some life. I think we'd be alright with them double blocking for the Omnath even, right? I'm at 16. They've got a lot of damage potential. If I'm doing that, it's tempting to not... Well, we need the Omnath, and we need to find a fetch, right? I actually can't swing here as much as I want to, right? They're going to swing next turn anyway. They have to, and they're going to swing 9 damage at least. We hope it's not lethal. Famous last words. Smiley says, I think you might be right about the extra lands, though. Yeah, I mean, like, it either needs to be land or more creatures that work like Omnath or Provisioner, right? Bolt my face. You know what's a really wild deck? You know what's really a wild deck? My opponent's deck being very good. It is. Prowess is good. And we're dead. Does this Vapor snag my Omnath? No. Does this bolt my face again? Dart my face. This is down to 12. They sacrifice another mountain. They don't need mountains where they're going, folks. They're also scrying, or, well, essentially scrying. They put a card on top, put a card on top. I'm assuming that's like another bolt or something. Aren't I just even dead with this much? Yeah, we're dead. That's lethal. Nice. So that'll be our first 2-3. But honestly, with a deck as janky as this, that doesn't really hurt my feelings all that much. Yeah, so if like our last few card slots are not going to be, and we don't need to main deck the Borrowers necessarily. I'm not convinced about Bone Crusher. What's my red count if we do end up playing the 4th Fury? Yeah, red count's not great for Furies. That's only 18 red. I mean, it might pull off a Fury a game, but I don't know if that's worth it. How the Teferi's been? They've been on my sideboard. We're maybe going to main deck them now, because folks are telling me about, like, if you play a more Ardent Plea heavy build, we can just loop them with Teferi. I don't know if that's worth, though, not having the red count for Fury, because Fury is also pretty important to the deck. Maybe I'd still play more Outburst. Obviously, these are also a bit of a non-bow with Glimpse. When you glimpse over them, they don't do anything. So I don't mind only being on a 3 of Outburst. I'm just trying to think about my my red count. Which, again, the Xenagos idea, being another permanent... Like, we've tried Urza in this slot. Now we might try something as crazy as Xenagos. Maybe we just play a split. Because, like, the deck does want either... Maybe even 25th land. The deck seems to need to hit creatures that let us keep going. Urza, in theory, lets us keep going. Xenagos, in theory, lets us keep going. How does Urza let us keep going, you might ask? Urza lets us keep going if I'm floating a green or if I'm floating a white. Xenagos lets us keep going if I already have the blue for Agent or Plea, or he can just pay for an outburst. So I actually really like the idea of something like Xenagos. I think the first Urza we actually really liked, though, because that seems to be the bottleneck of the deck is mana creatures and being able to go off. Like Goblin Dark Dwellers feels similar to me as the 2 of Teferi, because this needs a Glimpse in the bin, right? This needs a Plea or an Agent. So they both already need another card to work. But then the other bottleneck of the deck, and I don't think it's the Cascade spells themselves. We could always suspend a Glimpse, which feels bad, but it's sometimes correct. In more mid-rangey matchups, you can suspend this turn 2 and it'll go off in time before they beat you. So I think the ley lines would have been really, really great that last league. I played four of my matchups. I had opponents that had hand disruption effects, right? 3 or 4 of my matchups were hand disruption effects. 2 of them were grief disruption decks. One of them was just playing Thoughtseizes. So I think the deck wants more effects like this, right? Now, is it 2 Urzas, no Zen? Is it 2 Zen, no Urza? I don't know. Xenagos can actually for sure cast something, whereas like the Teferis are, okay, we have to hit this first. Or Urza is, okay, I already have to be floating a color to keep going. It's not like Urza helps me cast Dark Dwellers, right? So I don't know. Is there a correct number of Cascade spells? We think it's 10. And by we think, like the community at large thinks it's 10. I'm not convinced. Maybe we should still play 1 Bone Crusher, just for red count purposes. So that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I thought it was more than that. Hang on. I thought our red count was better than that. Oh, Omnaths. Duh. Okay, so are we pulling off blue for force? I think so. Are we pulling off the red required for fury? I think we might. Bone Crusher also, instead of playing like Dead and Gone, Bone Crusher helps us stay at a high red count. Now let's count our blue one more time. I know I just said I think it's fine, but I'm not convinced. Urza helps the blue count, so that's a positive for that card. Sifters. I mean, our blue count is totally fine. That, if anything, that's where we could slim. We've tried Urza already. I'd almost rather, I can't believe I'm saying this. I'd almost rather that we know Teferi already works in the deck, and Teferi also can bounce Dwellers. I don't think we need to skew the deck in the direction to make the Teferis work more than they already do. I should have been main decking them before. I forgot that they can just bounce this or this or this. Teferi also works on a Goblin Dark Dweller if there's a Glimpse in the graveyard. I can Teferi minus my own Goblin Dark Dwellers to cast a Glimpse, right? So I think Teferi for sure already works even without adding a third Ardent Plea. And by adding another Violent Outburst, what if we went in the direction of giving Xenagos a try? What about just playing Fire Ices? I want to keep our spell count low. Yes, we found out that Urza works, but maybe like you're totally right about Xenagos. Tef seems better than Crushers do. Yes, he is. I mean, are there other ways we can make mana? What was the other card we thought about besides this? Teferi, but Teferi only makes blue. There's got to be other things that make mana. Oh, we could play, somebody suggested earlier, just play Garruk, but I need to play different lands. I need to play a different mana base. A Garruk build, or no I don't. Garruk works on any lands. It's not like he's Nissa and only taps forests. Maybe we should do Garruk. Doesn't War of the Spark Domri? Domri makes mana? Does he? I thought he only makes 1. Domri makes a green or red. Isn't it for creatures only? I might be wrong about that. Oh. Add red or green, period, creature spells you... Yeah. But Xenagos has the potential to make us a lot more mana, though. This is based on the number of creatures I control. Like, Garruk only will make me 2 mana. Right? Granted, Garruk could make me the 2 mana I need. If I have the right lands, Garruk could make us the right lands for... But the problem isn't that we seem to be... Because often what's happening is we're not hitting the right lands, right? I actually think... your list you're working on? Oh, yeah? Do you mind putting it in the Discord? Is this part of the deck we're currently working on? Let me see if it is. No, you're playing Lancer Control, maybe. Spicy. Trying to kill with Calibrated Blast. That's fun. Anyone familiar with the current top Jund list? I'm working on a Jund list nitpick if you want to see it. Maybe we sideboard the ley lines. As good as they are, it is a permanent... No. We were... Hang on. That's why these are here. I was just checking our color count on things, right? We still thought that we wanted to try Leyline main? Or is that, like, too soon? Is there a universe where we would consider mainboard Fury? No. We'd rather play Borrower main. And maybe even the Crusher. These adventure creatures. Have I tried Manufacturer yet? No, I haven't, Sam. Or no, we did, I think, one of the builds, and then we cut it. Manufacturer is nice because it makes treasures, right? Like Manufacturer is close, right? It really is. Like, Manufacturer might be the perfect other mana producer, because he does, right? Although I have to, like, what was the issue we had with Manufacturer? What was the issue with Manufacturer? The issue with Manufacturer was I already needed to hit a Provisioner or a Sifter. We could do that. I mean, we could try. What was the number we figured out? It's about 10, right? We want about 10 creatures that produce stuff. That produce mana, right? Provisioner does it through treasures. Omnath does it through his landfall trigger. Well, they're both landfall triggers, so if I don't hit land, I don't do anything, right? Like, we need to hit at least one land as we combo off, but yeah, maybe you're onto something. Maybe we give Manufacturer another try, and every spot it seems like we play like Tireless Tracker or something. Yeah, no, I know that the blue-green fish does too. Yes, I agree. Yeah, so what turns on Manufacturer? Provisioner does. Sifter does. This deck would almost want to like play Yavimaya and play like the fetchable, the one that fetches for a clue. Or maybe not. Maybe even then we're playing Gemstones and Colony Gardens, never mind. But we would need to find more ways to trigger this, right, in the deck. But I think 10's about the right number, right? Provisioners, Tirelesses, and Omnaths. Like, maybe the rest of our slots should be spent on, instead of like weird stuff like main deck Leyline. I think Leyline makes sense as a 3 of. Yeah, maybe our last few spots should be spent on trying to, and I'd rather be a more permanent build of this deck. Like, this is almost all permanents, right? The build that you see right in front of you. Could we find some red cards that do it, so we could still play Fury? Who's with me? They don't necessarily have to be good cards. We think we want to turn on something else that generates mana. Could we just do a search on red cards for clue or treasure or food? Well, it's not going to be food. They didn't print any cards that are red that make food that I'm aware of, or clues, but they did make treasure cards. There are treasure cards that are red. What about Burning Tree Emissary? Emissary interrupts the Cascade combo. But I like the way you're thinking. Fey Offering, but it's not red. There are not that many cards, though, that are red that make treasures, right? Oh, you know what we could play, by the way? We could play weird stuff like Creative Outburst and that other spell, too. Not for anything other than the fact that it makes a treasure token. Dang it, wait, is that what we were supposed to be doing this whole time? Oh, shoot. I mean, like, sure, there's Prismari Command, but we were looking for another something that's early game. Why did we not think of these cards? I just want to discard it and make a token. This is a sorcery, this is an instant. Dang, is there one that's not? They're all instants or sorceries. Shoot. Gazeth looks good. I didn't want to increase our... But that actually might still be... Why didn't we think about these cards ever, right? I was thinking I wanted something that's 1 mana or 2 mana that does something for our archetype, which is something like this card. Gazeth Prismari. When enters the battlefield, make a treasure token. Artifacts I have, make mana... Oh, what? What? Oh... Is this modern legal? Yes, it does. Yes, it is. Hello, beautiful. You figured it out. I don't even think we need the manufacturer anymore. Enters the battlefield, make a token. Okay, it's making mana, similar to Provisioner, similar to Omnath. It's red because we're trying to play Force. Sorry, it's red because we're trying to play Fury. It's blue because I'm trying to play Force. You just figured it out, man. Right? Only casts instants or sorceries, though. I think that's okay. Oh, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Let's go with Manufacturer. Oh, okay. You're saying play this to make the manufacturers work. You don't think the second line even matters? We're playing it because it's a 3/4 flyer, which is relevant in Modern. We're playing it to turn on manufacturer? Okay. Maybe I'm down for this. Maybe not this many copies. Huh. Blue for Force. Red for Fury. If we played 3 of this card, does it... Huh. It's legendary though, so the double kind of sucks. I mean, like, it still makes you the treasure, but what's our red count now? And then these are for both. Let's do a both pile. So overall, let's say if we were to go with this sideboard, what's our blue count? What's our red count? I think that stretches us exactly where we want to be. That's 21 red cards, and yet 25 blue cards. We might still have too many blue, actually, which is a good thing. I just see this deck playing Chancellor. We could. But see, yeah, it does. It only makes the one treasure, though. Well, Gazeth lets me cast Outbursts or suspend Glimpse, right? Doesn't it do both of those things? Yeah. No, Chancellor of the Forge is... We're trying to move past it. I think the first copy is maybe fine, but Chancellor could be a fun include, Sins we more. You'd be surprised, Pro Peeves. It actually wasn't bad. We were playing a Chancellor. We were swearing by the Chancellors, and now I'm not so sure. Oh, there's a fun promo version of this card. That's fun. I don't know if I like it as much as this one, the art, though. I'm not actually a huge fan. Sometimes I like a promo art, other times not so much. So wait, we were maybe playing Galazeth because of the manufacturers? Do we want to look into more cards, though, that make a treasure that are red besides him? What about Harmonic Prodigy? Also ruins the combo, isn't it 2 mana? You got to find things that are CMC 3 or more, my friend. Let's look at other cards that are treasures that are red. But I think you found it. I think this actually could work. Things that are CMC 3 or more. 1, 2, 3. Things that are red that make a treasure. Yeah, you're fine, Caustic. I think you've got it now. I trust you. I believe in you. I'm really excited, though, that we could maybe just be playing some things that do something early game. It's just I'm sad that they're a brick for Glimpse. All of them are, actually. So there's Goldspan Dragon. He's got haste, so he would make a treasure token, but it's after combat. Oh, yeah, we thought about Goldspan Dragon earlier. We talked about this card. It's a flying haste 4/4 that if it attacks or has become a target, it also makes my treasures make more mana. Galazeth has weird synergy with Ardent Plea and Charlotte's Agent. It makes mana for instants. What's the weird synergy for Ardent Plea? The synergy it has for Charlotte's Agent is the Charlotte's Agent can tap for mana. Yeah. I don't know if I see the synergy with Ardent Plea, though. Yeah, Charlotte's is an artifact. That's why we were doing Urza before. Like, the first Urza still might be what I want to be doing. Like, we still may want to play the first Urza. It's just, if we're trying to make something like Manufacture work, I still don't know if I like the idea of Manufacture. I feel like we're finding different ways to make treasures that don't also need another... Yeah, maybe I'm wrong about the Manufacture idea. 1 Urza, 2 Galazeth, maybe. I'm liking that our red count's going up, but let's keep looking. So there's Goldspan. So let's just make a pile here of, like, the think cards. Creatures that make us mana. Yeah. Okay, Stormkin doesn't make a treasure. Well, it's whenever I cast instants or sorceries, this makes treasures. Okay. Cast or copy instants or sorceries. So he kind of does stuff. He doesn't make me mana immediately. I mean, neither does the Goldspan. I have to swing before this makes us a mana. There's a random vehicle that does treasure. Oh yeah, Gilded Assault card. That's a fun card. Doesn't actually produce us. Brazen Freebooter does. It's pretty bad, though. Gadrak doesn't, but it does make if we had no untoken creatures die. I mean, our legends die sometimes. There's Gadrak. Chancellor of the Forge is so strong, though, says Sam. Yeah, that's true. We're looking. We're looking. That's not legal in this format. This is also not legal in this format, right? This is Legacy legal only. Rapacious. What was the problem with Rapacious? Rapacious just comes in and makes me 2 mana. Which might be better than Goldspan? No. Goldspan is better. We attack and then we have the same amount of mana that Rapacious would have made us anyway. I don't hate the idea of a Goldspan. Enters, makes mana. Captain Lannery also does something similar to Goldspan. It's just worse. She attacks and makes a token. No. No. There's not many. Oh, there's pretty Goldspan dragons. Goldspan's awkward for the post-combat wins. Well, but I'm not. We're looping the Omnaths in my build. I'm not actually winning with... We're not, like, hasting our team. We are just trying to loop Omnath for the kill, right? Isn't that what we're doing? I'm pretty sure that's the train we're on. We've been on the train. We've been on that train ever since I cut Chancellor 2 versions ago. I've been on the... We're just trying to loop the Omnaths for the kill, or just win because we have a ton of things. Which also wins a lot of games. Or a reasonable number of games can be won just because I made a bunch of things. So these in the sideboard. Cool. Lannery's might be better than Dragon, though, since it comes down 2 turns earlier. Yeah, that's true. What about just Priest of Urbrask? The problem is Priest only makes me... Priest has the same problem as Urza, Sam, because it seems to have similar issues as Urza, is that it's not giving me... I mean, we looked into these cards because we were trying to make Manufacturer work, right? We've already determined that Urza had issues because he only makes us blue. He's great, though, right? As we're comboing off, like, I make so much blue mana, we can, like, spin our deck a few times. But I wonder if that's not... Yeah, I mean, I do wonder if the Manufacturer... Some combination of Prismari or Goldspan. Maybe. Gazaleth does have the benefit of it's similar to Omnath in that it's blue or red for pitching to Force or Fury. Whereas Goldspan doesn't have that benefit. Prismari does come down. Gazaleth does come down a turn sooner. And like Gazaleth does make it so that the Wave Sifter clue tokens generate mana. It's just they only generate it for sorceries. I was thinking of something like Spring Bloom Druid or Elvish Rejuvenator. We're sending for visibility. It's just that EDBs and can't attack, and if it enters the battlefield post-combat, you won't get the treasure. Right. Yeah, no, maybe it's 2 Manufacturer and 2 something like Gazaleth. Like, seriously, that might be it. Teferi to bounce, Shardless Plea, or Dark Dwellers. Omnath, we know it's already proven itself. Provisioner, it's already proven itself. So maybe we do make more of the deck dedicated to, like, so what's the Glimpse side of the deck? Teferi falls in that category. Dwellers and Outbursts. I'm almost seeing the deck as 2 pieces now. And Sifter actually becomes part of the mana side of the deck because it's making mana with Manufacturer and Gazaleth. So I almost wonder if the deck starts to look like this. And then you can take Glimpse out of that pile because suspending Glimpse is bad. And almost now the deck looks like a 16 and a 16. And then which way do we need to go? I don't know. Do we need to go more into the making free mana side and play like a Singleton Urza? Or do we need to go more into the doing Glimpse again side? Some more Cascaders, more Teferi, more 4th Glimpse. Manufacturer and Urza's so good, though. Well, Urza... Yeah, no, they work really well together. I mean, yeah, we could do that. And maybe we do a 1-1 split on Teferi instead of the random Linvala. I don't know. I mean, yeah, we ran into Asmo. I don't think a Singleton Linvala is going to save me. Yeah, but maybe we cut that and do a 1-1 split for Teferi. Gazaleth makes 1 treasure, and that's going to be better than Xenagos? Maybe not. Oh, but you know what, IF Tiger? If we weren't trying to make Manufacturer work, Check it out. Hang on. That's a good point. It might not be better than Xenagos's, right? Like, maybe it is just Xenagos's. Xenagos doesn't let me make... Gazaleth manufacturer has the potential to make any colored mana, though. Which is usually... Like, that's why Urza also didn't work. Some of the same reasons why Xenagos might not work for this combo is what we were struggling with Urza, right, was the fact that only producing blue, and then Xenagos, yes, like Xenagos does produce complete mana for Outburst, but not the other spells, right? So they're both kind of incomplete in what colors they're producing, whereas, however, Provisioner and Omnath, they do make any color mana, and they do continue to do the combo. I thought the reason we were going with Gazaleth is because it also pitches to Force. Yeah, I think Gazaleth was making us both be a Force and Negation Fury deck. So I wonder if... Yeah, I see us going in two different directions. I do. Like, I wonder if we do this, that we're more interested in the blue Cascaders, and I'm less interested in the Outbursts, but maybe we need to stay on Outbursts because A, it's instant speed, B, it's an Anthem, C, it's red for Fury. But maybe we split the Teferi Time Ravelers, right? Maybe we still play the first Xenagos. I mean, the bottleneck of the deck is mana. It always has been. It doesn't tend to be us cascading and cascading and cascading. The bottleneck of the deck does seem to be mana. But it's only for instants and sorceries, right? Oh, yeah, that's true. So yeah, awkwardly enough, thank you for pointing that out to me again. Yeah, I think it's the manufacturer that is the other piece that makes any color. Yes. Sorry, I didn't clarify. We were trying to add more creatures that triggered manufacturer that we actually were okay with. Play one of each, submit. No, we would play 2 Gazaleth, I think. I think we would play 2 Gazaleth if we're going to play manufacturer, because, like, how many pieces do we have that combo with manufacturer? It looks like it's going to be... We'll put this here. It looks like it's going to be 10. Is that enough? Would you play an Academy manufacturer? I mean, it has synergy for Urza. We can put that kind of also in the pile. But, like, isn't it better that I have a card that makes Academy manufacturer do anything versus a card that, like, yes, it's good with manufacturer, but it doesn't actually, I don't know. Multiple manufacturers grow exponentially. 4 sounds like fun. I think we play 2, right? Because we're trying to enable them. So, like, maybe before we actually get space for something like Zen or Urza. Well, Zen works on his own. Zen... so does Urza. Urza works on his own. Man, this is a difficult puzzle. We can main deck Teferi because he bounces and you get to keep going. I get it, but... Yeah. Oh, a different deck. I'm with you, Pro Peeps. Okay. No, this is a very difficult puzzle. And Brazen Borrower might still be more main deckable. No, it's not, necessarily. We're just trying to combo game one, right? I think if we're going to play this many manufacturers, I want these to also turn on the manufacturers, but also, yeah. So that's what we need to find. We need to find something other than Gazaleth Prismarium. We didn't, right? And then that's where somebody's like, no, Bruce Ba, you're a madman. What if I just play the playset? It's blue for Force. It's red for Fury. It turns on the manufacturer. It makes mana on its own. The mana that it makes on its own, obviously, is just as vulnerable. It's just as weak as the Xenagos mana in theory, right? I think this checks all the boxes for if we're going to do a manufacturer build. If this is what we're trying to turn on, I think we just want... I don't know. Gazaleth mana is also any color? Not quite. I mean, yes, he makes 1 treasure token that's any color, and we can use it however we wish. His ability, artifacts you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color, is spend this mana only to cast an instant or sorcery, which will only work to suspend glimpses, and will only work to cast outburst. But yes, he is maybe the most flexible, and the right colors, and the right body. He's a 3/4 flyer. Oh, you meant him being a 3/4 flyer is the big check? Maybe this is it. All right, well, I got to go eat food. I got to go eat dinner. Why don't we take a break, and I'll be back. I'll be back in 30 to an hour, maybe. I could also just go live later, and then you guys get the notification when we host over to another stream. I did promise my friend we were going to eat dinner, and we're going to work on a tabletop game we're playing together. So I do think that I would like to be, A, man of my word. B, I'd like to continue this deck with you guys, but we might need to continue it next stream. And next stream could be tonight. It might not be. Yeah, I think this does check all the boxes. I do wish that those other... I wish we'd discovered those other cards earlier in the deck build, by the way. The, what is it? The, make a treasure token early game. Because this deck really does want wants more things to do turn 2. Let me just put this over in the think pile for one brief second and show you what I mean. I wish that they weren't all spells because they're bricks when it comes to outbursting. But those spells that are blue and red for Force and Fury that also make... well, Force, by the way, already is a brick when it comes to the combo. We need to be aware of the 2 of Force. They're bad for the Glimpse of Tomorrows, just like the Violent Outbursts are. So I don't know if I want to add to this pile. Already we have this many whiffs. We have 9 whiff currently. But the... these spells were interesting. I wish we discovered them earlier. Because I wonder if we would have, like... it would probably be Creative Outburst because it's the one that's the least amount of mana. I mean, I've thought about Prismari Command before, too. The problem with Prismari Command being that... oh, wait. Did we think about forging? Wait a second. I'm sure somebody's going to be like, you're a madman, Bruce By. Maybe not. Yeah, Storm the Vault. That's a funny one. They have to deal combat damage. And it only makes... It's not like it makes more and more treasure. It only makes 1. It's not hard to transform this, though. Gazaleth being a permanent, though, seems huge. Yes, it is. So is Forging, though. Hold on. So I get a treasure token immediately, and then I get a treasure token the next turn. That still can't be good enough. Yeah, we still needed the fact that it's a body. Yeah. I mean, I'm thinking about these other things just because I like the idea of having more things I can do on turn 2 in the deck. Just in general, we're really hungry for that. Magnum Opus is just way too much mana. Obviously, it's the stronger card. I wonder if we could get away with like a couple more cards in this pile of, yes, they're whiffs, but they the deck really is hungry for more things to do early game. And if all we're doing is making a treasure, so be it. Obviously, it's the problem with creative is it's weak with Colony. I'd almost have to run like a filter effect, which would just be bad on the mana base. I'd have to play something like Flooded Grove, or better yet, actually, since we're a red deck, we could play, I've thought about filters in this deck before. What would we rather filter to, blue, or red? Red gives us Fury, Dwellers. Blue gives me Brazen Borrower, Vendilion Click, and Force. I'd probably actually play the blue-green filter. Hang on. Was it Flooded Grove? We'd have to like do something like that to our mana base, which isn't great. What I've seen from this deck looks best when it's just recycling the glimpses for max value. Yes. I agree with you. What is the name of the other filter? Firelit? Firelit Thicket? Grove lets you evoke Wave Still? Yeah. Firelit doesn't, that's true. So it's Flooded Grove if anything. And then what are we cutting? What's the most awkward land? Sacred Foundry has been not the greatest. I wonder if this was wrong. Somebody was swearing by it, though. They were like, Bruce By, you gotta run one. I don't know. Could cut another Wooded Foothills, or we cut the 3rd Tarn, which also frees up my budget to actually afford some of the stuff we're trying to shove in here. I I think that Scalding Tarn's better. Thanks for that follow. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough. Well, wait, are we still on the trying to make manufacturers work? Because creative does actually, creative would trigger this card. I still think that Gazalith is like where we need to be though instead. But I'm wondering, like we were looking for like 1 to 2 more early game things to be doing. This checks the box for it's blue for force. This checks the box for it's not a permanent. We would just be playing this card for the discard create a treasure token, right? I like that I can do that at instant speed. Hang on. Should we play a Grove, maybe? Grove, the most awkward card with Grove is Foundry and the basic Mountain. So maybe I would let go of the basic. Because we're playing Grove, maybe I would let go of the Sacred Foundry. And then, because Suspending Glimpse is weaker than, yeah. Suspending Glimpse is, of course, weaker than turn 2 Sifter, but it is something I can do turn 2. These are 4 mana. Hold on. Hold the phone. What about this? What about something like this? I know it increases the number of whiffs, but we need to be doing stuff early game. We need to increase the blue and red count if we're trying to play sideboard Furies and Forces. I think that card checks all the boxes in my mind, minus the box of, yes, it's a spell. And maybe if we're doing that, we need to cut some number of outbursts and go more into pleas. The pleas are better with the fairy. Outburst, of course, better for making Fury work. I'd have to like run the numbers on the colors now to figure out if it's more Outburst or more Fury, right? Or more plea. I don't think we really have more room for more than like a couple of these, though, for various reasons. But yes, this seems good in the meta. We play 2 of these to turn on these. Like, we're literally just playing this card because of its body and the fact that it turns on Manufacturer, right? More cards to turn on Manufacturer seem smart to me. Like, we're also making tons of mana sometimes. I mean, should we consider the more powerful spell? This is a look at the top 5. Go get something. What was Magnum again? We do just make lots of... This deck makes me glad Simeon's banned. Alright, what if you only played 1 of the discard treasure and went down a violent? Well, I think we want to play the 2 of because we're trying to test it. These are better with the Teferi idea. Was it Magnum Opus? We do make lots of mana as we're going off. Which will be the spell we want to cast? It's Magnum, right? Well, you could go off on turn 2, though, with that treasure making you more, just more permanence. Opus. This is the stronger spell, isn't it? Ooh, there's a pretty version of it, too. Alright, 4 damage as we choose, divided, and then tap some permanents, and also make a token, and also draw 2 cards. This is the more impactful spell. I think Outburst is easier to get to enough mana, though. It's any target. This also, like, synergizes with us just trying to dome them with Omnath. Is Opus any target? Oh, any number of targets. They both... Like the adventure creatures as early plays, then use Gazalith to cast the adventure sides. I like the adventure creature cards as Gazalith could cast the adventure sides. That's true. It can. I mean, we're playing some adventure cards. We're playing a couple of Borrowers. Oh, you preferred us on the... Yeah, I mean, we were playing Borrowers in the main. They're good enough to be main. Just bouncing things. I mean, I do need to bounce my opponents to fairies. I need to bounce my opponents Blood Moons. I feel like we don't have quite enough... I feel as though the deck doesn't have quite enough things that are working towards the combo in the main board, and I think we're also not playing enough treasure generation. Not that I'm saying that Opus is necessarily a solution to that with manufacture, because really it's just this 10, right? I mean, maybe 10 is enough. If we think that 10 is enough, 10's enough, right? If we feel like 10 is enough to play the manufacturers, so be it. That was kind of why I was thinking I wanted something else that made treasures, but we couldn't make up our minds. Flying beatdown looks good, though. Yeah, that's true. Opus is a pipe dream to cast. We were just playing it basically for the discard. Be willing to test it, though. I mean, it's not a great way to enable Ezra comboing off, right? We need Gazalith instead. And this is on the table for when we made the treasure. But yeah, it's cool as we're comboing off, we could like cast the Borrowers, or if we played Stomps that have already been cast earlier in the game. That's true. It's probably good to err away from... Now, let's do a 3-3 split. I think the red count's too important. Let's do 3-3 split, please. I get why we want more please now, because we're trying to use Teferi to bounce them, but we need to respect our red count. And yeah, let's just not play this. I think that's cool, though, that that's like an early thing I could be doing. But maybe if... I mean, there's really nothing as good as Sifter, right? So maybe the early game of bouncing something is just what's best. Yeah, we've liked the Brazen Borrowers enough to play 2 in the deck, and they're main deckable in theory. There should always be permanents except for, like, you know, certain matchups. There might not be, but there should always be something it can target. We've even had Leyline of Sanctity main board as well. So this frees up a little bit of sideboard space, doesn't it? Lets me play the 4th Fury. So that helps your red count, right? Just play more of the card. I don't know, what do you want to play, like an Anger of the Gods? Do you want to play like a... You know what's funny is we do have a lot of flyers. We could play a card that's kind of a one-sided board sweep. Because we do have a lot of flyers now. We have more flyers now. Maybe a 1 of Tireless Tracker. Yeah, Tireless Tracker would be another way to trigger it. We were playing trackers when we were trying to enable Urza, actually. It's just not as good as Provisioner, though. And it might not even be as good as the first Manufacturer, even though we have to work to make them work. I don't know, maybe we just play a 1 of Manufacturer, because like it really needs another piece to work. That card really needs another something. Maybe it's dangerous to play multiples of it. Like, it does need another card before it does anything. Let's try a Fun of. Gazalists will still work. And let's play a one-sided sweepers, right? Let's play Fire Spouts. If we're going more to a Flyers plan, which I think we already were originally, right? We have 2 sideboard Vendilion clicks. Let's just play Fire Spouts. Grove is a nice land. No pain. Good against Death Shadow. Alright, what if we play some Fire Spouts? Fire Spouts also red for Fury. And maybe we should just main deck both Teferis, because it's both fighting on some of what beats us, and also somebody was making an argument earlier on in the chat about just Bruce By just main deck the Teferis, because they do fight against some of the decks that beat us game 1, which are going to be the control decks. Yeah, maybe play some Fire Spouts. Because if you do Fire Spout for only green mana, it only kills non-flyers. Or sorry, red. Red is without flying, green is with. So, like, I think we could concoct a board state where they have more flyers than I do. Only kill their flyers. Or, yeah, I mean, like, Fire Spout has the potential, if you have enough flying creatures in your deck, to be kind of a one-sided-ish sweep. So I think Fire Spout could be sweet. I liked the first Teferi. Second could be awkward, says Tommy. Do you want me to main deck a Fury? That seems maybe weird. Well, I'm liking our red count now. Yeah, I mean, like, the first Tireless Tracker might be nicer than the second Manufacturer. Although, You like the Furies? All right, hang on, hang on. Maybe this is wrong. So maybe just the fun of Fire Spout, but still play all the Furies. Maybe we just play, even before I play the first Tireless Tracker, maybe I do just commit to the second Manufacturer. I think we might have enough stuff that turns it on. So we're playing 10 cards to turn these on. Now, here's the next question. Okay, Bruce Pie. Well, if you hit a Provisioner, you didn't need to hit an Academy Manufacturer anyway. Yes. Or if you hit an Omnath, right, you didn't need to hit, you know, Manufacturer plus Sifter. Like, really where we're excited that we hit a Manufacturer is when we didn't hit Provisioner or Omnath, right? Like, we're trying to increase the number of hits, right? And so these need to be together. Yeah, I mean, these just need to be together. Real high highs, real low lows. Yeah. Yes, and that's Manufacturer for you. I mean, Gazaleth does just give us mana. I just wish it gave me more mana. Yeah, the ceiling, man. The ceiling. Also, I don't need this Flooded Grove anymore necessarily if we're not going to be doing the spell idea, right? We should actually go back to the previous mana base, perhaps. All right, there's too many things to think about. If you guys will still be here, I'll leave the game up and I'll come back and we'll work on this some more, perhaps. But I do need to go eat, and I do need to work on some other things. But why not just leave it up? You guys can keep working on it. In fact, I'll leave it up so you can see all the cards we're thinking about. And what was the other land we had before the Flooded Grove? It was like a Sacred Foundry. Yeah, eat, drink, refresh. Exactly. I'll come back, and we'll feel it. We'll feel it out. I'll see you guys in about 45 to an hour and a half. I'm not sure exactly how long it's going to be. But, all right, guys, I'll see you. Don't go away. Or, I mean, well, yes, go away. You guys also go refresh yourselves. Go eat dinner if you haven't already. It's 8:20 though, so hopefully you did. Bathroom break. Do your taxes. Well, it's too late for that. But, you know, yeah. I'll see you guys. We'll come back and work on this some more.